Hello, everyone. I'm Chunbiao Guo from Italy. I'm the Secretary General of the World Traditional Medicine Forum.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hong Dong from the Netherlands. I'm the Treasury of the World Traditional Medicine Forum.
We are hosting the opening ceremony of today's forum. Now, I would like to announce the opening the fourth World Traditional Medicine Forum. This forum is co-sponsored by the World Traditional Medicine Forum and WHO. This two-day forum is very informative and worthy of anticipation.
Now we would like to invite Dr. Yemeng Chen, Vice President of the World Traditional Medicine Forum, to deliver a welcome speech on behalf of the World Traditional Medicine Forum.
Distinguished Dr. Zuzana Jacob, Deputy Director General of World Health Organization. Distinguished leaders of health administration in different countries. Dear experts and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, organized by the World Traditional Medicine Forum and co-sponsored by World Health Organization, the fourth World Traditional Medicine Forum virtual conference is to start online today. First of all, on behalf of Dr. Dong Ziling, the President of the World Traditional Medicine Forum, as the organizer, I'd like to express our sincere greetings and a warm welcome to the WHO officials and experts and guests from all over the world who are attending this conference. The World Traditional Medicine Forum is a professional academic platform in the global traditional medicine field. So far, it has been successfully held its annual conference 3 times in Argentina and the United States in 2018 and 2019 respectively, and virtually last year. It has made a tremendous effort to promote the exchange and development of traditional medicine in the world, which has been highly praised and recognized by professionals in the field, as well as the World Health Organization. The WHO has always been keen to support traditional medicine as a key step in achieving the long-term goal of universal healthcare. In 2019, the International Classification of Disease, 11th revision, was reviewed and approved, and the traditional medicine was included for the first time, which listed the terms for 116 disease and 193 symptoms based on traditional medicine. It was released in January 2021 and has been in effect since January 2022. ICD-11-10 set a milestone in the development of traditional medicine in the world. It's a great honor for this conference to be co-sponsored by the WHO and our forum in the 2nd consecutive year, which is another concrete reflection of the WHO's strong support for traditional medicine. In the next 2 days of the conference, experts and scholars in different countries will share their theoretical research, clinical experiences, and scientific research outcomes on the field of traditional medicine, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic time. Unfortunately, the global pandemic enters its 3rd year, which has no sign of lifting yet. Though the Omicron variant does not present with severe symptoms, spiking of this variant has been extensive. Although the long COVID is a big concern to the patients and the medical professionals at large. Traditional medicine, especially acupuncture and Chinese herbal medicine, has demonstrated its value in long COVID care. As the theme of this conference, human health needs traditional medicine. May this conference will bring you a really fruitful academic enhancement. Finally, I wish the conference a complete success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ye-Meng Chen. Now, we would like to invite the Deputy Director General of WHO, Dr. Susanna Jacobo, to make a speech. Please.
Honorable guests, distinguished experts, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It is my honor to be invited to this important forum. As you know, to fully capitalize the valuable health resource of traditional medicine, WHO is implementing the WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014-2023. A steady and progressive trend has been observed in the global implementation of the strategy, which is being reported to the World Health Assembly, taking place now. The number of countries with a legal and regulatory framework for traditional and complementary medicine, with a national office for traditional and complementary medicine, and or with a National Research Institute for traditional and complementary medicine, has increased by around 20% over the last decade. Distinguished participants, WHO has been working continuously since 2014 on the development of norms and standards, technical documents, international terminologies, and tools to guide member states and stakeholders on minimum reference standards for the delivery of safe, quality, and effective traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine services. One highly significant achievement is the inclusion of a chapter on traditional medicine in the 11th revision of the International Statistical Classification of Diseases and Related Health Problems. Furthermore, 2 traditional and complementary medicine indicators were listed in the WHO 2018 Global Reference List of 100 core health indicators, plus health-related SDGs. The first comprehensive WHO Global Report on traditional and complementary medicine, published in the year of 2019, was developed with inputs from 179 member states. It provides information not only on policy and regulation, but also on traditional and complementary medicine products, practices, and practitioners. On the 19th of April 2022, WHO and the Government of India launched the WHO Global Center for Traditional Medicine in Jamnagar, Gujarat, India. The center will aim to amplify global efforts on research capacity building and evidence synthesis for people's and planetary health. Data also showed that WHO traditional and complementary medicine products were among the top 5 most downloaded products from the WHO website in the year 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, the WHO member states and non-state actors are collaborating to develop national, regional, and global knowledge platforms, providing evidence-based information on traditional and complementary medicine. Such platforms include ObservaPix, the Brazilian Academic Consortium for Integrative Health, and the Acupuncture Moxibustion Clinical Trial Registry. With WHO as its secretariat since late 2017, the members of the WHO International Regulatory Cooperation for Herbal Medicines Network have increased from 35 in the year 2019 to 47 in the year 2021. The network of the WHO collaborating centers for traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine has expanded by 9 institutions since the adoption of the WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014-2023 and currently comprises 26 institutions with new proposals for designation under review. Since the year 2014, 11 interregional training sessions have been organized on traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, involving 350 government-nominated officers. WHO has also collaborated with partners on the Self-Care Readiness Index and the Global Review of Osteopathic Medicine and Osteopathy. The objectives of the World Traditional Medicine Forum are in line with the goals and objectives of WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014-2023. I would like to express our sincere hopes to the World Traditional Medicine Forum to enhance the role as a comprehensive platform for coordinating and facilitating the information exchange and collaboration among the professional organizations, healthcare providers, and partners in the area of traditional medicine to contribute to the WHO 13th General Program of Work, Universal Health Coverage, and the Sustainable Development Goals. I wish this forum a great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Susanna Jacob. Now we would like to invite Mr. Wen Mingyu, Commissioner of Chinese National Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine, to make a speech.
尊敬的陈月梦副主席，尊敬的苏珊娜副总干事，各位同仁，各位代表，女士们、先生们，大家好！很高兴应邀出席第4届世界传统医药论坛。首先，我代表国家中医药管理局对论坛的顺利举办表示热烈的祝贺，向出席论坛的各位嘉宾致以诚挚的问候和良好的祝愿。世界传统医药论坛至今已成功举办3届会议，吸引了来自全球传统医药领域的管理者、研究者、医疗保健从业者等开展广泛深入的交流探讨，为推动传统医学传承创新发展与应用搭建了桥梁纽带，为世界各国文明互鉴发挥了积极的作用。这次论坛又在全球抗击新冠肺炎国际合作背景下举办，以人类健康需要传统医药为主题，这必将对传统医学传承创新发展以及应用传统医学保护世界人民健康发挥积极作用。 中医药是中国各族人民在长期生活、生产、实践与疾病斗争中逐步形成并不断发展的医学科学，其理论体系和临床应用实践随着一次又一次大病大疫的防病治病实践而丰富完善。新冠肺炎疫情发生以来，中国政府坚持不断完善诊疗方案，坚持中西医结合，充分发挥中医药独特优势和作用。中医药全面深度参与疫情防控救治，应用中医药及中西医结合防治效果显著。这是继中医药参与防治疟疾、SARS 等新发突发重大传染病后，中医药在当代防治实践中发挥中医药独特疗效和作用又一有力例证。今年2月28日至3月2日，世界卫生组织召开专家会议，对中医药救治新冠肺炎进行评估，在随后发布了评估报告。报告指出，中医药治疗新冠肺炎是安全的、有效的，并建议各成员国借鉴和推广。这一评估结果再次充分证明，中国中医药屡经考验，历久弥新，在新发传染病防治及全球公共卫生治理中依然好使管用。中国在注重国内疫情防控救治的同时，主动参与全球抗疫合作，举办了100余场抗疫专家视频交流和直播活动，向150多个国家和地区介绍中国中医药诊疗方案，向10多个有需求的国家和地区提供中医药产品，选派中医药专家赴29个国家和地区帮助指导抗击疫情，获得了国际社会广泛赞誉。去年3月以来，中方举办了中医药抗击新冠疫情国际合作论坛、2021年上海合作组织传统医药论坛、2022年金砖国家传统医药高级别会议，来自数10个国家和地区的政要、政府官员和世界卫生组织代表、专家学者进行线上交流，深化了发展传统医学、助力抗击疫情国际共识。当前，新冠病毒的变异和传播导致全球疫情防控形势依然严峻，人类健康仍然面临诸多挑战。中国愿继续与世界卫生组织和世界各国并肩同行，携手合作，在临床防治、科学研究、人才培养、标准建立、法规完善等方面加强传统医学的交流合作，互学互鉴，为推进全球公共卫生治理、共建共享人类卫生健康共同体，实现人人享有健康的美好愿景，凝聚更多合力，挖掘更多潜力，激发更多动力。最后，预祝本次论坛圆满成功，祝各位工作顺利，身体健康。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Mr. Wen Mingyu. Now we have speech from Dr. Arman Sagarin, Vice Dean for International Affairs, School of the Persian Medicine, Tehran University of the Medical Sciences, to give a speech.
Gentlemen, I hope to have a good day. I am Arman Sagarin, Assistant Professor of Traditional Pharmacy at Tehran University of Medical Sciences and Vice for International Affairs in the Office of Persian Medicine at Ministry of Health of Iran. Greetings from Iran and hope the best for you in these days, and I have a special thanks to the organizers of this very good meeting and forum that make a very good way and opportunity to discuss about traditional medicine. Greetings from Iran. I want to talk about the need of human to traditional medicine for health. There is no doubt for this truth, and over the time this need is more and more be clear for us, and the popularity of using traditional medicine approach and treatments is going to be increased in the worldwide, in developed and developing countries both. But as you know, there are different types of traditional medicine worldwide, and each one can make an opportunity and its own opportunity to improve healthcare system and treatment approach. Therefore, if we can make a connection between these different types of traditional medicine, we can find better solutions and better condition for healthcare system based on traditional medicine, with exchange experiences and also with collaborations between specialists in different types of traditional medicine worldwide, in particular in the countries that traditional medicine have a deep root, like China, India, Persia, and many other countries, that the traditional medicine tied to the culture of the people. For this exchange, I think we can use the network of the specialists in each region and in the different institutes that can be joined together to make a atmosphere and to make a network and connection between specialists of different types of traditional medicine, like Chinese, like Ayurveda, like Persian medicine, like Unani medicine, and other, etc., homeopathy and others, to exchange experiences, exchange thinking, and help together to find better solutions and to find better ways to use all the traditional medicine ways and approach for better services to the patients. We can use many ways that they are accessible now, like using telemedicine, virtual capacities, online meeting and consultancy systems, and joint centers for make this network for consultancy to the patients, to ground round for the in the hospitals, in the patients, using different specialists in different specialists of different traditional medicine systems. And Iran, as a country that in the Middle East, that traditional medicine is very regulated in this country, and research institutes, academic centers, training programs, specialists in the fields are trained during last decade, more than 1 decade ago till now, has this capacity to help to organize such networks for connecting specialists all around the world in the defined programs for making this network. And we are ready to collaborate with WHO and other countries that can be joined to this, to such program, to think about it and make this connection for better services to the patients according to the experiences and exchange experiences of traditional medicine practices in different countries and in different traditional medical systems. and I hope we can use these huge capacities that are in the different countries all around the world to make this connection and to make an atmosphere to traditional medicine system be closer together, to use all opportunities can be find in these traditional medicine systems capacities in all around the world. Thank you for your attention, and hope the best for you. And I hope you enjoy this very good meeting and forum, and we can use the best from the good speech and very good experiences of the attendance in this meeting altogether. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Armen Zakarin. We would like to express our sincere thanks and respect to the WHO representatives, experts, and colleagues who are attending our forum.
This is the end of the opening ceremony. The following is the keynote report chaired by Professor N.G. Pocock, Vice Chairman of the World Traditional Medicine Forum, and from Malaysia.
Thank you, Dr. Armen Zakarin gave us opening speech. And now his topic is an overview in the role of PERSIN action to manage COVID-19 in Iran. Welcome, Dr. Armen.
Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Arman Zaryaran, Vice for International Affairs in the Office of Persian and Complementary Medicine in the Ministry of Health and Medical Education of Iran, and Assistant Professor of Traditional Pharmacy at Tehran University of Medical Sciences. Greetings to all, and hope the best for you. In advance, I aim to have a special thanks to the organizers of the 4th International Forum of Traditional Medicine for making this very good platform and meeting to discuss about traditional medicine. My presentation is about an overview on the role of Persian medicine to manage COVID-19 in Iran. As you know, COVID-19 during about 2 last years involved all parts of the world, and all the countries involved in this pandemic and suffering from this pandemic, and many people unfortunately lost their life, and it affects us very deeply on our life during at least 2 last years. But for managing this pandemic, many of drugs, remedies, and healthcare were applied and performed during this time. One of the important issues that could be used for managing traditional medicine and was used by the people all around the world was using traditional medicine systems. It was and it is many use and abuse of this term and this issue globally, and many countries and also WHO has their own strategies and national and global documents for using traditional medicine in this pandemic. Iran, as one of the countries that located in the Western Asia in the Middle East, with more than 1,600,000 cubic kilometer area and more than 83 million population, is very big country in the region, and it has a very a good area for herbal species because of the different environment in Iran. You can find more than 8,000 herbal species in the country and a climate diversity about 11 climates from 13 ones in the world. Therefore, it's a very good area for developing traditional medicine because of this different climate diversity, herbal species, and a deep traditional medicine system dating back thousands of years ago that we call it Persian medicine in Iran, and it is practiced now in Iran too. Furthermore, you can find many other traditional medicine systems that are regulated in this country. Persian medicine is the main traditional medicine paradigm in Iran, and it's widely practiced in Iran, but also acupuncture, homeopathy, and other and some other traditional medicine systems are regulated in Iran too. There are many education programs in main medical universities in Iran about traditional and herbal medicine, like Persian medicine in the measure of PhD, acupuncture, traditional pharmacy, pharmacognosy, and etc. And also you can find advanced research centers for traditional medicine and natural products in the country. And there are many structures for traditional medicine services in Iran, like public health centers, private sector health centers. In many hospitals, there are consultancy systems for traditional medicine, clinics for traditional medicine, and it is integrated in the medical health system of Iran. And also many natural product services you can find there, from traditional herbal shops, we call it attaris, to modern pharmacies. You can find the shelf for natural and traditional medicine products, and also traditional pharmacies that are mostly located in the public health, in the health centers for traditional medicine, in public or in private sector. And also you can find many policies that support traditional medicine integration into the healthcare system of Iran, like general health policies announced by the supreme leader of the country, or 6-5-year plan of economic, social, and cultural development of the Islamic Republic of Iran, released by Iranian parliament, or national document of medicinal plants and traditional medicine released by Supreme Council for Cultural Revolution, that is issued and signed by the President of Iran, and also in the new government of Iran. It is mentioned in the national document of current government for development that traditional medicine should be developed and more integrated in the medical system of Iran. You can find too many regulatory systems that work for promoting traditional medicine and natural products in Iran. In the Ministry of Health, we have an Office of Persian and Complementary Medicine, and also in Iranian Food and Drug Administration, it is a General Directorate for Natural and Traditional Products and Supplements that is founded at 1997. But in the case of COVID-19, in the policy-making system for managing COVID-19, it is a scientific committee of COVID-19, the Ministry of Health, that there is a subcommittee of traditional medicine that help to make good policies for using the opportunity of traditional medicine against COVID-19. One of our main aims in the COVID-19 pandemic was and is focusing on the research to find the best solutions derived from traditional medicine approach and thinking for fight against COVID-19. There are more than 100 clinical trials were performed and approved in the Ministry of Health and the universities, medical universities in Iran, and performed during this time. And I put only some examples of some papers that are published during this time about traditional medicine and natural product ideas that were examined and evaluated clinically in the clinical trials. For example, in the right ones, this paper is performed and done by my supervision and with the help of my colleagues as a multi-center project that more than 350 patients were enrolled and involved to this clinical trial, that we find many good results about some of our products during these clinical trials that could help to manage COVID-19 as a supplement or as a helpful remedies to make better condition for the patients with different aims. Each project, some of them work on some signs and some symptoms and as prevention, as treatment in bed patients or other conditions. You can find too many different situations that these 100 clinical trials focused on each condition. Also, we make and hold many events in the Office of Persian Medicine in the Ministry of Health, nationally and internationally. For example, it was a very good exchange between us and Chinese parties in the 8th online meeting that all specialists have some very good exchange experience with Chinese traditional medicine specialists, in particular located in Wuhan in the first months of the this pandemic, and we make a very good connection way to via online facilities to make this exchange experience about the patients that be in Iran and in China and be cared by traditional medicine approach. Also, we participated in the WHO online meetings about COVID-19 and traditional medicine, and many events were organized by us about it. For example, you can see the announcement of one of these conferences with the title of Integrative Medicine and COVID-19, that 13 international societies, universities, and co-organizers involved to hold this international event in the May 30, 2020, that more than 1,600 participants worldwide attended in this meeting, and too many other examples of such programs that were handled by us in the case of COVID-19 during these last years. Also, for intervention, we made specialized health clinics of Persian medicine for COVID-19. There are 64 centers in the country that they serve specialized services for COVID-19 according to Persian medicine teachings, and Ministry of Health approved them for such services, and we are promoting and developing these services, these clinics and these centers currently. And in many of the hospitals, the consultancy for Persian medicine is developed in these hospitals by helping of or specialists of Persian medicine there. Also, there is a guideline for COVID-19 that the 11th edition of this is published and is accessible now for our physicians that can use Persian medicine guide and facilities and remedies and healthcare advices for prevention and treatment and management of COVID-19. It is issued by the Office of Persian Medicine in the Ministry of Health. About natural products, Iranian FDA approved 20 natural products and traditional medicine products for COVID-19. Among them, 10 products are in the pharmacies now, and it is the final product is accessible in the pharmacies now. At the end, I should mention that Iran, as a country, that traditional medicine is completely regulated here, and we have academic centers and regulations for drug, for services, and research is very highlighted for traditional medicine in Iran. As this country, we are ready for any collaboration with WHO and the countries in the field of traditional medicine, herbal and natural products worldwide, and we hope that we could promote and develop more and more this collaboration with other countries and also with World Health Organization in the field of traditional medicine. Thank you for your time and your attention to my speech. It's the figure of Persepolis, a historical heritage of Iran and the world, located in the Fars province of Iran, dating back to 500 before the Christ. Thank you for your attention and hope the best for you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zagaran, for your excellent presentation. Now we move to the symposium, part 1, clinical application and the skills. I'm Dan Tan from the UK, a TCM educator and a practitioner, currently lecturing at Senzhou Open University of Chinese Medicine in Amsterdam. Dr. Jianhua Zheng from Australia and I are hosting this session. Now we warmly welcome our first speaker, Dr. David Riley from the USA. Dr. Riley is board certified in internal medicine and a senior editor with the Permanent Journal. His topic today is the standard and the written skills on case report. Dr. Riley, please.
Hi, my name is David Riley. I'm a physician practicing medicine in Portland, Oregon, and I've been involved in the development of health research reporting guidelines and developing case reports for acupuncture and oriental medicine for some time. I was the developer of the CARE guidelines. I co-led that development, and I participated in the development of the CONSORT guidelines for randomized controlled trials. After the development of the CARE guidelines, we also developed Scientific Writing in Health and Medicine, a program, an online program to support authors writing case reports. And then we also developed an application called CARE Writer to help authors author case reports. I want to welcome you to today's presentation, and we're going to talk about the roles of case reports in developing evidence for the traditional Asian medicine. So what is evidence-based medicine? Evidence-based medicine, largely in the contemporary use of the word, began with David Sackett, although evidence in medicine has far predates the current iteration of it. Evidence-based medicine, in particular evidence-based medicine for traditional East Asian medicine, integrates clinical expertise informed by research with patient preference to create an individualized treatment plan. In conventional medicine, most of the pharmaceutical interventions are patent protected. And in East Asian medicine, that's not the case. So this provides a challenge for producing funding for the development of research. But case reports can be collected, that information can be collected by all physicians and practitioners around the world. So what is evidence-based medicine? It's traditionally defined by this pyramid. And at the base of the pyramid is the historical use and expert opinion. And in traditional Asian medicine, this may occur in some of the classic Chinese medicine texts that have been going on for thousands of years. Then case reports. And case reports have guidelines that are supported by the Equator Network. CARE for case reports, CA from case, RE from report. So the CARE guidelines for case reports. Then for studies, there are also STROBE for observational studies. There's CONSORT for randomized controlled trials. And finally, there's the PRISMA guidelines for the development of meta-analyses and systematic reviews. And all of this various parts of the pyramid create evidence. And evidence can inform the development of clinical practice guidelines, which all of us use to practice. And this is regardless of whether it's a formal guideline written down and published by one of the guideline community agencies like the Association for Healthcare Research or Guidelines International Network. So what is the evidence that comes out of it? In controlled trials and in observational studies, when you have a population that's on which an intervention is tested, whether it's controlled with a placebo or not, it provides evidence for efficacy in that population that was in the clinical trial. Case reports, on the other hand, provide evidence for effectiveness in a patient. And so if the information is systematically collected and is transparent, it is therefore reproducible. And then other people can begin to learn from your experience. So how have modern health research reporting guidelines been developed? Because they've been around in various iterations for hundreds of years. In 1962, in the United States, the Kefauver-Harris Amendment to the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act required pre-approval testing for safety and efficacy for all new drugs and medical devices. In the 1990s, as a result of this, they began to develop health research reporting guidelines, because what was discovered was, in fact, that without the systematic reporting of evidence, regardless of the type of trial that was being published, you could not reproduce it, and it was not necessarily transparent. So the first guideline that came about was called CONSORT guidelines, and that stands for Consolidated Standards of Reporting Trials and was designed for controlled clinical trials. As the guidelines gained pace and accelerated, in 2006, the Equator Network was formed. And what it's evolved into is a library for health research reporting guidelines. And so since its creation, there's been other guidelines that have come out. CARE for case reports, STROBE for observational studies, CONSORT has been updated for randomized controlled trials, and PRISMA has been developed for systematic reviews and meta-analyses. And there's now almost 500 guidelines and guideline extensions. So for example, one of the extensions is called TIDIER, which talks about transparency in the interventions. So just think about it. When you're publishing a case report on acupuncture and East Asian medicine, other practitioners who don't use that particular therapy may not know exactly what happens. And so you need to begin to explain what happens so other people can understand what you're doing. Because in all of medicine and in all of publication, for somebody to understand it, they have to receive it in a language that they understand. So the art of writing a good case report is to write the case report in a language that can be understood by not only practitioners of that case report, but other readers as well. So good case reporting demands a clear focus to make explicit to the audience why an observation is important in the context of existing knowledge. This was published in 2001 in the Annals of Internal Medicine by Jan van der Broek, one of the leading health research methodologists. He also said that case reports and case series have a high sensitivity for detecting novelty and are a cornerstone for medical progress. They provide new ideas in medicine. So case reports can provide early signals of what works for which patients and under which circumstances. And if they're written transparently, they can improve reproducibility. So there are case reports published in scientific journals, and they've been rapidly increasing over the past 20 years. There's a 45% increase in case reports in Embase and Medline. And there are now journals, index journals, devoted to case reports. BMG case reports and the Journal of Medical Case Reports have been around for 20 years. A new journal has emerged called Convergent Points, which is an East-West case report journal published out of Seattle, Washington. So after participating with the Consort Group from 2011 to 2013, I co-led a group of experts, clinicians, researchers, and journal editors to develop CARE, reporting guidelines for case reports. We took the CA from cases and the RE from reports to come up with the acronym CARE. So it's a 13-item checklist. It's designed to be an architectural framework for how you might write a case report so it can be adapted to whether you're practicing acupuncture or surgery. It's useful. So you need a title, keywords, the abstract, the introduction, the timeline, information about the patient, clinical findings, diagnostic assessments, therapeutic interventions, follow-up and outcomes, discussion, a patient perspective, and you must have informed consent. So we've decided that case reports increase the accuracy and transparency of care delivered to patients. And the CARE guidelines have now been endorsed by multiple scientific journals and publishers and have been translated into multiple languages. Articles about care, from the initial guidelines to how they should be used, were published in the Journal of Clinical Epidemiology in 2013 and 2017. They were also published in other medical journals as well. SSRN, which stands for Social Science Research Network, is an Elsevier company, and they have launched a case report preprint server. The URL is listed on this slide. The Equator Network, which is the home library for all of the health research reporting guidelines at Oxford University, lists case reports and the guidelines as one of the clinical guidelines on their homepage. This is the picture of their homepage here. So traditional East Asian medicine has some unique characteristics which need to be clearly stated because the readers and practitioners of traditional East Asian medicine may understand what those are, but other readers may not. So if you want other practitioners to begin to incorporate or recommend acupuncture to their patients, you need to talk about some of this. What are some of the unique methods used with a unique therapeutic rationale? What's the needle and point related information? What's the frequency and duration of treatment? How often do you do acupuncture? Once a week, twice a week, once a month? And how long does the session last? Other modalities that are integrated with acupuncture are also useful, such as moxibustion, cupping, herbal therapies. And of course, you need to describe other clinicians treating the patient. Often there's a referring physician. There may be other people that the patient is seeing as well. And all of those need to be transparently discussed. And while there may be limitations on demonstrating the effectiveness of acupuncture alone, they have a more compelling clinical presentation if all of this is transparently discussed. So after developing a training program in how to write case reports, we developed an online app to help authors write case reports because many of the authors are clinicians. And so their focus is on providing clinical care, not on writing. And so if you use CareWriter, you can then post a case report on a preprint server. You can also present that case report as a poster at a conference or as a platform presentation. And of course, you can publish the case reports in scientific journals in around the world. So case reports are difficult to write, but easy to explain. You first have to describe what happened. It's critical to begin with what happened. And that's a written description of the case, following the care guidelines, followed by a timeline. And the timeline is a visual picture of what has happened that's automatically created in CareWriter. And you can, of course, create your own using a customized application for a timeline or Microsoft Word. Then after you've clearly described what happened, you need to talk about why it might have happened. And that's done in the introduction, the discussion, and the conclusion. And you need to also make reference to other therapies the patient may have seen. So the introduction and discussion sections should include references to the scientific and historic literature that support the outcomes that occurred in this case. And case reports can be used for adverse events as well as for positive outcomes. And it's important to note when you have no adverse events to actually write down that there were no adverse events reported by this patient so that people understand that. The conclusion section should offer takeaway messages for the reader. It should not have references, and it should be what you, the author of the case report, want the reader to know about what you did. You should also include a few other things which increase credibility. One is the patient perspective. A report of a novel treatment may rely on a patient's perspective, and a patient perspective always makes for a more convincing case. And you can ask the patient to write a perspective, which is usually just 1 or 2 paragraphs, while you're obtaining informed consent. So once you have the what happened and the why it might have happened, you then need to have a few other sections. This includes the abstract and keywords, which should be written after the case report is finished. You need to have an acknowledgement section where you acknowledge the co-authors, maybe mention affiliations if they're working for a medical school or a clinic. Then you might want to mention funding if any was received or not, and any conflicts of interest. And finally, the references. And the references should be put in a format for the specific presentation you're giving. So the final case report sequence following the care guidelines is title and author, abstract and keywords, introduction, timeline, case narrative, patient perspective, discussion of the case report, and the conclusion, followed by acknowledgements and references. Now, of course, the word counts are going to vary according to what journal you're submitting to. If you're submitting a case report to the Mayo Clinic Proceedings, it's quite short. They have a 900-word limit. Most journals now, particularly in the open access and digital age, have much longer word counts. And of course, if you're posting case reports on a preprint server, that's under the author control. And if you're publishing in a journal that's peer reviewed, that's under the journal control. So you have to meet the requirements of the specific place where you're doing the presentation. So here's a couple examples of case reports written following the care guidelines. Here's one on neuroacupuncture, which is Chinese scalp acupuncture for cerebral palsy in a child diagnosed with stroke in utero, that was published in 2012 at Global Advances of Health and Medicine, a journal that I used to be the editor-in-chief of. The lead author was Jason Howe, who's an acupuncturist practicing in Santa Fe, New Mexico. Another example of an acupuncture case report, also in Global Advances in Health and Medicine, was from 2016, and it was acupuncture for the management of post-dural puncture headaches, a case report. As I mentioned earlier, there's a new journal, Convergent Points, which is East-West case report journal specifically. It considers case reports on a wide variety of traditional East Asian medicine, therapeutic interventions. And so you can go to their website, www.convergentpoints.com, to find that out. And of course, there are many, many, many other journals that also accept acupuncture case reports as well. This journal, Convergent Points, is open access, and it's a peer-reviewed publication dedicated to describing practices and outcomes within acupuncture and traditional Asian medicine. Once again, I want to emphasize and close with the fact that we believe that case reports written following the care guidelines will contribute evidence to support scientific understanding through transparency and reproducibility. So the case reports that are published in Convergent Points provide transparency, and this will, we believe, facilitate reproducibility by defining exactly what circumstances patients seem to have gotten better. And hopefully we can expand from that individual case report in an individual patient to a broader population. We can also improve clinical expertise among the practitioners who treat patients and write case reports, as well as support education. I want to thank you for your attention.
I am Dr. Jack Jianhua Zheng from Australia, one of the hosts of today's forum. Thank you for the excellent presentations and ideas. Now, I will be very pleased and excited to introduce next speaker, Danny Lee. Danny Lee from Canada. He's the president of Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine Practitioners and Acupuncturists of Ontario. His topic today is instant action, dealing with the crisis of deregulation of traditional Chinese medicine in Ontario, Canada. Welcome, Danny Lee.
I'm very happy to be here. Also, thank you so much for inviting me to speak to the conference. The title of my presentation is Instant Action, Dealing with the Crisis of Deregulation of Traditional Chinese Medicine in Ontario, Canada. I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine in Canada, Ontario. I'm also the president of the Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine Practitioners and Acupuncturists in Ontario. Now, let me give you an introduction about what's going on. So it was very recently on the February 28th, our regulatory college called the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine Practitioners and Acupuncturists of Ontario sent out the notification for all the members about the close down of the college and the deregulation of the profession. So the email saying that this position was made by the government. So, and it was made actually in the Ontario government legislature regarding a Schedule 5, which is the Traditional Chinese Medicine Repealing Act under the Bill 88. Now, this is totally a very unexpected news, so that they cause a lot of frustration and very upsetting the profession, our member, the practitioners in the fields of traditional Chinese medicine in Ontario, Canada. Then the association joined together to form a coalition to take the immediate action to deal with this crisis. So may I give you some background knowledge about the regulation, the legislation of Chinese medicine, so that we can understand better how this happened and why this happened. So the first concept is about the regulation of the Regulated Health Profession Act in Ontario. So this is a law to govern the practice of all the healthcare profession. Right? Currently, there are 28 regulated health professions in Ontario. Under the professions are regulated under RHPA. So these professions include physician, surgeon, dentist, physiotherapists, chiropractors, and so on, and traditional Chinese medicine. Okay, so this is about the RHPA. Right? So all healthcare related, all the regulated health professions are under RHPA in Ontario. Now, some little background about the legislation of traditional Chinese medicine in Ontario. So it was in year 2006, the law was passed called the Traditional Chinese Medicine Act. So it gives out the formal definition of the profession and start to regulate it as the formal regulated health profession. So in this Traditional Chinese Medicine Act, it defined the scope of practice of TCM. In other words, the definition of TCM is the assessment of body system disorder through the TCM diagnostic technique and the treatment using traditional Chinese medicine therapies to promote, maintain, and restore health. So this is a definition of what is traditional Chinese medicine practice. Okay. And this TCM Act also authorized the college of using two control act. So-called control act are those practice that only those profession can use. So other people cannot do that. For example, doing a surgical operation is a control act for surgeon. Prescribing medication is a control act for physician, for internal medicine doctor. So now for acupuncturists and TCM practitioner, there are two control acts being authorized. One is performing acupuncture by puncturing through putting a needle through the skin and communicate with Chinese medicine diagnosis. So only the registered member of traditional Chinese medicine college can do that. And this TCM Act also define two or three, actually three protected titles. One title is Chinese medicine practitioner who can do acupuncture and herbal medicine treatment. And the other category is acupuncturists. Acupuncturists only do acupuncture. And there's one more title called the Doctor of TCM. So this is a higher category of the professional title. So now is being developed. Yeah? And after this, the Chinese medicine profession be regulated, and the licensing exam is required. So there is the national exam in Canada for traditional Chinese medicine licensing. And this licensing exam is in English only for Ontario, but there is a Chinese language exam, the Chinese the exam available in British Columbia, where Vancouver is. Okay. Now here comes some background knowledge about the repealing of traditional Chinese medicine act. There is a large background of the regulatory health framework, the regulatory framework modernization or reform. Right? So in Ontario, the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care used to be one ministry in the provincial government. And recently, this ministry was divided into two, okay? Into the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Long-Term Care. The Ministry of Health still covering the regulated health profession, while the Ministry of Long-Term Care start to regulate those health profession has not yet been regulated. Right? So under the Ministry of Long-Term Care, there is the new authority to cover the practice of those unregulated health profession. Okay. So far, there's only one profession was being put under this new authority in the Ministry of Long-Term Care called personal support worker. Okay. Now the idea of the government is to put traditional Chinese medicine into this category. Okay? So become an unregulated profession overseen by the new authority under the Ministry of Long-Term Care. Okay? And the reason of doing that is that because if you are separated from RHPA and you don't need to follow the requirement that in RHPA, which is the language requirement, right? Because there are quite many Chinese medicine practitioners speak Chinese and or Cantonese only. So the reason was given out by the government is to address the language barrier. Now, as the regulated health profession member, so that we don't want our profession being deregulated and being moved from RHPA to this new authority. So that is why we come together and we form the coalition. So I would like to share with you several instant action that we organize. The first action is the press conference so that we try to inform the media through the press conference about what's going on. And there are about 50 media attend our press conference. So then our panel speaker, including a politician, those MPP of the provincial government, and people from our profession, including the practitioner, representative of association, representative of teacher, student, and patient. Okay. And this press conference caused a lot of attention by the media. So there is on that day, so there were a lot of news was being published in different newspaper and media and TV and so on. So here is an example. The largest mainstream media called the Globe and Mail newspaper published the news about the Chinese medicine deregulation, and also published our open letter to the premier, which is give out the reason why we don't agree our profession is being deregulated. So to summarize the reason, so that the most important reason is that we feel that deregulation of traditional Chinese medicine will cause the harm for and the risk for the public safety. Okay, and the other important reason is that since there are 28 healthcare profession, regulated healthcare profession under RHPA, why now that only Chinese medicine is being removed from RHPA? So we feel that we are being abandoned by the government and being treated very unfairly. So then we move on to organize the protest in front of the Parliament building, and while the meeting of the MPP, basically they're debating inside the building about whether the Traditional Chinese Medicine Act should be repealed. Okay. So there are about 1,000 practitioners participate in this protest. We try to give out the voice that the government can hear, can consider seriously. Okay. Now, because the debate is going on, the meeting is going on in the parliament, so that the opposition party, the leader of the opposition party, decided to host a press conference inside the parliament. And this is the Stephen Duca. So then he was the leader of the Liberal Party, which is the opposition party. And the two representatives was invited to speak for representing the profession. So this is Dylan Carr. So he is the speakperson of the Coalition for Stop the Repeal of TCM Act, and myself as a representative of the practitioner and the association to speak. Okay. So the outcome was really positive. So during this press conference, we received the notice, we received the announcement from the Premier's office saying that the government will change mind. They will no longer move ahead the discussion on this issue. So basically they would delete or remove the Schedule 5 from the Bill 88. Now here I would like to share with you as a TV news on that day.
3 months before an election, the last thing any government wants to have to do is backtrack. But that's what's happened with the Doug Ford government. It's reversing a decision it made last week to deregulate traditional Chinese medicine, effectively giving the Liberals ammunition against them.
This is wrong. That Doug Ford and his Conservative government need to reverse this policy, and they need to do it urgently.
I'm so sad because our profession will be abandoned by the government.
Literally, as this Liberal news conference was underway, the Ford government put out a news release stating it was not going ahead with its controversial move to dissolve the regulatory body of traditional Chinese medicine, bringing one practitioner to tears of relief. The Liberals pivoted and attacked the Ford government for having to make a quick retreat.
How many times will Doug Ford and the Conservatives get a pass for screwing something up the first time and trying to fix it later?
Critics of the province's move say there was no need to change the regulatory body and no consultation. The government claims it was trying to make the system fair, as too many people couldn't practice traditional Chinese medicine because entry exams aren't available in Chinese languages.
Well, the very same people who brought traditional Chinese medicine to this province were being barred from entering into it.
The PCs now say exams will be offered in Chinese languages, though they won't say why they initially wanted to ask the entire regulatory body to do so. No government wants to give its opponents political ground 3 months before an election, so this would be particularly galling.
The Conservatives and Doug Ford got this wrong.
This also gave the Liberal leader, who's trying to rebuild the party from the ashes, a chance to remind voters it's not the first time the Ford government has had to backtrack.
It's not the way to run a lemonade stand, frankly. No, this is pure Keystone Cops.
The NDP and the Green Party leader also criticized the Ford government, and in just a few days, almost 40,000 people had signed a petition to also voice their displeasure. It appears to be a sloppy move, especially when voters cast their ballots this June.
So this is my presentation. I really appreciate this opportunity to share our experience, how to protect our profession. Okay, so I hope that we can keep in touch. I'm happy to answer any question so that we can share our experience each other. Okay, thank you.
Now, please welcome Yu Yang from China. Yu Yang is Associate Professor of Shanghai University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Supervisor. She also is Director of Huangdi Neijing Branch of World Federation of Chinese Medicine Societies. Her topic is Anti-Epidemic Efforts of Chinese Medicine, Past, Present, and Future. Yu Yang, please.
Dear Chairman, dear host, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Yang Yu from China. I'm very pleased and honored to give a speech in the 4th World Traditional Medicine Forum. Previously, I planned to give a speech on my recent research, the translation of Huangdi Neijing from a global view. I got some new findings. However, some of my personal experiences these days push me to change my topic. Now I would prefer to share with you something happening in my life now, right now. It's about my story, so it might not be so academic, but definitely it is fresh and will be more vivid. Epidemic has changed me a lot and motivated me to think more about the future of my life, the future of the world, and the future of traditional Chinese medicine. So my story starts from the city I'm living in. This is Shanghai, one of the biggest cities in China and also one of the largest metropolitans in the world. More than 25 million people reside in this city. It is always bustling and hustling, and everyone is busy here. But these days, it suddenly slowed down. You see, nobody is outside. Everybody stays at home to protect themselves from the virus. Epidemic has changed this city and every single person. 2 months ago, I was in the classroom to give my lectures to my students as a routine. Well, in these 2 months, I learned various kinds of techniques and successfully changed myself into a multifunctional volunteer who can do all kinds of jobs previously done by the doctors, nurses, accountancies, purchasing agents, salesmen, and even couriers. Ever since the quarantine, I took the responsibility to be in charge of the building with 72 families, around 160 residents. And moreover, I need to do more jobs like the nucleic acid test, antigen detection, and so on. I'm not the only person who takes these responsibilities. More than 200 volunteers are working together every day. There has been since been no scientists, no professors, no politicians, no such identities. There's only one name for all of us: volunteer. This is our routine. Everybody has some duty. Just like me, I am a PDA scanning staff. When we do nucleic acid test, I need to work as a PDA scanning staff. And this is my son, 13 years old. I'm proud of him. His duty is to deliver goods sent by the government when he has no online courses. And also this is my husband and my small family. And there are many, many volunteer families in my community. We work very hard without any payment, but we are very, very, happy we can do that. This is a very special period of time. So it is a first time for me to know that we can be so powerful, and that every volunteer, I think they may have the same feeling as I do. We are proud of ourselves. Omicron is very, very contagious. It has given a heavy bash to not only Shanghai, but also the world. Many of my friends in other cities or abroad are concerning about me in Shanghai. They ask me, do you have anything to eat? Are you starving? Well, every time when epidemic happens, there are always tons of rumors online. So yes, food is not so easy to purchase compared to the usual days. But fortunately, the government takes this into consideration. These are the food my family has received so far. Some of my friends who live in other communities told me that they got more, and someone even told me he got double. Well, good for him. I don't know why there's such a big difference, but I think it's quite enough for me. Although this good, I think these food are not enough to support 2 months' life, but they are very, very helpful. And during these 2 special months, there's another thing that is very special happened in my family. Just before the lockdown of the city, my father was diagnosed lung cancer. He received the operation immediately and then came back from the hospital to live with me because I need to take care of him. But he had to receive chemotherapy every month for 3 days. Now, on March 25th, that was the first day for him to begin his first session of the chemotherapy. Now you see that in the hospital, crowded. However, 2 days later, the last day for his first session in the hospital, there were almost nobody. I could never forget this day because March 27th was my birthday. And on that day, on that evening, Shanghai was officially locked down. At that moment, I start to concern about whether there's any possibilities that my father could continue to receive the following sessions of the chemotherapy. I really worried about that. But to my surprise, to everybody's surprise, now you see he has finished his 3rd session yesterday. That's unbelievable. How could we do that? This is the answer. These are the shuttle cars ordered by my community committee. As a matter of fact, I had never noticed this organization before the lockdown of the city. But now they are very, very important, extremely important. These cars picked us up early in the morning and sent us back home in the afternoon. And that is for free, too. The drivers are paid by the government. And I know from the drivers that in my neighborhood, there are totally 38 cars standing by, giving services to 54 communities every day. That's magic. Although the lockdown policy of the Shanghai city is very, very strict, but my father, along with most of the patients, still have chances to receive necessary treatment. But another magic I need to mention is that along with the chemotherapy, the doctors prescribed Chinese herbal medicines for my father. And because of that, he didn't feel any side effects from the chemotherapy. He's so happy and so relaxed. So that is exactly what pushed me to change my topic from a linguistic study to my thinking of the past, present, and future of traditional Chinese medicine. Chinese people started to fight epidemics at a very early stage. In the Shanhai Jing, or the Classic of Mountains and Seas, the cause of epidemic was recorded as a legendary monster. Among the inscriptions of bones or tortoise shells in the Song Dynasty, we may find out that our forebears tried to predict whether the contagious diseases will spread or not, and they even discussed something that is similar to the quarantine measures. That was 3,000 years ago. Huangdi Neijing, the fundamental classic of traditional Chinese medicine, discusses the details of how to deal with epidemics too. According to the research of a famous scholar, Lin Fushi, during the Middle Ancient times, China has had around 50 severe epidemics that killed millions of people each time. The most famous one happened, and it was at the end of the East Han Dynasty. And just because of the severe and long-lasting epidemic, an extremely important TCM doctor came on the stage. Zhang Zhongjing recorded in his famous classic On Cold Damage that his big family was almost devastated by the epidemic. 2/3 of his families died, so he had to fasten his study and record as many formulas as possible to deal with various kinds of patterns and symptoms. And that was almost the darkest period in the history of China. The population drastically decreased from 60 million to 16 million in a relatively short time. But fortunately, as Tao Hongjing said, Tao was one of the masters of Taoism in his time, a chemist and a doctor too. He lived in northern southern dynasties. He said that Zhang Zhongjing's On Cold Damage was the beginning of the classic that focused on formulas. And ever since this book coming into existence, there had never been severe epidemics that killed over 10 million people at a time. Epidemics are also a very strong force that can affect history. For example, the Battle of Redcliffe in the 208 CE. According to the legendary of Three Kingdoms, Cao Cao's failure was owed to Zhuge Liang's brilliance and military talents. However, the truth was that Cao Cao's army was attacked by a severe contagious disease, and he had to retreat army before the battle began. And the same thing happened in many other big historic events, like the course of Anshi Rebellion in the Tang Dynasty, that turned magnificent Tang Dynasty to collapse, and also, the turning point of the Song Dynasty and the turning point of the Ming Dynasty. Well, at the end of the Ming Dynasty, a severe epidemic pushed another famous doctor onto the stage. Wu Youke, we now can see that he was a pioneer of microbiology in ancient China, and he was a creator of the term epidemic in Chinese, 瘟疫. We still use this word today to refer to epidemic. In his classic On Epidemics, he put that the respiration allows something, he had no idea what it was, but he just named it morbid qi, yi qi, okay, come into our body and results in contagious diseases. And he created masks, and he asked doctors to wear masks. That's fantastic. He was almost the first in China noticed something unseen. as a cause of epidemics. And very likely he was the first person all over the world to notice that. And this is a decoction made by myself. It was based on the famous formula Dayuan decoction, Dayuan Yin, okay, Dayuan decoction worked out by Wilk 500 years ago. And I used this formula in 2020 when the first time we knew that there's a COVID-19. And after that, in 2022, I'm still using it. It has always been a protection of my family in the past 2 years. In the long history of China, epidemics happened frequently, but not anyone was as severe as the plague of Justinian or Byzantine Empire and the Black Death in Europe. Why? I think nobody can deny the contribution of traditional Chinese medicine because it has long been the only medical system in China for over 2,000 years. And it is safe to say that traditional Chinese medicine is the main reason that Chinese culture can be long lasted. But what is the reason of the epidemic and why does it have and when will it appear? I think these other questions may arouse the interest of anybody at any time and anywhere. One of the researchers that caught my eyes is that the temperature might be one of the most important reasons. Drastic climate changes may lead to severe epidemics. But I think that is exactly one of the major factors that traditional Chinese medicine mentioned and put emphasis on. Time, locale, climate, and constitutions of a single person are the 4 very, very important factors the Chinese TCM doctors take into consideration in the diagnosis. So, well, traditional Chinese medicine did quite a good job in the past, but how does it perform at present? How does it work to fight COVID-19? In 2020, Zhang Boli, one of the greatest masters of traditional Chinese medicine in China, made great success in treating COVID-19 in Wuhan. And he was honored as a hero of people by the government. In March 2022, Tong Xiaolin, an academician of China Academy of Chinese Medical Sciences, was considered as a hero who saved Hong Kong. Under his guidance, the time to cure the patients was largely reduced. The number of the infections are much lower than the predicted number, and the efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine is proved to be over 90%. These are the official data. And this is a very precious picture taken on April 30th, 2020. Nobody had ever seen this picture before. She's one of my best friends, a leader of TCM medical team who has worked in the Cabin Hospital right now in Shanghai to fight Omicron for over 50 days. She has worked for more than 50 days in the Cabin Hospital. And this Cabin Hospital was in the West Bund Gallery. It received totally 1,351 patients, including 45 children. The average duration that a patient's nucleic acid test turned to negative is 5 days. And all the patients here recovered and went back home. The fatality was 0. The doctors prepared for the patient's decoction and some other proprietary Chinese medicine, along with herbal sachet and herbal tea. And she told me that the patients said the fragrance of the herbal medicine soothed their nerves and calmed them down, which highly assisted the recovery. These are the key present moments we can see in China, and we can find more online. For example, from the homepage of the World Health Organization, in March, 2 very important paperwork files about TCM got online. TCM is officially proved to be effective in all the stages of the treatment of COVID-19. That's a very good turning point, I think. It is time for us to think carefully about the future of the traditional Chinese medicine. I'm going to refer to the data from another research I'm doing these days from the perspective of corpus linguistics. I sorted out keywords in the corpus, and I found that the frequency of the term TCM in the past 2 years is very close to that in the past 8 years before 2019, which means TCM is a very hot issue. In another corpus, the result shows that the integration of Chinese medicine with Western medicine also is a very hot issue. People start to reconsider the efficacy of the importance of the traditional Chinese medicine. And from the perspective of Chinese medicine, TCM, the issue of how to promote the combination of or the integration of the two different medical systems is gaining its popularization. I would like to quote that what Tong Xiaoling had said in Hong Kong. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes holism while Western medicine aims at a specific target, and we let them work together, and the efficacy of the treatment of epidemics has since been highly improved. Now we have been tangled with COVID-19 for almost 3 years, and this pandemic pushes every one of us to think a lot about how we can work out a more effective and efficient medical system to deal with it. Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, traditional medicine and conventional medicine, how we can exert integrative effects is very likely will be the focus of the medical research in the near future. Because what has happened in the past and what is happening now prove that human health needs traditional medicine. Thank you very much for listening.
Next speaker is Diogo Collado from Portugal. She's research Chinese medicine specialist, Tianjin University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, PhD candidate in Chinese internal medicine. His topic is evidence-based education as a tool for a standardization of TCM international education. Please welcome Diogo Collado.
Hello, everyone. I would like to start by thanking the World Traditional Medicine Forum, as well as its organizing committee for this kind of invitation. It's my honor to be at this event. My name is Diogo Collado, and I'm doing a PhD in Chinese internal medicine at Tianjin University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. And my topic will be evidence-based education as a tool for the standardization of TCM international education. I'm going to start by making a brief summary of my intervention. So first, I'm going to address the problem of the standardization of TCM international education. Then I'm going to frame education according to science and technology development. Then I'm going to talk about evidence-based education itself, its challenges and constraints when implementing TCM international education. And finally, I'm going to draw some conclusions. Now, when addressing the problem of the standardization of TCM international education, we should take into account the different background of TCM education in China and abroad. Now, in China, TCM education has been inside the science scope since at least 1956. Its clinical practice is performed inside the healthcare system, many times at the hospital setting, and TCM itself is within Chinese culture, where concepts like harmony or interdependence are native to the culture. When you look at TCM international education, namely in Western countries, we realize that it grew mostly outside the science scope, also known as non-formal education. Its clinical practice is generally performed outside the healthcare system, and TCM itself is outside Chinese culture. Now, these major differences can lead to a different set of problems in Western countries. For instance, the creation of an anti-science culture with lack of PhDs or specialists in the area, the lack of the use of a standardized bibliography, and of course, the lack of research. Another problem is the creation of a counter-medicine culture. And we can see this by the lack of guidelines for clinical practice, which in turn can lead to another problem, which is the safety in clinical practice and insufficient or poor communication with Western medicine professionals. The third problem is related to a different cultural identity. And here, this can lead to a superficial understanding or even misunderstanding of TCM. Because each country has its own culture, a different comprehension of TCM according to each culture. Now, I'm going to try to represent this idea by using two different images. So in this first image, this is a way we can look at the differences between TCM in the West and in China. And here in yellow, on our left, we can see Chinese medicine in Western countries, and in red, on our right, Chinese medicine in China. And in the middle, an area of intersection. Now, another way we can look at it, if we take into account the different backgrounds, it's like this. So here in red, we have Chinese civilization framing with TCM in the middle. And in yellow, we have Western civilization framing with different cultures looking at TCM in different ways or having different interpretations of TCM. Now, this can lead to, can influence TCM international education in several aspects. One of the aspects is its concepts. For instance, the concept of qi, many times translated as energy. I would ask if energy is an adequate translation. And for that, we can look at former translations. So, for instance, in 1915, by Leon Wigger, we find no reference to the word energy in his translation. And the same is true in 1823, in one of the first dictionaries of Chinese language by Robert Morrison. So when did it first appear, this association of energy to the concept of qi? According to Zemiansky, it was by Soulier de Maurin, which was the French consul of Shanghai. And he translated qi as energy, supposedly for lack of a better word. Now, we should also take into account that qi was a very important concept in Europe at the time because of Industrial Revolution. Another kind of influence on TCM international education is on the theories. For instance, the relevance of the five movements theory. And here, according to Tuya, the incorporation of this theory into TCM has limitations that cannot be ignored. One of them is the abandonment of anatomy. There is even a 5-element school of acupuncture, which was created in England, that remains highly controversial. Another example of the influence on the theories is in the way they are interpreted. And here we can look at the 6 channels or 6 layers theory by Zhang Zhongjin. And on our left, we have a scheme that represents this theory, where we can see the progression of the external pathogenic factor from the channel Taiyan until the channel Jueyin by this order. Now, on our right, we have another scheme that represents the qi circulation order in the organs, which is adapted to the anatomical location of the meridians. And this scheme in Portugal is also used to represent Zhang Zhongjin's theory. Now, the problem with this is that if you look at the order, when you translate to a scheme similar to the one on the left, the order of the meridians is not the same. And if the order of the meridians is not the same, then the theory itself is not the same. Another example of the influence on TCM international education is on the knowledge depth. Now, when you translate a certain concept or a certain theory from Chinese to another language, there are certain aspects that can get lost. For instance, here in dampness and its metabolism, aspects like nuances, variations, its pathophysiology, and its consequences can get lost in translation. Now, we can frame education according to scientific and technological development. We know that there are different phases for industrialization, and according to several authors, there are now 5 phases of industrial revolution. So when we frame education, we can realize that during the first phase, there was more available information. During the second phase, there was a higher speed of information and more competition. During the third phase, there was higher education levels and more autonomy, which led to more cross-information and interdependence during the fourth phase, and then the need for evidence-based decisions. Now, a curiosity of this is that if we look at the first 3 phases of Industrial Revolution, we realize that some aspects are more in accordance to Western culture, such as competition or autonomy. Now, whereas during the 4th and the 5th phases of Industrial Revolution, other aspects are more related to Chinese culture, such as cross-information or interdependence. Of course, this is only a curiosity, but could be related to the time when China started its own industrialization. Now, although China started later on, it doesn't mean that it's less developed, but quite the contrary. If you look at the different science indexes, we realize that China is now the leading country in science production. And of course, this influences its education and its medicine. And here we can look at an example by these 2 images. So here we can see the uses of technology for Chinese medicine, specifically for diagnostics. And the same is true for the modernization of Chinese herbal medicine by using systems biology or network pharmacology, and also by the use of big data and AI as tools for better clinical decision. Now, all these tools and technology are not being used in the West, or at least not in all countries. And this can influence, of course, not only the medicine that is practiced in these countries, but also its education. Now, what is evidence-based education? According to Hargreaves, it is the principle that education practices should be based on the best available scientific evidence rather than tradition, personal judgment, or other influences. There is, however, no consensus on the definition, but it exists on its need as well as on the general trend. And we can see this in several articles, like here, education should become more evidence-based. There is growing evidence of the influence of this line of thought, and a focus on rigorous experiments to evaluate it. There is even RCTs in order to do it. This is so important that UNESCO has established goals for 2030 for evidence-based education assessment. Now, when looking at evidence-based education in healthcare, there are certain aspects we should consider. First, that it is dynamic. Second, that it uses new tools and technologies. Third, that there is an absence of absolute truth. And fourth, there are different levels of evidence. When you consider evidence-based education in TCM, we can also add the study and interpretation of classic texts and other ancient texts, which should in turn respect the former aspects we just talked about. Now, there is some evidence that China seems to be following the evidence-based trend in education of TCM. And we can see this not only by the growth of science and technology, but also by its bibliography. And here we can see an example of this dictionary of terms. When you look at its authorship, we realize that there are 2 coordinating entities 12 universities, 15 working groups, 323 authors, and thousands of assistants involved. Now, this is also known as peer reviewing, which is fundamental for evidence-based education. Now, this model is being used not only in this dictionary, but also in other books, such as this Foundations book for integrated medicine, these two books, one for cardiology and another one for neurology, and standardized manuals for undergraduate education, not only in China, but also for international education. And here we can see a set of books by the World Federation of Chinese Medicine Societies. Now, how can we apply evidence-based education in TCM? Now, we can start by the use of standardized bibliography and education. And from here, we can establish clinical guidelines. From the clinical guidelines, we can perform quantitative assessment to evaluate the clinical results. From the quantitative assessment, we can perform research and development, have it published and peer-reviewed, and finally, we can finish this positive cycle that fits itself. And this has several consequences, such as the understanding of the physiological mechanisms through the research in animal models, the incorporation of new technologies and innovation, a better understanding of ancient texts, the integration of Chinese medicine with Western medicine, the more professional expertise with specialization, professional growth, the optimization of clinical results, and of course, more evidence. Now, when you look at evidence-based education in TCM in Europe, we should look, of course, to higher education. And Portugal was the first European country to acknowledge TCM profession, and which can only be practiced by practitioners with a bachelor's degree and a public registered professional license. In 2017, the first acupuncture bachelor degree in acupuncture was approved. It was by the A3ES, which is the accreditation agency in Portugal. I was the director of the course between March 2019 until September 2020, and I had to write a report about the course to be evaluated by A3ES. And in 2021, the course lost its accreditation, so it will have to be shut down. And the main reasons for non-accreditation, according to A3ES' own report, were that the teaching staff was not qualified or specialized, and the teaching staff was not enrolled in PhD programs or specialist titles, which would allow the teaching staff to become qualified. Now, there are other limitations when that constitute challenges and constraints to implement TCM evidence-based education in Western countries. And we can see, we can look at the bibliography, for instance. The use of non-standardized literature based on personal judgment without any peer review and not according to the best available evidence. The texts, such as PowerPoints and other teaching content, are sometimes translated multiple times, which brings more inaccuracy and different interpretations. The second aspect is the teaching staff. So we already know that there is a lack of specialists or PhDs in different areas, such as diagnostics, fundamentals, acupuncture, herbs, formulas, internal medicine, gynecology, etc. Even if they do have a PhD, they do not have it in TCM. So the TCM knowledge comes from a non-formal education based on notebooks or non-standardized bibliography. The teaching content sometimes comes from a pre-higher education period in China or based on personal judgment or interpretation. The teachers sometimes have an academic background that is not related to healthcare, such as economics or engineering. There is, of course, lack of research and lack of Chinese cultural understanding. Some of the teachers have never been to China. And there is a third aspect that is the internships. So even if everything is all right, such as the bibliography and the teachers, the students still have to perform an internship. And if we look at it, some clinics do not meet health regulatory authority requirements. The clinical advisors sometimes do not have essential healthcare or basic health safety knowledge. There is, of course, a lack of guidelines for clinical practice, lack of focus on clinical outcomes. Many times they do not use quantitative assessment, and there is some influence of new age culture. And of course, insufficient or poor communication with Western medicine professionals. I must say that this data was presented and peer-reviewed in Portugal at the first International Congress of Acupuncture at the Higher School of Health of the Portuguese Red Cross in November 2021. Finally, I'm going to draw some conclusions. So, different backgrounds between China and Western countries may influence TCM international education. The problems behind standardization of TCM international education must be acknowledged. Evidence-based education is a trend, being in accordance to current scientific and technological development. TCM education in China seems to be following the evidence-based education trend. There is a lack of know-how in Western countries. Evidence-based education might be a solution for the standardization of TCM international education. However, challenges and constraints in implementing evidence-based education should be overcome. So with these conclusions, I would like to take this topic for discussion, not only in this forum, but for future events. Before finishing, I would like to make some acknowledgements to the institutions that allowed this research to be made, to my university, my supervisor, the other members of this research, of the research group in Portugal, and the other contributions that that gave some feedback. So I will finish my intervention welcoming you all to Tianjin. This is a picture of my university, Tianjin University of TCM. So I would like to thank you for your attention.
Now please welcome Yingying Yang from China. Yingying Yang is a PhD candidate from Department of Diagnostics in Chinese Medicine, School of Chinese Medicine at Beijing University of Chinese Medicine. Her topic is dynamic pain-related changes in pulse graph management in patients with primary dysmenorrhea and after electroacupuncture intervention and its correlation with TCM pattern. Yingying Yang, please.
Hello everyone, I come from China. My Chinese name is Yang Yingying. I'm PhD candidate from the Beijing University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. It's my great honor to have this chance to communicate with you. My speak topic is dynamic pain-related changes in pulse graph measurements in patients with primary dysmenorrhea before and after electroacupuncture intervention and its correlation with TCM pattern. My presentation is divided into the following three parts: research background, research methods and results, and conclusion. Now I'm going to start by the first part, research background. Traditional Chinese medicine believes pulse diagnosis is a unique diagnostic method used in traditional Chinese medicine. In pulse diagnosis, pulse manifestation is obtained, which refers to the perception of pulse felt by the index finger, middle finger, and ring finger along the radial artery of the patient. According to the TCM theory, the variations of pulses appreciated by the practitioner reflect the conditions of qi and blood and the overall functions of some organs in our body. We all know Pain is a common clinical symptom that can have various underlying causes. That is, dysfunction in some organ, qi or blood that can diagnose through pulse palpation. Primary dysmenorrhea is defined as lower abdominal cramp associated with menstruation without pelvic pathology. And recent studies have shown that electroacupuncture can relieve pain without causing apparent adverse effects. According to TCM theory, different underlying causes can manifest as the same symptoms, and women suffering from PD can be classified into cold coagulation and blood stasis pattern, and that is CCBSP, and qi stagnation and blood stasis pattern, that is QSBSP, and based on TCM diagnosis. And both patterns manifestation as blood stasis, except root cause can be caused by intercold coagulation or qi stagnation. Now, in recent years, given the subjective as post-manifestation occurred by individual practitioners based on their experiments, and their great interest on the development of pulse analyzer to detect pulse manifestation objectively. At present, the most commonly used equipment consists of applying pressure sensors and radio arteries to detect pulse information that simulating traditional pulse diagnosis, but objectively. It has been used successfully to replace the traditional pulse diagnosis occurred by individual practitioners. The ancient TCM textbooks describe pain-related pulses can be very tight, throbbing, or regular intermittent. Thus, we pose the following three questions. First, do these above-mentioned pulses correlate to specific disease or symptoms? And then, whether there are differences in pulses during pain and after pain relief. And then, whether there is a correlation between the classical description of patterns, that is, the underlying causes of pathogens, through traditional pulses diagnosis, and the changes in characteristics of pulses as recorded by pulse analyzer. In addition, there is a paucity of insufficient related research. So we pose the following hypothesis, that is, compared with the healthy control group, the pulse graph measurements of PD patients can be changed when the pain doesn't attack and when the pain attacks, and these changes can be related to different symptom types. Based on the above hypothesis, our research ideas are as follows. First, we selected the PD participants consisted of CCBSP and QSBSP as experiment model, and healthy females without PD as control, to compare and analyze their pulse graph before menstruation, at maximal menstruation, and after pain relief. And we also explored the possible correlation between the characteristics of pulse graph and the traditional pulse diagnosed pattern. This graph shows you the technical route. We recruited the PD participant and healthy control participant, and we divided the PD group into CCBSP and QSBSP. And then we set 4 time points, and we observe the VASPIN scores and post-graph parameters. The second part is research methods and results. And first, the subject. The female college students were recruited from Beijing University of Chinese Medicine. Selection criteria for PD participants. The diagnostic was made according to primary dysmenorrhea clinical guidelines. Accordingly, the pattern differentiation was made according to the Society of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Pharmacy, such as the CCBSP consists of abdominal cramp alleviated by warm compress before or during menstruation, dark menstrual blood with clots, and so on. And QSBSP consists of bloating, abdominal cramp, worsened by pressure, and so on. And these are our selection criteria for PD participations, and the inclusion criteria and the exclusion criteria. And the selection criteria for healthy control population. These participants' conditions match those of PD participants except with any PD symptoms. And our sample size was calculated based on our previous study. We calculated that 54 cases at least would be needed for each pattern and the healthy control group. This is our electroacupuncture analgesia. We choose San-Yin-Jiao as the main point, and then Guanyuan added for CCBSP and Taichung added for QSBSP. The total duration of intervention was 30 minutes. We set 4 observation times for each group. For the first time point, that is 7 to 10 days before menstruation for PD participants, 7 to 10 days before menstruation for healthy control population. The second time point is that maximal pain during menstruation for PD group, and the first or second day during menstruation for healthy control group. The third time point is immediately after EA for PD group, and 30 minutes after the last time point for healthy control group. And the last time point is 30 minutes after EA for PD group and 30 minutes after last minute for healthy control group. We assess the VAS of PD, the post-graph measurements of PD and healthy control group at the above 4 observation time points. We assess the pain of PD use a 10 centimeter visual analogy scale. The primary dysmenorrhea participants marked a point on VAS based on their pain intensity. we use a pulse analyzer to assess the pulse graph measurements. The barioreceptors of the pulse analyzer acquire pulse signals to pulse graph using the computer program. Then, with the time domain technique, the data recorded in the pulse graph were analyzed. The data collected consists of such as H1 to H5, T1 to T5, W1, heart rate, and some visual parameters. And such as H1 means amplitude of the peak of the sine wave. It mainly reflects the left ventricular ejection functions and arterial elasticity. And the H3 mainly reflects periphery resistance, and H5 mainly reflects the artery elasticity and the function of the arterial wave. The T1 corresponds to the rapid ejection phase of the last ventricle, and the T4 corresponds to the left ventricular systole, and the T5 corresponds to the left ventricular diastole. And the W1 mainly reflects the duration sustained by the highest level of intra-arterial pressure. When operating the pulse analyzer, we need to pay attention to the following terms. And first, we need to look for a quiet room and relax when collecting. We choose one section in the left truncle for pulse diagnosis. Then a sensor was fixed at the one section, and then the pulse analyzer collects the pulse graph. We used a repeated measure analysis of variance to analyze our data. And now let's look at our results. First, the study population. For the study population, we recruited 91 PD group, and we recruited 56 healthy control population. For the pain situation, look at this graph. There is the severity of pain experienced by PD participants, and the VAS scales at T1 to T3 were all significantly increased compared with that at the first time point. And then the scales at T2 and T3 were significantly decreased compared with that at the first time point, but no statistical significance. Now let's look at these two graphs. We can find, although CCBSP participants had slightly higher pain scores than those of QSBSP group at T1 to T3, but no statistical significance. Now let's look at the changes in pulse graph measurements. Look at this graph. For PD participants at T1, H2, H3, and H4 were all significantly increased at T1 as compared with the first time points. At T2, T3, we can find the H1 to H4 were all significantly increased compared with those at the first time points. And look at this graph, we can also find the WE2T was significantly increased compared with that at the first time point. At T2, the T and T5 were significantly increased, and W1 to T, T1 and T1 to T were significantly decreased compared with those at T1 time points. And let's look at T3 time points. The W1 to T, T1 and T1 to T were significantly increased, and T and T5 were significantly decreased compared with those at T2 time point. And from this graph, we can find the heart rate was decreased at T1 and decreased at T2, but increased at T3. Now let's look at the comparison between PD group and healthy control group. Look at this graph. At the first time point, we can find the H1 of PD groups was significantly lower than those of the healthy control group. And at T1 time point, W1 to T was significantly higher than that of the healthy control group. And then let's look at the T2 time points. We can find the T was significantly higher than that of the healthy control group. And then let's look at the T3 time points. T1 and T1 to T were significantly higher than that of the healthy control group. Now let's look at the changes in post-graph measurement before two patterns. Look at these two graphs. At the first time point, the T4 to T5 of CCBSP was significantly higher than that of the QSBSP. And then look at the T1 time points. We can find the T1 of CCBSP was significantly higher than that of the QSBSP. Now the third part is conclusion. We all know the etiology of PD is not precisely known. But our study demonstrates that electroacupuncture could reduce the pain experienced by all PD participants. And in addition, we found the changes in the pulse graph as detected by the pulse analyzer. Now let's look at the pain situation. From this table, we can see there's no pain at the first time point, and the pain increased at the second time point, and then pain decreased at the following time point. So we can summarize, there were some changing trends between CCBRT and QSBRT in the whole process. Now let's look at the changes in post-graph measurements. Look at this table. At the first time point, we know The H1 of PD participants was significantly lower than that of the healthy control population. We think the possible reason is that the pulse intensity of PD participants is low, flat, and weak, and its correspondence to the traditional Chinese medicine diagnosis of deficient pulse. And as a second time point, the trend of the changes tell us this phenomenon is consistent with the very pulse in traditional Chinese medicine associated with the pain. And we also found the results of this study are consistent with the results of previous studies. At the last 10 points, we can see there are some changes, and the possible reasons we think is that this phenomenon is consistent with loose pulse in traditional Chinese medicine, and we can summary. There are almost opposite pulses in terms of vascular tension. That is the very pulse and the loose pulse. Traditional Chinese medicine believes the very pulse is tense, while the loose pulse is sluggish and soft and relatively slow. So we can conclude the loose pulse is more common when the pain is relieved. And there are the changes in pulse graph measurements of two patterns. At the first 10 points, there are some changes. The possible reason we think is that the symptoms are the manifestation of impeded flow of Qi and blood of CCBSP. And at the second 10 points, the possible reason of these changes is the severity of pain experienced by CCBSP participants is slightly higher than that of the QSBSP participants during menstruation. Now let's make a summary. The pain could be caused by a decrease in the artery elasticity and an increase in the peripheral resistance and a longer duration of highest level of intra-artery pressure. It's possible correspondence to the very pulse. The very pulse is tense. And we know the pain relief could increase the left ventricular ejection function, the left ventricular diastole and cardiac cycle, and so on. And these changes possibly corresponds to the loose pulse. And the very pulse and loose pulse is opposite pulses. In conclusion, we can know EA intervention could significantly relieve the pain in PD participants, and the PD can be captured by objective pulse and analyzer. And there are differences in pulse graph before and after dysmenorrhea, before the PD participants and healthy population. And we also demonstrate that there are differences between two patterns of PD based on TCM diagnostics and their pulses. Differences were also captured by pulse analyzer. Okay, my report is over. That's all. Thanks.
Next speaker is Claudia Skovich from USA. She's a board member of Society for Acupuncture Research and Accreditation Commission for Acupuncture and Herbal Medicine. His topic is from bench to bedside and back again, fostering communication between acupuncture research and practice.
Hello, I'm Claudia Sitkovits, and I'm very happy to be here and very grateful to the organizers of the forum for creating this opportunity for all of us to be in communication with each other. I'm really happy to have an opportunity to talk about this topic that's dear to my heart, improving the lines of communication between research and acupuncture. The phrase from bench to bedside is used in research circles when we're talking about translational research, where discoveries from basic science get translated into clinical care. And in a lot of ways, you would think that acupuncture had a head start because it's an existing traditional practice that's been done, but actually it almost seems as though we're behind sometimes for various reasons. But anyway, without further ado, I'll say just a couple of words about myself in relation to the topic. My early acupuncture studies were very traditional. I started doing Tui Na with Tom Bisio, a well-known internal martial artist. And then I went and studied a little bit of Chinese language in Beijing. And then it was a real kind of left-hand turn for me to get involved in integrative care. I was invited to become the preceptor and then the director of an inpatient acupuncture program. It was very unique at the time, a little less unique, but we trained an awful lot of students and practitioners to become capably functional in the hospital. We're very proud of that over the years. The program ended with the pandemic, but during that time, we did some really good research. First US study of acupuncture during labor and delivery, first US study of stroke, acupuncture for stroke. And then I did a lot of work in my PhD on manuals, making manuals. So I was a consultant on the ADOPT trial that looked at acupuncture to decrease disparities in pain management. My book came out in 2019 about acupressure and acupuncture during birth. It's, I think, useful for acupuncturists and also patients and doulas and midwives and such. Now I'm in Massachusetts. I teach, I write. I'm on the board that accredits the acupuncture colleges. And I'm also on the board of the Society for Acupuncture Research, which I'll mention again. My research at this point is really involved in regarding practitioners as stakeholders in the research process, as important informants about what happens in an acupuncture session. And also I've been fostering a bunch of sort of case-based research, stuff like that. For the Society for Acupuncture Research, I'm helping to put on a webinar series and a conference that have more material for practitioners than we have in the past. I think regarding practitioners as stakeholders is something that Society for Acupuncture Research is very interested in at this point. So the topic of bad communication between research and clinical practice is an ancient topic, literally since I've been involved in doing research way back in the early 2000s, it's been an important topic, right? There's the problem of placebo control, you know, the fake needles themselves constitute a meaningful clinical intervention. So it's bogus to compare acupuncture to sham acupuncture. The heterogeneity paradox, right? If I recruit patients with all with the same biomedical disease, whether it's back pain or depression or hemophilia or anything else, I promise you there will be a whole bunch of different TCM patterns in there, and therefore no one point prescription will be correct for all of them. And then sort of a bigger topic we call squishing the butterfly, right? That if you have what you call robust internal validity, right? If you can be sure that there are no confounding factors and that it's only the acupuncture, no acupuncture cofactors such as a kindly acupuncture practitioner, well, that's fine for a research design, and you can say that's better internal validity. But of course, you've ruined the idea of external validity, which is figuring out whether acupuncture is going to be helpful in the real world. Because if all you had were surly acupuncture practitioners and a good practitioner was just as good as a bad practitioner, that wouldn't in any way reflect real life. So internal versus external validity, observational versus experimental methods, effectiveness versus efficacy research. These are all spectra where the design can favor internal validity. Efficacy research means, is it just the active ingredient of acupuncture that works? Effectiveness research means, if we do this to everybody, do they get better? Pragmatic versus explanatory study designs, right? A pragmatic design is, again, to solve the public health problem. Should we use acupuncture for people who have back pain, right? Explanatory would be, well, is it just the needles that help the back pain? Or is it the practitioner's touch? Or is it the placebo effect? You know, like that. Quantitative versus qualitative methods, all of these different ways. So many of us have been arguing that you need a balance, you need some of each from each side of the spectrum, but inevitably funding institutions and biomedical providers and even the so-called quackbusters want us to shift the dials all the way in the internal validity direction, which of course makes it look as though acupuncture doesn't work. Now, what we want to do is find a balance both ways. So why am I raising this boring, dead, sort of, you know, had it old topic again? Full disclosure, not because there's an easy answer right at the moment that I'm going to tell you and then you're going to be done, but because I do think that a number of current trends make me think we could get to a different answer this time. That sometimes, you know, you ask and ask and ask the question, can we get a person into space? Can we? Well, you start with a monkey and then you get a, you know, whatever. You start with a dog and then you get a monkey and then eventually you have people walking on the moon, right? You can actually, through perseverance, get to a different answer. And that is what I'm hoping for. So what are these trends that make me think things might change? Well, first of all, there's just an increasing critical mass of what you might call TCM associated methods and insights happening in biomedicine. So TENS comes from acupuncture electrostimulation. So do, when I worked in stroke rehab, inpatient, there would be all kinds of machines that would be stimulating the muscle, letting go, stimulating and letting go, stimulating and letting go. And those are all actually, to my best of my understanding, derived from, you know, sort of the Japanese kinds of methods that came out after World War II. We have dry needling, of course. We have the Graston technique, which is another version of gua sha, really. We have the scientific understanding that chronic pain is in the brain. Those understandings emerged from the research of Vitaly Napido, Richard Harris. I'm sorry, I had intended to cite a paper by Hugh McPherson, saying essentially, I think the title is Unanticipated Insights, based on acupuncture research. There are also, holism is a very popular buzzword now in biomedicine. Personalized medicine is already a little bit of an antique term. Now we talk about P4 medicine. I think that might be personalized, preventive. Oh shoot, of course, I knew this was going to happen. I have them written down on the bottom of this slide, but my slide doesn't show. It's easily Googled, personalized, preventive. Yeah, doesn't matter. Holistic medicalization, that's actually a terrific paper that I've cited there. Obviously, the references are all available at the end. And about how you can sort of medicalize your way into all of life. Holism is a slippery slope. But that's exactly the way that Chinese medicine and philosophy work, right? The idea of whole person health and whole health, they're very starting to be well established in biomedical care. And that's important for us to know. Another trend, this systems medicine, Rosa Schneier and I are working on that. This is a terrific, I'll let you read the quotation yourself, but it's a terrific paper, again, that is cited in the references, where the same systems medicine is the application of systems science to human health, and systems science looks at networks of dynamically interacting units. It's just what East Asian medicine does. So I encourage you to take a look at this literature if you haven't already. Another trend, biomedicine faces challenges for which actually we're quite well suited to help with, right? Long COVID is very much the kind of chronic inflammation mediated disorder that we treat well. Fibromyalgia, also Gulf War illness. Lisa Conboy is a formidable researcher, and she's proven that basically acupuncture is the only therapy that makes a difference for patients who are suffering from the constellation of kind of chronic fatigue type symptoms that people have who have fought in the Gulf War. Inflammatory pathways, right? For long COVID people, we do this well. Also, the other epidemic, right? Addiction and diseases of despair, physical and emotional pain. So there's a really good paper that talks about how they did acupuncture for a bunch of people who were in the Vermont Medicaid chronic pain population. And boy, oh boy, it's, if we were just doing nada circles on a volunteer basis, I know a bunch of us did them kind of after Sandy, after 9/11, it could make a difference. And I think this might be the time for us to leap into gear. I really do. Basic research increasingly finds, let's see if I can move my window here, multiple effects and pathways of acupuncture effectiveness. So acupuncture's effects on inflammation have lots of pathways. Brain-to-brain concordance is another exciting new one, probably based on mirror neurons. Acupuncture's action on fibromyalgia. There's all this important new information coming about the huge number of different, completely substantiable things that acupuncture does. You can't say, oh, it's just a placebo effect anymore, because there are too many. This is the bench side of things. The bench side of the seesaw is just getting heavier and heavier, and it's time for the bedside side of the seesaw to get heavier, if that makes sense. So these are all reasons I've listed why biomedicine might be likely to pay more attention to acupuncture research now. But are acupuncturists paying attention to acupuncture research? Well, right now, the research says we are not. I have reason to think, and I'll say why. Is that no changing to a yes? Is our field ready to, as a group, start investing more in flying under the flag of, let's call it, evidence-informed practice, right? Evidence-based practice sounds a little slavish, but if you're watching this talk, you're probably interested in evidence-informed practice. Otherwise, you would have skipped it and used the time to go sort your socks or something. More and more acupuncturists are getting the Doctor of Acupuncture degree, more are research literate, and there is more use of acupuncture in assisted reproductive technologies, which is very, evidence-based. Cancer centers, integrative pain centers. I think just more practitioners' bread is buttered on that side. So in an upcoming paper, Sandro Grassa and I are looking at the developments, several developments in and outside the acupuncture field that favor what we call bidirectional communication between research, acupuncture research, and acupuncture practice. So we look at factors that favor what you might call downloading research results for evidence-informed practice. And we look at developments that favor what you might call uploading practice-informed research, right? So that is something that obviously I tried to do at the hospital. It's a passion for me. Case studies, case series, observational research, those are all forms of uploading what happens into the clinic into the sky so that it can rain down again as evidence-informed practice, right? It can inform more research. So if we read it into the record that acupuncture is really good for stroke, then there will be more studies of acupuncture for stroke, which can help more evidence-informed practice. So I think the connection to what we do in Chinese medicine is obvious. Right now, there's a little bit of a glomus in the middle burner, right? We're not fully uploading properly, we're not fully downloading properly, but hopefully we can have a nice communication if we all pay attention to it. In this paper that Sandro and I wrote, we also look at a paper from the discipline of what's called contemplative neuroscience. Contemplative neuroscience is another kind of ancient art that's currently interfacing with biomedicine. I'd like to point out how many times this paper has been cited since 2015 when it was written. So this paper proposes an integrative framework or a taxonomy of meditation categories, kinds of meditation. And some of those categories have since been validated in clinical research. So it's a similar challenge in our field. And I think that noting how many people have used this idea for creating clinical research, we should think about making a protocol for a bilateral conversation, right? What are the types of things that acupuncture does and which of them differentially are good for which biomedical symptoms, biomedically defined disorders, right? It should not be too hard to crosswalk from acupuncture functions to biomedical functions. I'll be shocked if there's not terrific research doing it in China already that I just haven't read yet. So on to a thought for the future, which is, what if we had a two-factor rating system, right? I think probably most of us know about the Haddad score, which grades, you know, the risk of bias for a biomedical research. It's by no means the only way of rating a biomedical research study, but it's one of them. And then what if we had on the y-axis the Nickman scale, which we talk about in the paper that I referenced, or it's easily looked up, it's in the references. Stricta, probably a lot of you are familiar with, or other scales of TCM quality. So that's what I'd like to leave you with, the idea that we could crosswalk both looking at the quality of a study from a Western point of view and also from a TCM point of view, and have a combined scale for what you might call bilateral validity. So here are a million references. Thank you for your time. If you can't read the references, if you can't access any of them, just send me an email. All righty, take care.
Now we warmly welcome our next speaker, Mei Xing from United Kingdom. Mei Xing is the president of Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Acupuncture, UK. Her topic is exploring TCM treatment principles for infertility. Mei Xing, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mei Xing. I'm talking about TCM treatment principles for infertility. As a TCM practitioner, we all treated infertility patients successfully using Chinese medicine and herbal medicine and acupuncture. So I'm here just to summarizing the treatment principles based on my 20 years experience within 20 minutes today. First of all, let's look at the background. From Western medicine theory, the causes of the infertility is just mostly ovulatory disorders. It counts for 25% of couple. Of course, tubal, fallopian tube damage, 20%. Male infertility count for 30%, and others 10%. There are 25% unexplained, and also 40% could be both from both sides, women and male. The most risk factors for infertility, including smoking, obesity, occupational risk, excessive alcohol consumption, drug use, and female infertility declines with age. So age plays very important role, particularly in the modern world. People establish their career late and family late, then try for baby late, then end up too late. So Western medicine treatment for infertility, apart from surgery, usually they can use Clomid to induce ovulation. Then the best effect is through IVF, also IUI or ICSI. However, IVF successful rate between 2014 to 2016 in the UK, the most successful rate is 29% for women under 35 years old. So if it's over 40, it's less than 10% successful rate. Now it's 6 years later, maybe 10% increase. So let's look at the Chinese medicine aspect. Why Chinese medicine working even possibly better than IVF in terms of the rate. However, we need to do more research to prove that. For every clinic, I believe you feel like your patient is more than 30% successful. So by looking at the treatment in TCM for infertility, we need to see what's the women's characteristics. First of all, in order to become fertile, we need the normal and regular menstruation. So what affects the good menstruation, we will discuss from 3 parts. One is body substances, another is organ, 脏腑, and 经络 meridians. So body substances, the first one is 天癸, or we call reproductive gene from kidney. This 天癸arrive at the age of 14, then enable women to have menstruation, then fertile. So 天癸is part of essence stored in the kidney and used up by menstrual cycle, pregnancy, and life. So by 49, the 天癸dried up 7 times 7. That is from Su Wen chapter, 上古天真嫩. So there's no longer fertile. The second is yin. Yin is actually determining the follicle growth and maturation, and some aspect of pituitary functions and secretion in fallopian tubes, determining the quality and quantity of fertile mucus. So it's very important. It's almost equivalent to estrogen. Then the blood, obviously blood is very important. Fill the 冲脉, sicken the endometrium and nourishing the embryo. Qi ensure the movement of the blood and also the egg and embryo movement in the fallopian tubes. So it's very important. Yang, very, very important, especially in the West, particularly in Europe, including UK, because a lot of patients, because of the yang deficiency, lack of sun and lack of warmth, too much cold and damp. So yang is important, warming the uterus and disperse obstruction in the tubes at ovulation and acting as like progesterone. So that's what the substances. Next one, we're looking at the channels, or the organs, sorry, the 脏腑. So the first 脏 is 胞宫. Of course, this 胞宫very closely related to the heart and kidney. This is the key principle in terms of treatment. Heart anchor the 肾, kidney store the essence. 肾 disturbance can affect the fertility. Kidney deficient, lack of essence, that's also important role for infertility. So other organs, kidneys, liver, spleen, heart, and lung, all play very important role. That's why when we treat patients, we're not only looking at the eggs quality, that's only probably kidney. We have to looking at other part. Spleen is the kind of like a very, very important, we call it post-heaven essence production from spleen. If the kidney deficient, if people's egg quality is not good, quantity is lacking, we can't really just purely by improving the gene, we need to reinforce the spleen, enable the post-heaven gene, enrich the pre-heaven gene, which is kidney gene. So that's important. And anchor the 肾, calm and release the stress. We need to working on the liver, soothing the liver, allow the energy-free flow. So that's the assurance for infertility. That's also different from Western medicine, only working on one target. We work holistically. So that's the key. So another thing is channels involving 冲、润、带、堵. 冲 is the C of the blood, 润 is the C of the yin, 堵 is yang of the C of the yang, diet is holding and guiding in terms of ensure the fluence. Okay, so this is the final summary chart that women's physiological change involving 5 zang and 4 channels and different body substances, including blood, essence, qi, 血, yin and yang. So ensure the menstruation and the pregnancy. So this chart just look like the Western medicine hypothalamus axis from the brain, which is the heart, possibly the heart, shen, then to the uterus to the ovary. So that's in charge by Chong and Ren, then kidney. So that's very good chart to indicating how we treat the patient, why we make it success. So in terms of holistic treatment, my finding from other people's experience and experts formulas and treatment, then I think spleen is very important. And of course, because it's supposed to have a gene, 中子篇 in 父亲组女科 book, there are 10 formulas, and most commonly used 8 herbs are 白术、人参、八支天、当归、茯苓、熟地、白芍、肉桂。白术 take 90% of in the formulas, 人参 70%. So post-heaven gene is so important, because if the egg quality or egg reserve is lacking or shortage, how we improve it? You still tonify the kidney is not always achievable. So we need to enrich the post-heaven. So that's why spleen very important. So parallel between TCM Western parameters, gene almost like the gametes. The kidney yin and yang influence of the sex hormones. Yin a bit like estrogen, yang is a bit like progesterone. The heart influence of hypothalamus and the pituitary glands, the heart, the mind, the brain, and the uterus covering ovaries, tubes, endometrium, and the cervix. So this is the Chinese medicine parallel with the Western hormones and organs. So almost you can working on this part. So Western medicine probably only working on the kidney part, but we need to work on the shen, heart as well. Of course, kidney and heart have the most relationship with the uterus. The heart through the Bao Mai, kidney through Bao Luo, connecting to the uterus. Then the heart is the shen, emotion involved. Then kidney is the essence involved. Then kidney, in order to enrich the kidney, we need to tonify the spleen, because kidney essence is not easy to recover. But spleen will bring from the nutrition, from the good absorption of the nutrition, then can help to support the kidney essence. Then in order to calm the shen, we have to work on the liver, because liver in charge of the emotion. If liver is the mother in terms of 5 elements of the heart. If the liver good, soothing flow, then we'll stabilize the emotion. So this is the example for PCOS. So it's more like a damp phlegm PCOS. Where the damp phlegm come from? Damp phlegm, kidney yang deficiency, spleen deficiency. Then, of course, the stress with this all conditions, then we'll have liver stagnation and blood stasis. So this is PCOS involved, not just simply working on the weight loss. We need to tonify the yang, kidney yang, and tonify spleen in order to transform and transport the water, damp, And also we need to soothing the liver to stop the stagnation. So these working all together to achieve the fertility. So overall, regular period is assurance of conceiving. That's my summary. And understanding menstruation cycle will help understand the hormone balance as well as yin-yang balance. The emphasize the role of kidney and spleen for essence. Don't forget spleen. We always just tonify the kidney. Liver and heart play very important role for qi and blood stagnation. All the way we need to looking after emotional life. Of course, don't forget lung governing, regulating the qi, which can be blocked by grief. Okay, of course, finally, we need to treat the patient holistically and individually based on our TCM differential diagnosis. Then, of course, TCM also emphasizes, I just quickly go through the 4 phases of menstruation. This is another principle we need to working on in order to understand how to treat for infertility, regulating the menstruation. If you look at this chart, that makes sense. So from day 1 to day 7, during period of time, we need to, this is the, we basically lose the blood. We need to clean and soothing the uterus, clean, regulating, and also move the blood out, make sure, prepare for next one. Then between day 7 to day 14, we need to ensure the blood and the yin are full to the peak in order to ovulate. However, during ovulation, between day 12 to day 19, in this period of time, we need to regulate as well, ensure the eggs and fallopian tubes are very easy to, very clear, there's no stagnation there, and also 安神, soothing the liver and calm the shen. So we use very important like 柴胡疏肝散, 逍遥散, and plus enrichment of the yin and blood. So by the time from the like 20, after 20, day 20, we need to tonify the yang, yin and yang, both yin and yang, but yang predominate. That's just like a progesterone. You need the warm, and also stabilizing the circulation. So this period we need to warm, make sure if there is a baby embryo, they can implant, not losing it. They will like the environment. So really much, very important to move to tonify the yang. So these are like the 4 phases. Each phase have the different principles, each phase. So second one, the treatment principle, nourishing essence. And third one, we need to regulating, open, soothing the qi and blood. Okay. And the last one, we need to tonify both yin and yang, but promote yang as predominant, and nourish blood, tonify qi. So for example, 瘦胎丸, 四君子, or 八珍汤, I like to use 八珍汤. Of course, acupuncture, moxibustion will be used, tonify the kidney. Don't forget spleen in order to enrich the kidney. So finally, our treatment principle for infertility will follow the menstrual cycle, yin-yang cycle, and remember the holistic nature of human being with individual diagnosis. And treatment follow the 4 phases would give more chance for conceiving, and kidney and heart are essential for conceiving. Spleen as a source, spleen of pre and post-heaven gene are most important zone for treating infertility. Liver dysfunction from emotional disorder play very crucial role for qi and blood stagnation. Unblock 冲任毒带 to allow qi and blood filled up into 包宫 to achieve conceiving. Finally, combination of acupuncture, herbal medicine, moxibustion, more promising to help infertility patients. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Lijun Wang from China. She's Associate Professor, PhD of TCM Medicine, Acupuncture, Shanghai University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Her brain topic is effectiveness 10.6 on CO2 laser acupuncture for breast cancer, related lymphedema, a non-RCT experimental study. Welcome, Lijun Wang.
Hi, I'm Lijun Wang from School of Acupuncture, Max-Bashing in Tuina, Shanghai University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. It's my great honor to be invited to this annual conference, which offered me a big chance to share with you the ongoing of my clinical research. This research is a non-RCT experimental study focused on the effectiveness of 10.6 CO2 laser acupuncture treatment for breast cancer-related lymphedema. According to the statistics from the World Health Organization, the number of new breast cancer cases was about 2.26 million in 2020. Breast cancer is now the most common cancer across the world. Breast cancer has become the major public health threat in China too. It says that the most commonly diagnosed cancer among women in China is breast cancer, which is expected to account for 50% of all new cancers in women. Breast cancer is the leading cause of cancer deaths in women younger than 45 years. That means breast cancer is the biggest life threat to young females in China. With the increasing number of breast cancer, more and more surgeries are operated. Breast cancer-related lymphedema is a common toxicity associated with surgery or radiation therapy in breast cancer survivors. The most commonly diagnosed age group of breast cancer in China is middle-aged women. BCRL has a great impact on the quality of life for the survivors. Since BCRL is incurable up to now, the only avenue is to avoid the risk factors, reduce the severity of symptoms, and improve the functions of the affected arm. In this regard, the post-operative patients are suggested to take good care of the affected arm and take some precautionary measures. In traditional Chinese medicine, BCRL falls under the syndrome of edema caused by qi deficiency and blood stagnation. Some patients will seek for Chinese formula and patent medicine, which can help to remove the assist with lymph transport. Previous studies of patients with lymphedema suggested that both acupuncture and masturbation can reduce swelling by improving circulation and present with no safety issues. Studies show that traditional masturbation may act by producing modest thermal effect and sympathetic vibration at the skin surface. 10.6 μm CO2 laser acupuncture has the same function. Laser acupuncture is a low-energy laser irradiation on acupuncture points, which has a similar efficacy of acupuncture treatment. It can avoid the local invasive damage caused by needling. In TCM, edema is mostly caused by pathologic cold dampness. In this regard, masturbation with warm effect is more clinically recommended to deal with this condition instead of acupuncture alone. 10.6 μm CO2 laser integrates the phototherapy effect and the thermal effect. Therefore, compared with other wavelengths of low-energy laser, we believe that it should be more suitable to treat lymphedema. So we conducted this clinical trial to evaluate the feasibility of 10.6 μm CO2 laser acupuncture to treat chronic upper limb lymphedema for women after surgery for breast cancer. This is an open-label single-arm trial. We enrolled 24 women with stage 1 to 3 breast cancer and with a clinical diagnosis of BCRL. The recruitment was conducted in the outpatient clinic of the Department of Breast Oncology of Shanghai Municipal Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. This is the inclusion criteria. All the patients enrolled can maintain their existing treatment. This is the exclusion criteria. We only recruited patients with mild to moderate upper limb lymphedema. This is the drop-off criteria. All the enrolled patients were admitted to the oncology ward for treatment. The wavelength of the infrared laser is 10.6 μm. The output power is set between 140 and 160 milliwatt. The red LED in the machine with an output power of 3 milliwatt is used as the visible indicator on the skin to confirm the accuracy of the irradiation target. All procedures will be performed by licensed doctors majored in acupuncture. The size of the irradiated spot is adjustable. A standardized acupoint regimen is applied in this trial. 8 acupoints are selected. 6 are on the affected arm and 2 are on the abdomen. The 8 acupoints are divided into 4 groups. Every 2 points were irradiated for 5 minutes simultaneously, and each treatment lasts for 20 minutes. Specific acupoints used in this study were determined on the basis of TCM theory. So the laser treatment is applied not only on the regional lymph nodes accumulated parts such as HT1, large intestine 15, large intestine 14, pericardium 3, large intestine 4, and Sanjiao 2, but also on the acupoints that can regulate the whole body. TCM theory holds that after surgery, the patients with swelling, fatigue, pain, heaviness, functional activity limitation, and other symptoms are caused by partial obstruction of blood barrier and meridian status, combined with the lack of qi and blood. So Ren6 can warming yang and reinforcing the kidney. Ren9 moisture through the waterway. All these points combined together can inspire organs function of gasification, stimulate the body's yang in order to reaching the purpose of activating the meridian and the blood circulation, relieve the water swelling and the pain. The patients received 10.6 μm CO2 laser radiation right after they enrolled. The treatment is once a day for 7 days. At day 1 and day 7, their changes of circumferences were evaluated. Other supportive treatments include daily point transcutaneous electrical stimulation on stomach 36, external application of herbal medicine, and special exercise. The primary outcome measures are changes in the circumferences of the patient before and after the laser treatment. Reduction in circumferences difference between affected and unaffected arms was assessed at day 1 and day 7. The parameter value is derived by adding overall 5 points circumferences value. The patient's both upper limbs were measured. There are the baseline characteristics, and here are the data of the reduction in circumferences difference between day 1 and day 7 of the affected arms, and the p-value shows significant difference. Research shows that one of the common risk factors for BCRL is post-operative radiotherapy. We compared the response to laser acupuncture in patients who had received radiotherapy versus those who had not. But the p-value shows no significant difference. Hypertension is one of the risk factors for lymphedema. In contrast to the patients with normal blood pressure, those with hypertension show significant more arm lymphedema. We compared the response to laser acupuncture in patients with and without hypertension. The p-value shows no significant difference. There were no adverse events and no infection during the whole treatment sections. CO2 laser is safe and may be effective to treat BCRL. Due to the epidemic policy in China, the follow-up of patients could not be carried out in the hospital, so the long-term effects of treatment could not be tracked. Given it is an open-label trial, placebo effect of laser acupuncture cannot be ruled out. The basic treatments, including point transcutaneous electrical stimulation on stomach 36, external application of herbal medicine, and spacious exercise, also contribute to the improvement of the symptom of BCRL. At the end, I'd like to thank all the patients participated in this study. Both my graduate students of our research team contributed greatly to this clinical trial. All the doctors and nurses of oncology inpatient unit of the breast oncology department of the hospital have given full confidence and support to our research. Okay, thank you for your attention, and welcome to contact me.
Now please welcome Antonio Chiado from Spain. Antonio is the director of the osteopath section of the Practitioners Register, European Foundation of Traditional Complementary and Integrative Medicine. His topic is team working and interprofessional practice, headache management. Antonio, please.
Good morning to everyone, and many thanks to the World Traditional Medicine Forum for allowing me to be part of this Congress. I will talk about the team working and interprofessional practice in headache management. According to recent study, primary headaches affect almost 80% of the European population. Above all, women respect to men. It is a disease that affects biopsychosocial factor with a biobehavioral disorder resulting from the interlocking between cortical hypersensitivity and the social learning process. This is a disease that affects really all the population in the world. It's a real complex, and it generates a challenging answer for the multidisciplinary treatment program and for any multidisciplinary team. There are several disadvantages, not only for the patient but also for the teams, because it is really time consuming and it takes time to generate adherence to the treatment. So maybe, possibly, the best approach is a combination of pharmacological and non-pharmacological treatment, because more specificity may be also lead to more effectiveness. That's why in 2015 we decided to introduce a headache management program in our center in Spain. The implementation was not easy and followed the International Association for the Study of Pain desiderable criteria about the establishment and the maintenance of the standard for pain treatment services. So we split the team into two or three, basically two teams inside the internal teams and an external one. Inside the internal teams, we can see two different groups, a core team and extended team. Inside the core teams, there is, as normal, a general practitioner, the physiotherapist, psychologist, but also the osteopath and the patient care technician. Directly connected to the core teams, we have an extended teams made by nutritionists, musicotherapist, personal trainer, occupational therapist, and naturopath kinesiologist. That's showing how we want to touch all the dimensions of the disease. And these internal teams work in contact with an external one. External teams made by, in general, by the neurologist, social worker, nutritionist, and nurses. So we followed the IASP indication, and this multidisciplinary teams was formed. We believed that offering a multidisciplinary treatment program was helpful for the society, because it could aim to improve the patient condition and indirectly that of society in general, above all for the excessive use of drugs. So the aims of this systematic review was to evaluate the evidence for the effectiveness, benefits, and weakness of the inter or multidisciplinary teams in the management of primary headaches. So we joined common treatments and new approach. We used the structure of these teams plus all taking into account all the nutrition, psychotherapy, and medication also to treat the symptoms for sure. Inside the teams, we have seen like osteopathy was included, because osteopathy is an holistic, humanistic, and psychobehavioral technique. It works on the somatic dysfunction as defined by the ICD-11 as impaired or altered skeletal, arthroidal, or myofascial function, in turn capable of causing neurological, vascular, and biochemical alteration. But osteopathy is a manual therapy and is based on different aspects. Aspects like palpation, touch, words. That's why correct communication, good palpation, because touching is not the same as treating, initiate a cascade of neurophysiological changes. So evidence shows how the affected touch can generate variation inside the nervous system, the autonomic nervous system, the endocrine one, but also on the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal, and everything thanks to the effect of the city fibers and the modulation of the interoceptive pathways. The evidence-based medicine also recognizes the somatic dysfunction like a biomechanical lesion. But in said osteopathy, we want also to underline, like the somatic dysfunction cannot be considered as a manual, as a single unity, is a single clinical entity, because it's a consequence of numerous neurological and tissue factors. That's why in osteopathy we approach the somatic dysfunction through hands-on and hands-off treatment, because we want to work on the psychosocial and psychospiritual aspect, but also on the manual one, allowing to integrate all the physiology of stress, pain, and the inflammatory responses inside our process. In our systematic review, we aimed to critically evaluate the evidence for the effectiveness, benefit, but also weakness of the multidisciplinary teams in the management of primary headaches, looking for an integration of our daily practical experience with the evidence-based medicine biological plausibility. This wise, we review 13 libraries, several articles, among which only 6 were selected. 6 articles where all the studies reflected significant improvements and significant statistical result. In conclusion, we can say that the evidence support the efficacy of our multidisciplinary teams and promote more in-depth the team working and interprofessional practice. The multidisciplinary teams favors the correct treatment approach that is now more multidimensional rather than only pharmacological, in order to be able to approach it from an holistic biopsychosocial-spiritual viewpoint. This approach favors adherence, patient commitment, in addition to recommendation for the development of the activity. And we can also highlight like adverse effects are not typically demonstrated. One of the disadvantages is common to research has been the lack of adherence to daily maintenance, while the role of the psychologist has a determining influence on a multidisciplinary treatment program. And this is in line with the desirable criteria of the IASP. So we are in agreement with those criteria, as well as with encouraging confidence and work satisfaction due to how this helps to deliver good quality patient care. Effective communication between several disciplines increase trust and enable staff members to feel part of a good team working process. We understand the need to implement a feasibility analysis for this program to obtain the most updated and reliable evidence. As well, the difference made by a collaborative teams to outcome. That's why I want also to show you some recent article and also aspects underlined from several people and organizations. For example, here we can see an image where Rossettini simplify which are the contextual factors like the clinician and patient characteristic, the relationship, the treatment and the healthcare settings that need to be taken into consideration in order to increase the placebo effect and reduce the nocebo one. And all this in order to increase the therapeutic outcome. A therapeutic outcome that also is increased by a good therapeutic alliance. That's why we need to take into account the clinical capabilities of the therapist, all the organizational and environmental factors, all the therapist's communicative and interpersonal abilities, but always centered on the individualized care of the patient, because patient is at the center of the treatment. And when we talk to the patient, we have to take into account if we are talking in an easy way. Patient need to understand us in order to avoid improper use of medication, for example, reduce also poor self-management, poor health outcomes, increase their good belief, because health literacy is needed to reduce also the misinterpretation of what we tell to the patient. And that's also part of the collaborative pain management group, where we can do a difference among a multidisciplinary teams, interdisciplinary teams, and transdisciplinary teams. The multi-teams can be seen as several therapists with a separate role, anyone with their own objective. In the interdisciplinary teams, we have more shared goals and we also share common role. But the real cake would be reached once we can share goals and skills, and when the role of anyone is inside the role basically of the other, when there is a full connection among people, among therapists, and also with the patient. But sometimes this is really tough to reach. Tough to reach because anyone has his own interprofessional education, where there is a lack of the step to the collaborative practice, so that is not go to improve health outcomes. So what we really need, as suggested by the World Health Organization, is a link between interprofessional education and the collaborative practice, and this link, once reached, will improve health outcomes. Health outcomes that are also increased by the communication, the good communication that we talked before, because an empathetic verbal comments also alleviate the intensity of the pain, because have a direct impact on specific part of the brain. Recently, also some article that I'm going to show you reinforce the results of our systematic review. For example, here we can see how the studies highlights the value of a daily multidisciplinary healthcare team huddle in improving job satisfaction and teamwork for the healthcare staff involved. Here we can see how the introduction of discussion checklist improved the multidisciplinary team ability to reach a decision up to 93%. This improvement was also seen in the quality of information presented and the quality of teamwork. The role of a care manager has been seen as an important feature to reduce the bridge and to close the gap between the clinical guidelines and the implementation of the interdisciplinary team-based project. And again, multidisciplinary care is essential, and also it depends on taking time to talk and listen to the patient. Patients want to be listened, understand, and thus allowed to gain trust with them. Last but not least, in Dubai, a multidisciplinary headache clinic was set up with a neurologist, general physician, psychologist, and a nurse. They managed to increase the number of headache patients, managed to control the different symptoms, and also the patient satisfaction increased 80–90% after the first visits. So all this research, all this article managed to help us in understanding the good way of implementing a good multidisciplinary treatment program in headache care. So here we can see different pages of the main references that we used, and I want again to thanks to the World Traditional Medicine Forum for this opportunity to be part of this Congress. Here I leave my contacts. Have a nice day.
Next speaker is Dr. Sanhua Leng from USA, Academic Director of Council of America Traditional Chinese Medicine Society. His topic is sensitization-based meridian and acupoint system. Welcome, Dr. Sanhua Leng.
My name is Sanhua Leng. I have 26 years scientific research and work experience. Today, I'm going to talk about sensitization-based meridian and acupoint. At first, I would like to talk about the basic concepts. Sensitivity is the quality of condition of being sensitive. In order to measure the sensitivity, we need to understand the concept, threshold. Threshold is a limit below which a stimulus causes no reaction. In another word, when the stimulus is above the threshold, it's going to cause reaction. In acupuncture world, we need to understand 3 thresholds. First one is pressure pain threshold. That means the point beyond which pressure causes pain. In other words, if the pressure is below the threshold, then it causes no pain. The other one is heat pain. Heat pain threshold is the temperature at which a sensation of heat changes to a sensation of heat with pain. The third one is cold pain threshold. It is the temperature at which a sensation of cold changes to a sensation of cold with pain. The causes of sensation. When we all burn, right, we all have a basic sensitivity. Some people is more sensitive than others, and some people is less sensitive to others. And for majority of us, our sensitivity is similar. This is called innate sensitivity. It's the basic sensitivity of our life. During our life, okay, we have different activities, different experience, okay? So our sensitivity can change. One big group that change our sensitivity is the mental stress or injury. So when there's mental stress or injury, some parts of our body get more sensitive. When we find the sensitive area, we use acupuncture there that can make a patient better. The second group is physical stress or injury that can change our sensitivity. When you have some kind of physical stress or injury, our body, in some area of our body, is going to be sensitized. So if we find a sensitized area, we treat with acupuncture, that patient can get better, can heal faster, can recover faster. The third group is the disease-caused sensitization. As you know, there's so many different kinds of disease. And even in one disease, there are different stages, okay? So that can change the sensitivity of our body. So when you see a patient, if the patient has certain disease, then you check the body, probably you can find in some area of the patient is more sensitive, is sensitized, and you use acupuncture that can make a patient better, recover faster. Sensitization of meridian, that's a big topic. However, there's not much scientific research in this topic. And the reason probably is because the scientists, are not aware of this. So our body, the sensitization of our body follows some patterns. And the patterns follow the meridian. And I spent a lot of time, many years on this topic. And I use this concept in my clinic a lot. I have checked the sensitization of all 14 meridians and the associated conditions. So for me, it's pretty easy to find the sensitized meridian, but if you don't have experience before, probably it's a little bit challenging to you. So what is the sensitization of meridian? It means, in the tissues in the meridian area, the threshold of sensation reduced. So that can be pain, can be tender, can be burning, can be cold. There, let me give you an example so you maybe understand, okay? So when somebody have headache in the top of the head, right? In the top of the head, that's headache. So generally you palpate the top of the head in this area, probably you find some tender point there. that means the local tissue sensitized. That is reasonable, right? Because there's headache there. But when you palpate the liver meridian, you can find some tender points. The liver meridian is bad, especially in the foot. Okay, like liver 3 or 2, liver 4 or 5. It's very common. Okay, and I used sensitize the egg point in the meridian treat patient a lot. So I know it helps a lot. But if you don't have such an experience, you may try and start your new journey. Okay, that can open a new window for you. But for the all 14 meridians, okay, all of them can get sensitized. And sensitization of acupoints. So that means the tissues in the acupoint can get sensitized. Sensitized means that the threshold of sensation reduced. It can be pain, can be tender, cold, burning, etc. So sensitization of acupoints, there's a pretty much research already done in this area. So the sensitization of acupoints, for all the acupoints can be sensitized. Okay, the like 5 true acupoints, which mostly in the 4 limbs, right? The hands and the foot, and it can be Jing Wei, Jing Wei spring, right? The He. All these acupoints are frequently and highly sensitized. So, and the sensitization of 5 true acupoints can be affected by the season. Okay, in the spring, in the summer, in the autumn, in the winter, the location of sensitization can be different. Okay. Another group is the back shoe acupoints. Back shoe acupoints are frequently sensitized with associated internal organ disease. Here, I would like to point out the back shoe acupoints in our textbook. It is in the bladder meridian. But when you have bladder organ problem, you don't really find the back shoe acupoint in the chest, in back area, right? Upper back area is get sensitized, generally not. And when the upper back shoe acupoints get sensitized, generally the patient doesn't have bladder problem. So it doesn't mean it means the upper back shoe acupoint not in the bladder meridian. I don't believe so. Okay, and when you look at the Huangdi Leijing, the Lin Shu, Bei Shu, this chapter, you read about it. There's nothing about bladder organ. Okay, by definition, back shoe acupoint is the acupoint to treat the internal organs. That's it. Nothing about the bladder. The 3rd group is Usher acupoints. Usher acupoints are always sensitized acupoints. So I think a lot of acupuncturists are already aware that Usher acupoints are very important to treat patients because they are always sensitized acupoint. They always can work well. Okay, extraordinary extraordinary acupoints are sensitized with corresponding conditions. Okay, there's many extraordinary acupoints, so I don't want to talk too much about that. Regarding scientific research, and some scientists to try to find if there's there's some difference in anatomy structure. Okay, they want to say if there in the acupoint is some special structure there that make it as a acupoint. Okay, actually, they have checked the small intestine 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, large intestine 1, 2, 3, 4, 11. They find nothing different from the non-acupoint tissue. So that's not okay. But in some conditions, okay, if there's some injury, some disease, okay, the sensation threshold change, okay. As I talked about, the pain threshold, right? The heat pain threshold, the cold pain threshold, the pressure pain threshold, they change. The change, how much the change is related to the severity of damage or disease. And there's a research study there. I have the reference list in the end of the PPT. You can take a look if you are interested in that. Another group of change is the biophysical properties, okay? It's a change of the temperature, electrical, acoustic, or light properties of the acupoints. But it's more of the interest of in research scientists, not our clinical works, okay? So I don't talk much about that. Then I would like to talk about the evidence, okay? We always want to, have an evidence-based practice. And in this chart is a study on the knee OA. Knee OA means osteoarthritis, okay? They use moxibustion to treat knee osteoarthritis. Okay, when a patient has knee osteoarthritis, the major symptom is the pain in the knee. Okay, so when they do moxibustion, they want to, reduce the pain, and they use the two groups, okay, of moxibustion. One group is, it's called resting moxibustion. What that mean? It means you get a burning moxa, right? You move the moxa close to the skin, and of course, patient feel heat there, right, in the skin. And if patient only feel heat in the skin, then that called resting moxibustion, right? So they put it in one group. It's showed in the blue color in this chart. If you move the burning moxa close to the skin, patient feel heat in the skin, but also feel the heat penetrate into deep tissues in the knee, or the heat travel to distant tissues, like to the foot, right? Even to the head, right? So that means that spot is more sensitive to heat than resting moxibustion, right? So it's called heat sensitive moxibustion. And they did the research before the trial, before the treatment, right? And you look at here, red is a heat-sensitive group, and the blue is resting group, and their pain level is similar. After the treatment, you can see in both groups, the pain level reduced remarkably. Okay, it's very good. Both in heat-sensitive group and resting group, the pain level reduced. But when you look into the two groups, you will find the heat-sensitive moxibustion works much better than the resting moxibustion. Yeah, and they followed for 6 months. 6 months later, they found that the resting moxibustion, the pain never elevate a little bit. But in the heat-sensitive group, the pain never doesn't increase at all. And actually, that means what? That means heat-sensitive moxibustion works better than resting moxibustion. This is what I'm talking about. The sensitization of acupoint is very important. It works better. Another research is acupuncture on low back pain. So there are 6 studies, okay? The first 5 studies, they use exactly the same research design, okay? They both have rear acupuncture. Rear acupuncture means it's a standard acupoints, okay? Standard acupoint means that what is described in the textbook, the location, how depth they need to put into. This is called standard, okay? And another group is sham acupuncture. Sham acupuncture means they select a spot which is about 1 to 2 centimeters away from the standard acupoint, and put the needle there just superficially. Okay, they thought it's sham acupuncture, okay? But at the end of research, all of the 5 studies, they found there's no difference between real acupuncture and sham acupuncture. So you know what? If we just follow the textbook, it works, but it does, it doesn't work better than just like a sham acupuncture. That means something to me. I think it should mean something to you. Okay, we need to find better acupoint, not just some acupoint is similar to any acupoint. That doesn't make sense. Okay, and when we look at the 6 research, okay, 6 study, okay, the design is similar. The sham acupuncture group is same, and they use standard acupoints too, but they added 3 to 4 standard 4 arch acupoints. That's the difference. Okay, that's the only difference actually. And at the end, they get the data, they analyze, they found real acupuncture is significantly better than sham acupuncture. Wow. So that means the arch acupoints make a difference. This is what we should pay attention to. This is what I'm talking about. Sensitized acupoint works better than non-sensitized acupoints. So there are a lot of research studies on animals too. And here I give you an example. So this is done on the mice. The top line here is the normal mice. So the tenderness threshold is high. And the lower line here is the pain threshold of the mice, which has gastric ulcer. So that's one disease, gastric ulcer. Okay. Then the points here, all these points, the tenderness, threshold reduced. That means this points get sensitized. There's a lot of other studies too. Okay. Why? How the meridians and acupoints get sensitized. So we have to talk about the neuroscience, and so we have to look into all the sensory nerve fibers, because the sensation is really sensory nerve system, right? So if we look at A alpha, A beta nerve fibers, you will find they have thick myelin sheaths and the speed is very fast. And their function is not related to pain or temperature at all. Okay. But for the third one is a delta nerve fiber. The related to fast pain and temperature can be cold or heat, right? This nerve has a thin myelin sheath and the speed is pretty fast, okay? And another one is thinner fibers. The related slow pain, each temperature can be the heat or cold, right? It's joy. This nerve fiber has no myelin sheath, and the speed is slow, is very slow. So why in the a delta nerve and C nerve can deliver sensation related to heat or pain or cold because they have certain receptors in the nerve endings, okay? For the, there can be, different temperature, there can be different stimulation, different pressure, they have different sensations. I think because of a time issue, I cannot talk too much. But if you are interested, you can look into the receptors, you can understand it better. And that's this reference. You can look into the articles and get more information. Thank you. Thank you for listening. And have a good day. Bye-bye.
Our next speaker is Dr. John Yang from Canada. Dr. Yang is the president of the Federation of Traditional Chinese Medicine Colleges of Canada. His topic is clinical application of acupuncture assisted with pulse diagnosis. Please warmly welcome Dr. Yang.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. And this is John Yang from Vancouver. Today, I'm going to present this topic about clinical application of acupuncture assist with pulse diagnosis. This topic seems too big to discuss within this limit 20 minutes timeline. However, I will try to pick a few key areas to discuss and then explain how to use the pulse information to help you to get the acupuncture treatment plan and then get to the protocol. Okay, so let's go to the share screen to my PowerPoint. Okay, this is the topic, clinical application of acupuncture assist with pulse diagnosis. Before I go the detail, I would like to do my self-introduction a little bit. As you may know, I'm the registered Dr. TCM in British Columbia, Canada, and also over 20 years TCM school, college education as a TCM educator. Currently, I'm the chair of TCM department in the Kwong Lun Polytechnic University of British Columbia, Canada. And also I'm practice in my free time, I practice in my own clinic. TCM Vancouver, Guozhentang. I also is the former president of TCM Association of British Columbia, and currently I'm the president of the Federation of Traditional Chinese Medicine College of Canada. My a little bit background is actually I graduated my undergraduate 5 years undergraduate study is in medical school from Hainan University Medical School. I got my further TCM training at Hainan Provincial TCM Hospital, and finally earned my PhD from Guangzhou University of TCM. Today I'm going to focus these 3 keywords to discuss about this clinical application of acupuncture assisted with pulse diagnosis. First of all, we have to ask ourselves, what does acupuncture do? Let's go back to the origin of the acupuncture doctrine, which is over 2,000 years ago. 黄帝内经 Ling Su state that for the application of needling, regulating qi is decisive. Okay, it's clearly define what does acupuncture do is regulate qi. Okay, so then what is if I not regulate the qi, I just stick the needle and make a difference. What is the difference from the other people who are serious, focus, regulating the qi? So again, the Ling Su classic define there are 2 different levels at least. They say that unrefined practitioners guard the physical appearance. Okay, what that means is to say to guard the manipulation, to guard the physical appearance, to focus the manipulation. It's not focus the qi. Well, the other group of the practitioner is called outstanding practitioners, who's guard the spirit. What does spirit mean is to say to guard the qi and blood. Okay, focus the qi and blood. Those group of practitioner, outstanding, Sang, okay, Sang Yi, outstanding practitioner. They guard the qi and blood, and they will replenish or drain while there is a less or over. That means that if they detect the patient's condition is a deficiency or is excess, depends on that situation, they will apply replenish technique or draining technique. Draining, reduce method. Replenish, you can say supplement or tonify method. Okay, so this give you a little bit review. Now, how do we know? That's question is, how do we know the situation, the patient's condition is less or over, or 不及 or 太过? How do we know that? Now, again, let's go back to the Yellow Emperor's classic Ling Su. It states clearly that before needling, one must or one has to take the pulse first, then perform the treatment according to the qi's condition. So you can see the look that Yellow Emperor's classic say the statement, no matter from which chapters, consistent. So this chapter emphasize acupuncture is doing all the do is regulating the qi. And then this Ling Su, this chapter talking about if you want to do acupuncture, before needling, you need to take the pulse. So you get the information before you do anything. That information is qi's condition information. What is the qi's condition information? Is qi, that pulse is 不及 or 太过. less or over. So we need to know that information before you do anything. That's in the Yellow Empress class statement. Okay, let's further to ask. Now, as for less or over, okay, by the pulse, okay, if this pulse is 不齐, this pulse is over. Okay, how do we know is 不齐? How do we know is over? 太过. Now, this is let's go to the Nanjing. Well, there's another classic called Nanjing on the 48th chapter that clearly signal or tell us the more detailed technique about how to decide this pulse is over or less. Then it say if a soft, the pulse is soft, indicates less. If the pulse is tight and firm, that indicates over. So just very simple statement that tell you how to decide that pulse is 不齐, how to decide this pulse is 太过, over. Okay. Now we have to ask the question. Now, where do we take the pulse? Okay, so this is everyone you're doing practice every day. You're familiar with this picture. Okay, the pulse. But about more than 2,000 years ago, in the Yellow Empress Classic, they emphasized 3 region, 3 area to take the pulse: the hair, the hand, and the feet. But go to the Nanjing period, Nanjing time, it only focused 寸口 pulse, okay, on the hand. Okay, so this is until now, everyone adopt this kind of method, technique. So you have the left hand, right hand, left 寸关尺, right 寸关尺. Okay, so this is the window of the qi. All those kind of energy or qi status, functional status, reflect or project here. Okay, so if we take the pulse from here, we can understand internal organ system or internal Zhang Fu system, qi functional status. We will understand from here. It's called 寸口 pulse. Now, let's more detail. So we know where to take the pulse. We know how to decide 太过 or 不齐. Now, there's a particular area you need to, let's take a look. You need to know is you have the left hand 寸关尺, you have right hand 寸关尺. Okay. Total, there's a six sections. Okay. Where do we know that 太过 and 不齐? So the key point is you're looking for unique area. Unique means this one is different from the other. In Chinese, they call 独处. Okay, this is different area. Is the province. This is a province. Reflect the correspondent to the 脏腑, which section is because it corresponds to the 脏腑. Functional disorder will project to that particular unique area. Okay, so that means we have to compare. Okay, this come to compare this pulse from this 6 different region or section to find out which one is the most different. That different area is the problem. So this is show you we're doing the power and teaching the university, teaching student. I tell the student, well, there's a different way taking the pulse. You can use one hand. I will recommend you use both hands at the same time, at the same person, because you have a synchronous time to compare. So talk about here, I have to give credit to my few friends who have a very strong influence about this pulse diagnosis technique. The early, about 20 years ago, at least Professor Liu Fang, he's a well-known teaching scholar and professor. He told me that if we want to get a advanced teaching practice, we have to go back to teaching classic. So that's why almost 20 years ago, I dig into the teaching classic 黄帝内经南经 Euro Emperor's Classic 神农本草经. That's influenced by Liu Fang professor. Later, looking for the technique, we have a very good friend, a well-known teaching doctor, Yi Weidong, all the living in Vancouver. They suggest I need to learn how to take the pulse, okay, to learn how to get the information to guide the clinical practice. So that's the influence. And then I'm looking for, finally, there's a technique available from Professor Pang Xiaochuan. He created a kind of Zhengling system. This is a system use both hands to take the pulse. I learn a lot. So since then, I just use this method. Okay, it's very useful. Okay, this is the way. Okay, so how do we, now we have the pulse, we learn how to take the information. Now, how to use this information to guide our practice. Okay, so first of all, we need to decide which one among this section. Okay, left hand you have a kidney, liver, and then heart. Right hand, well, I use the male as a example. Okay, female name different. There's a little bit another topic. Male, so left hand, right hand. You know the corresponding. This one, left hand and right hand. Each section corresponding to internal Zhang Fu system, no organ, Zhang Fu system. And now the unique section, if the unique section is less or over, you have to decide. Okay, so by compare, so which section is Du unique? Okay, if you identify this section is different from the other 5, then you need to decide, is this Du is too much or too less? You need to get this unique section is less, 太过 or 不及. Then, okay, then there 太过不及 associated with the, like 邪气, exuberant of an evil qi is called 太过 excess. Lack of essential qi, okay, 精气, not enough, there's a deficiency. So you get 不及 in 太过 connect with 虚 and 实, okay, then you know which one is 虚, which one is 实, okay. Now, after you know this pulse, now in case it's 虚 less, 不及, then you use replenish method. In case of over 太过, you need 泻 draining or reduce method. Now, there's some, not always, either or, there's something you cannot decide. Then when neither less, okay, neither less, this one's a typing error. No, not over. No too good, no over, no less. This situation, then you're looking for their own channel. Okay, the channel. For example, if it's the power, you cannot decide with the patient headache, migraine. Okay, it's a migraine, or this is which meridian. You follow this meridian to select the treatment. Okay, now gallbladder meridian. Okay, This is from Nanjing tell you this method. Okay, so we have to get to how to apply the daily practice, because you take the pulse not just for fun, not for research. You want to use that information to help you to decide this treatment. So we have to understand the 6 pulse section correspondence. So this is already learned with the Titian theory. We know that. Okay, left hand 寸关指 the kidney, liver, the heart. Right side is命门, spleen, and lung. This is a correspondent. Okay, so then we identify which section problem. If, for example, if it's the left side, guan is the problem. Okay, you are looking for the liver system. Okay, that's correspondent. Use the theory to guide you to make a decision. Now, you need to decide this problem. This guan is 不急 or 太过. So that's why when you get this kind of information, you are ready to make select the treatment. Okay, so now we have to decide the method, whether you are going to reduce, whether you're going to replenish. Yes, are you going to 补 or are you going to 泻? You have to make the decision. That decision based on the pulse, this unique area, is 太过 or 不急. Okay, now, so if you know that section, then you know the channel by the unique. For example, we're talking about left guan. Left guan, that means you go to the liver system, liver gallbladder system to select the point. Now, how do you choose the point? Now, this is to get to another topic. You choose the point based on the 5-Su theory, 5-Su point theory. Okay, this is select point principle. Okay, now let's give you example. Everyone familiar this kind of the study you practice. Okay, so how do you apply this kind of information to clinically? Okay, so as we say, for example, you detect there's a left guan, there's a problem, unique, and then you decide that guan is a 不急, let's just say less. Okay, now you know, go to liver gallbladder system. This is a Wood system. This is yin Wood system. This is yang Wood system. Okay, this is a liver. This is a gallbladder. And then the timer is kick in. Okay, let me just give you the example. Okay, just stop. Maybe if it's the timings are running out, you send this kind of slide to your organizer, you can ask for them. Now, give you a very simple sample about the left guan less. Okay, you go to 补. If the less 不急, you 补 level 1. Okay, 大敦. And then you go to the yang Wood. This is a yin Wood. Go to the yang Wood. Go to the overcome the, the across there. Let's go to this one. If you decide this one, you need to 补 because liver Wood is less. You want to 补 this liver, and then you need to go to the metal. Okay, you need to go to the metal because this guy is a metal. Okay, this metal is over. The five phase theory. Those kind of 生克 this kind of relationship you're familiar. So reduce this one, tonify this one, reduce this one, and get less pressure on this wood. So this then you get this kind of idea. Share this one. pull this one, then you will let this kind of pulse return to normal. Okay. Now, how do we know your treatment is effective? So you need to, each time after your treatment, you need to take the pulse again. Do you change the pulse? If the left guan is less, 不急, after the treatment, the guan is full, get equal, and the same as the other section. Excellent job. You for sure you will get the some different. Okay. So when the qi arrive, this is a Zheng Ling Zhongshi. This is talking about when the qi arrive and show the effect. How do you know? When you bu result in repression, when you xie result in depression. Bu, this thing up, xie getting down. So pain, sometimes the pain not necessary disappear when you're doing this thing. However, the whole condition or disease will certainly be weaker or vanish. Okay, this is from the Ling Shu talking about. So you focus regulating the qi. As soon as you change the pulse, just don't worry about the patient. Go home, you will feel different. Okay, I think the time's up. And then if you have any question, I have a contact information in the front. You can email me or through the organizer. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Next speaker is Dr. Jason Hao from USA. He's president of Neuroacupuncture Institute, vice president of Education Guidance Committee at World Federation Chinese Medicine Society, vice president of Translation Committee at World Federation Chinese Medicine Society. His topic is Chinese scalp acupuncture for the treatment of difficult neurological disorders. Welcome, Dr. Jason Hao.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jason Hao, the president of Neuroacupuncture Institute in America. I'm feeling very honored today to share my 40 years of experience on Chinese scalp acupuncture. Scalp acupuncture is a contemporary acupuncture technique integrating traditional needling method with Western medicine knowledge on neurology, neuroanatomy, and neuroscience. Scalp acupuncture has been proven to be a mostly effective technique for treating central nerve disorders, include stroke, multiple sclerosis, traumatic brain injury, PTSD, phantom pain, autism, cerebral palsy, and post-COVID syndrome. Scalp acupuncture often produces remarkable results with just a few needles. Sometimes it only takes several minutes to achieve major change. This is the book my wife and I published on 2011. There's a many different types scalp acupuncture. Today, I will major introduce Jiao style scalp acupuncture. That is founder Jiao style scalp acupuncture, Dr. Jiao Sunfa. I studied with Grandmaster Professor Sun Shentian in Heilongjiang University of Chinese Medicine. Last year, 2021, the famous producer, Dr. finished another documentary movie on acupuncture called Return to Life, which describe many success stories and my wife, Linda Hao. For you interested to watch this movie, please visit our website, neuroacupunctureinstitute.org to find the link. Now I'm going to introduce our patient from this movie. This is Jack, 30 years disabled veterans when I started to treat him. At times, he had neck pain, headache, insomnia, severe anxiety, depression, and disabled for 13 years. After 4 treatments, he completely recovered back to work. I use head areas, foot motor sensory areas, and the upper 1/5 sensory areas in Jiao-style scalp acupuncture. Jiao-style scalp acupuncture have major follow characteristics. They use less needles and thin needles. In our clinic, for adults, we use 1.5 inch 34 needles in Chinese needles. And we use 1 inch needles 36 for children or people sensitive. This needles is relatively thinner compared to practice in China. Jiao-style scalp acupuncture requests practitioner have quick insertion. Jiao-style scalp acupuncture use rotate technique. You rotate your needles, the better results request into 200 turns per minute. Relatively, scalp acupuncture retention needles a little bit longer for some patients. So normally in our practice, the retention needles is 30 to 45 minutes. Scalp acupuncture in Jiao style measure, there's 17 areas, all of them. Today, because time limited, we're going to introduce only a few of them. Most common use areas in our practice is motor areas, sensory areas, foot motor sensory areas, tremor areas, balance areas, and speech areas. In order to get precisely location, we need 2 imaging lines for motor areas, and from glabella connect with occipital protuberance, that you make a posterior anterior line, and you find the middle point, posterior middle point, 0.5 centimeter is the upper point motor areas, right here. Next line, horizontal line from upper border of the elbow, you connect with occipital protuberance, make horizontal line. This line has crossed over with anterior border of the hairline and that lower part of motor areas. That is motor areas, sensory areas, parallel to motor areas, 1.5 centimeter, and posterior to motor areas. This area, common use called tremor areas, is anterior to motor areas, parallel to motor areas, 1.5 centimeter. In our practice, we use multiple areas to treat many kinds of paralysis. Common disease as follow: stroke, traumatic brain injury, and spinal cord injury, multiple sclerosis, cerebral palsy, Parkinson's disease, encephalitis, meningitis, acute myelitis is the most common disorders. In order to get better results, the needles have to insertion in right layers of the scalp acupuncture. So there's a 5 layers scalp acupuncture. That's one of my patients I treated on 2006. Why we choose these cases? Because she was most challenging cases I ever seen in my life. She is a 26-year-old female, have 4 limbs completely paralyzed, quadriplegia. So also has spasm, so incontinence, urination, and bowel movement. After 3 treatments, he completely recovered. I use tremor areas to release her spasm. I use upper 1/5 motor areas, middle 2/5 motor areas to help her paralysis. I use foot motor sensory areas to treat her incontinence, bowel, and urination. There's another patient I treated, 60-year-old male, neck injury 8 months, quadriplegia again, completely recovered after 25 treatments. So he cannot move at all from there and able to drive by himself, and he can do everything, take care of himself now. Sensory areas is major areas to people have all kind of pain. That's on 26, I was invited to Walter Reed Medical Center in Washington, D.C. And this is a medical hospital. In that time, there's about 400 veterans lost their limbs, but they still have the pain. This is some of them. And in the lower corner, you have phantom pain after lost limbs. Left upper corner have CRPS, complete regional pain. So they all get better out of only 1 treatment. So I use upper 1/5 sensory areas. Some of them use a tremor area, foot motor sensory areas, and head areas. After only 1 treatment, 3 of them no pain at all. 3 treatment, 3 of them much better, and only 1 show no improvement. So that year to a total 86% effective rate. That's very, very high. Only 1 scalp acupuncture treatment. And so I was there to teach all doctors from Army, Air Force, and Navy, teach them 2 days, only 4 points. And they're able to have good results in their practice. The one of the Army newspaper, Strap, reported my successful cases called easing pain, and this in their cover page. Scalp acupuncture also effective to treat people have multiple sclerosis, and we have many of them after scalp acupuncture treatment, no any symptom and signs, their disease into remission. This is 5 years old lawyer with multiple sclerosis, When I start treated, he had this disease for 20 years and disabled for 12 years. After 4 treatments, he completely recovered. At the first treatment, he represented with severe fatigue, trouble walking due to balance off, double vision loss, almost legally blind, and weakness of both extremities. After 3 treatments, his all symptoms and signs is gone. After 4 treatments, he returned to full times. From now on, he had 14 years, no symptoms and signs. There's another multiple sclerosis patient, have balance problem, severe fatigue, walking not good at all. After 4 treatments, also have no symptoms and signs. Now he back to work, have 2 jobs. Children disorders is the most challenge to be treated with any kind of medicine. In past 20 years, I have treated a lot of people who have cerebral palsy and autism, have good results. And mostly I only use scalp acupuncture. This is a 6-year-old with cerebral palsy, have weakness of limbs, especially arm, aphasia, cannot speak clear, poor coordination, ataxia. The treatment is quite simple. I use the upper 1/5 motor area, middle 2/5 motor area, foot motor sensory area, and speech 1 areas right here. And for most of scalp acupuncture, I like to use Shenmen first. So these boys, after 14 scalp acupuncture treatment only, completely recovered. I write case report, and that report was published at the same month. There's another boys, more severe, 6 years old, with a cerebral palsy. When I started treating him, he was 2.5, and no movement at all, cannot sit, cannot standing, cannot walking, and no speech, aphasia. After about 1 year treatment, he from Portland, Oregon, come a few times a year, and he able to walking himself and able to start to talk. You can see the kids how happy he is. I treat many kids now have cerebral palsy, so age from 1.5 years old, and 3 treatment cured, and another 5, 6, 12, 14. That some of them, they are all completely recovered. Since 2020, the whole world had COVID. So there's many people have post-COVID syndrome. Some have post-vaccine syndrome. Now they call COVID vaccine adverse effect. That's one of the patients I treated a few months ago. After second shot, he had severe headache, insomnia, fatigue, terrible anxiety and depression, and almost cannot sleep at all while 2 hours and cannot function. He also have other problems, left elbow pain due to injury. You can, his tongue is red, central crack. After only 2 treatments, I use foot motor sensory areas, 3 needles on the head area, chest area. I make 3 triangle here, and the upper 1/5 sensory areas, middle 2/5 sensory areas. It's all symptoms and the signs is gone. I also use some body point for LF4, Sandio 5, gallbladder 31, liver 2 for his headache. Scalp acupuncture is very effective technique for central nerve disorders. It is easy understand, easy apply with less side effects. Scalp acupuncture not only benefits with neurological disease, but also significantly contribute to us understanding neurological disorders. In the future, I hope we can discover the mechanism of scalp acupuncture so its potential can be fully explored. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll see you sometimes next year when we have a convention in person. Thank you again.
Please warmly welcome Heng Li from Canada. Heng Li was an associate professor at China Shanghai International Acupuncture Training Center. His topic is regulating qi and treating shen, essential principle of acupuncture treatment. He is the last speaker for today. Please welcome Heng Li.
Hello, everyone. It's Heng Li from Canada. It's my great honor to be invited by Dr. Ye Meng Chen to give a talk about our common teacher, Professor Ding Li's acupuncture clinical experience in the World Traditional Medicine Forum. My today's topic is regulating qi and treating shen, the essential principle of acupuncture treatment. With the support from WHO, China Shanghai International Acupuncture Training Center was established in 1975. I had been a faculty member at the center for more than 20 years before I moved here in Canada. Every year, we called students from all over the world to learn acupuncture in the center. When they started their clinical practice in our affiliated hospitals, international students always asked me the same question. While professors highlight pattern differentiation in lectures of acupuncture therapeutics, acupuncturists in hospitals rarely use it in practice. Why is that? When they asked me this question for the first time, I didn't know the answer. Fortunately, by then, I was following my professor practicing acupuncture at the Shanghai Municipal Clinic. So I forwarded this question to him. He is a Professor Ding Li, the representative of China's intangible cultural heritage acupuncture. He was also one of the main founders of modern China acupuncture education system. Sadly, Professor Li passed away March 25th at the age of 93. My speech today is also a memorial to Professor Li, a kind and a caring mentor. Perhaps international acupuncturists are not familiar with Professor Li's name, but I'm sure everyone knows those two books. Professor Ding Li was one of the main Chinese authors of the Shanghai text on the left, and he also acted as the chief reviewer of the CAM, Chinese Acupuncture and Moxibustion, on the right. Professor Li is well known in China because he was the editor-in-chief of China National Acupuncture Textbook meridians, and collaterals for decades of years. Let's come back to that question. Professor Li answered, considering the distinctive characteristics of acupuncture, we cannot practice acupuncture like Chinese herbal medicine. As an external therapy, acupuncture is different from herbal medicine. Pattern differentiation in acupuncture is more about identification of meridians, 脏腑 organs, cold, heat, deficiency, and excess. I kept asking, if pattern differentiation is not the core of acupuncture treatment, then what's it? Professor Li answered, in acupuncture treatment, the essential principle is to regulate qi and treat shen. In Chinese, it's a 调气治神. Now let's have a look at the definition of qi on different levels. In philosophy, qi refers to the smallest particle in the universe. In TCM, qi refers to the essential substance constituting the body and maintaining the life activities. When we talk about qi in acupuncture treatment, we always think about the arrival of qi, 得qi. However, the concept of qi here has been limited by some people to the sore, numb, heavy, and distending sensations. Professor Li gave a much broader definition of qi. Qi refers to the patient's and the doctor's sensation and the reaction induced by needling. Not limited to the typical sore, numb, heavy, and distending sensations. Any sensations, including pain, induced by needling, can be also regarded as qi. For example, needling skin layer in wrist ankle acupuncture may induce a slight pain alone. Needling Jingwell point may induce pain and a pricking sensation. These sensations also belong to qi sensation. Of course, the tightness and other sensations from doctor's puncturing hand can be also regarded as the arrival of qi. How to regulate qi? Professor Li had summarized a set of needling methods to regulate qi, which includes 3 aspects. The first, regulation of qi in shallow or deep levels. The second, regulation of local and distal qi. The third, regulation of qi during respiration. Our time is limited here today, so we will focus on the first aspect, regulation of qi in shallow or deep levels. Generally speaking, shallow acupuncture on the skin layer can regulate the Wei defense qi. Puncturing on the muscular layer can regulate the Yin nutrients qi, while puncturing deep layer of the sinew can regulate the Gu qi. Now let's take large intestine 4, 合谷, one of the most commonly used acupoints as one example. Our textbook always tells us to puncture large intestine 4 half to 1 cun perpendicularly without any detailed instructions. When we were in Shanghai Municipal Clinic, I noticed Professor Li puncture this point quite differently. For local skin numbness, he punctured superficially to regulate Wei defense qi. As we all know that the numbness often occurs as a result of Wei defense qi deficiency. He punctured large intestine 4 to a medium layer for face and mouth problems by regulating yin nutrient qi. And he punctured this point deeply towards pericardium number 8 for post-stroke gripping of hand by regulating gu qi in the deep layer. On August 31st, 2004, we got a special patient in Shanghai Municipal Clinic, Miss Mao, who left me a very deep impression. Her chief complaints were persistent numbness of the hand, feet, and the tongue for over 30 years. Due to oral administration of medications for schistosomiasis. Our therapeutic principle for this patient is to regulate the Wei defense qi. Professor Li selected points such as Du 20, GB 20, Ren 23, large intestine 11, Sanjiao 5, large intestine 4, stomach 36, liver 3. Professor Li punctured GB20 and Ren 23 to a deep level to regulate gu qi in the deeper layer. He punctured the other points in a shallow level to regulate Wei defense qi. Then Professor Li applied reducing manipulation by fast twisting, lifting, and thrusting to shallow punctured needles. Finally, he asked me to apply cupping to the local area upon withdrawal of needles. After 2 treatments, the patient's persistent numbness was changed to intermittent numbness. After 1 month of treatment, the intermittent period had been gradually lengthened. The treatment did not completely relieve the patient's numbness, but greatly improved her quality of life. After the discussion about regulating qi, now let's have a look at treating Shen. What is Shen? Just like qi, it has different levels of meaning, as this figure shows us. Shen is the essence of qi and blood. By regulating qi, we can treat different levels of Shen. Broadly speaking, Shen refers to the external manifestations of life activities. It includes physiological and psychological levels. Narrowly speaking, Shen refers to mental activities or the mind. Because of the involvement of a psychological mind, we have to talk about the placebo effect in acupuncture research. One day, I remember I asked Professor Li in our clinic about the relationship between acupuncture effect and the placebo effect. He told me that we cannot artificially remove the placebo effect from the holistic acupuncture effect, because the placebo effect is an important part of the acupuncture effect. To be more specific, placebo effect belongs to the category of treating Shen on the psychological level or the mind. In recent years, Professor Ding Li's student, Professor Hui Dongshen at Shanghai University of TCM, has applied Professor Li's acupuncture techniques into clinical research on treatment of anxiety and depression, and achieved some good results. Professor Shen's team already published more than 10 articles. Here I enclosed the most recent 2 articles for your reference. One is for post-stroke depression. The other one is for preoperative anxiety in breast cancer surgery. That's all for today. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me at my email address below. Thank you for your time.
What a great day. It has been really a wonderful day. Now I have the honor to close the first day of the 4th World Traditional Medicine Forum. On behalf of the organizing committee, our sincere thanks to all the speakers for your spectacular presentations. And also thanks to all our TCM colleagues, WHO experts, and officials who have attended today. Tomorrow, the second day of the symposium, will cover 2 themes. First, clinical practice of acupuncture and moxibustion. Second, TCM in treating long COVID. After that, followed by the closing ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, thank you again for taking part in today's symposium. We very much hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Jack Jianhua Zheng from Australia. Thank you for you all participating yesterday. And thank you all experts did excellent presentations. Today, we will have some experts bring other symposium, clinical practice of acupuncture and moxibustion, and TCM in treatment of long COVID. Finally, we will have closing ceremony. Wish you all enjoy, and thanks again.
Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Li Ping Bartlett. I'm from Harley Street in London. Yesterday, we discussed clinical application and skills. Thank you very much to all our yesterday speakers. Now, let's move to the second part of the symposium, clinical practice of acupuncture and moxibustion. First, I would like to welcome our first speaker, Dr. Thomas Bugan, who is a member of the Board of Directors of International Council of Medical Acupuncture and related techniques. His topic is treatment of hypertension with traditional Chinese acupuncture.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Dr. Thomas Burgoon. I'm coming to you from Westchester, Pennsylvania in the United States. It is really a pleasure and honor for me to be here today. I want to say thank you to the World Traditional Medicine Forum and to the World Health Organization and to Dr. Yiming Chen for inviting me here today. And also I'd like to say thank you to our host for today, Dr. Li-Ping Bartlett and Dr. Tiejun Tang. Now, let me go ahead and share my screen here. Okay, so my topic today is the treatment of hypertension with traditional Chinese acupuncture. Hypertension is an important problem worldwide. It is an important cause of heart disease, cerebrovascular disease, and renal diseases, and it is a major cause of premature death worldwide. The current modern medical treatment of essential hypertension is predominantly achieved with 4 classes of drugs: diuretics, beta blockers, inhibitors of renin-angiotensin system, and calcium channel blockers. These medicines reduce the risk of cerebrovascular disease, they reduce the risk of ischemic heart disease, and they reduce the risk of chronic kidney disease. Unfortunately, they are not a perfect solution to the problem of hypertension because they also, unfortunately, cause many problems themselves. That is, the medications themselves cause many new problems for patients. The majority of patients who take antihypertensive medicines experience drug side effects. These are unintended effects that occur at regular doses and are related to the properties of the drug. These side effects fall into roughly 7 categories. Anticholinergic effects, gastrointestinal effects, genitourinary and genitourinary effects, cardiopulmonary effects, and various types of functional impairment with fatigue and lethargy, neuropsychiatric and cognitive effects, and some miscellaneous effects of weight gain and muscle cramps. Diuretics achieve their antihypertensive action by interfering with the ability of the kidney to regulate sodium and water excretion. In doing this, they also interfere with the regulation of several essential electrolytes by the kidney. Consequently, electrolyte and acid-base disorders are common side effects of their use. Problems with potassium, sodium, magnesium, glucose are very common among these. Sodium and potassium imbalances are particularly common. In the symptoms of hypokalemia and hyponatremia are wide-ranging, and commonly they are not recognized as secondary to the medication when they do occur. In this study from the United Kingdom, looking at the use of thiazide diuretics for hypertension in primary care, the researchers found that 20% of those patients monitored had either hypokalemia or hyponatremia. So this is actually an important problem. Now, diuretic therapy for hypertension is the recommended first-line treatment in the United States, according to the US guidelines, and according to the United Kingdom guidelines, and also in the recent 2021 WHO guideline for the pharmacologic treatment of hypertension in adults. Beta blockers are another category of commonly used antihypertensive drugs. Beta blockers are drugs that bind to beta adrenoreceptors and thereby block the binding of norepinephrine and epinephrine to these receptors. This inhibits the normal sympathetic effects that act through these receptors. Beta blockers are thus categorized as sympatholytic drugs. Now, beta adrenergic cell receptors are a normal part of body physiology and have a prominent role in the regulation of visceral and vascular function by the autonomic nervous system. As such, they are found throughout the body. They are found throughout the viscera and the vasculature. Drugs that bind to and block these receptors, beta blockers as they are known, have shown a benefit to control hypertension, and this is why they are widely used. Unfortunately, however, they achieve their beneficial effect on hypertension by interfering with the normal ability of the body to regulate the vasculature and visceral function and exocrine and endocrine function as well. And therefore, it is not surprising that they also have a large number of adverse effects directly related to their pharmacology. These include a negative ionotropic effect, decreasing the strength of the contraction of the heart, a tendency to create bradycardia and heart block, an interference with the normal movement of air, tendency to create increased airway resistance and bronchospasm. They interfere with the ability of the peripheral arteries to vasodilate normally. They negatively impact the insulin sensitivity and glucose metabolism and increase the risk of type 2 diabetes. They commonly cause depression, fatigue, sexual dysfunction, and they have an adverse effect on lipid metabolism, raising serum triglycerides and decreasing HDL, so-called good cholesterol. We don't have time in this short talk to review the other major categories of antihypertensive drugs. While they all help control hypertension, they all, unfortunately, also produce a host of adverse physiologic effects and, in essence, create additional pathophysiology for the patient who takes them. So while they are valuable presently in the management of hypertension, they are actually very far from ideal solutions to the problem of hypertension. As this clinical trial published in the journal Medical Acupuncture in 2015 demonstrated, acupuncture is helpful in the treatment of hypertension. This clinical trial was the work of a cardiovascular neuroscience team that has been investigating the basic science of acupuncture's beneficial effects on the cardiovascular system. This team is shown here. This is the late John Longhurst in the middle, former chief of cardiology at University of California, Irvine, Dr. Stephanie Tian, and Dr. Peng Li, former chair of the Department of Physiology at Shanghai First Medical School in Shanghai. Their research has focused on the central neural regulation of the autonomic nervous system as it applies to cardiovascular reflex responses and mechanisms of cardiovascular regulation by acupuncture. They have published over 20 peer-reviewed papers on this work, and their work is funded in part by the National Institutes of Health Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute. They have looked specifically at acupuncture's effect on high blood pressure, low blood pressure, and coronary artery ischemia. These studies demonstrate in a very scientific manner the ability of acupuncture to have a corrective action on both hypertension and hypotension and no effect on normal blood pressure, of having essentially a homeostatic effect. These studies are elegant, they're extremely high quality, and they represent a very important body of modern research on acupuncture and hypertension. This team of researchers has mapped the neurophysiologic pathways involved in these acupuncture effects and characterized the involvement of various neurotransmitters involved in these long loop pathways related to the cardiovascular effects of acupuncture. This is a summary by Drs. Longhurst, Tian, and Li of 20 years of their work on this topic in the International Review of Neurobiology in 2013. Their work has been the subject of a detailed talk that I've given. Today, for reasons of time, I just reference it for you. Now, I am a physician of internal medicine and practicing in the United States, and I specialize in traditional Chinese acupuncture. I employ traditional Chinese medical theory, diagnostics, and theories in every patient for a wide range of internal medicine problems. I commonly treat hypertension successfully with acupuncture. Last year, I gave a talk for a congress at a congress in Athens for physician acupuncturists, teaching in detail some of the theory and methods that are helpful in treating hypertension with acupuncture. This was a 1-hour detailed talk on the subject for practicing physician acupuncturists. Today, I want to share one case example from that talk. This is a case of a 62-year-old female with uncontrolled severe hypertension. When she came to see me, her blood pressure was still uncontrolled and quite high. She was on 3 blood pressure medicines at the same time, a calcium channel blocker, an angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitor, and a diuretic. Her blood pressure remained uncontrolled on these medicines, and she had had 3 visits to the emergency room in the last year for hypertensive emergencies. Her diagnosis for traditional Chinese medicine was a mixed pathology of excess and deficiency, but with a predominant problem of qi stagnation with an accumulation of phlegm and heat. I started her treatment with a treatment series twice weekly for 6 weeks with filiform needles. Some needles in clearing method or Xiefa, some needles in tonification method, Bufa. At the end of that first 12 treatments, her blood pressure, as you can see, was improved and she was feeling calmer. I had her take a 6-week hiatus without any acupuncture and to return at the end of that time for reevaluation. When she returned, she was still on her 3 medicines, 3 blood pressure medicines. Her blood pressure had been more stable without the high spikes that she was having before, as you can see the numbers here. I began a second treatment series. This treatment series utilized another method of acupuncture needling, Sanlengzhen, triangular needle, and cupping, again, twice weekly for 6 weeks. At the conclusion of that treatment series, her blood pressure was now in a much better range, 116 to 131 over 60s to 80s. She was feeling much better. I again asked her to take 6 weeks hiatus from acupuncture and to return for reassessment. When she returned in 6 weeks, she was now on 2 medicines rather than 3, and her blood pressure was now controlled, but she was still on 2 medicines. I began a third treatment series. This was a filiform needle treatment series. And in this treatment series, I was able to now do some needling of some points with methods that I could not have done at the beginning of her treatment series to tonify some of the points, which was necessary to do now, could not have been done earlier in her treatment series. It would not have been an appropriate time to do it, but now they could be done effectively to help further resolve her underlying hypertension problem. At the conclusion of that 6-week course of treatment, twice weekly, she was asked to follow up again in 6 weeks. During that time, she went to see her cardiologist. Her cardiologist measured her blood pressure at 112/60. He stopped all of her medications except a very small dose of hydrochlorothiazide, told her she was the easiest patient of his day. And now, more than 4 years later, her blood pressure remains controlled on every other day, small dose of hydrochlorothiazide. The effective use of acupuncture for hypertension requires that the physician start with an understanding of the pathophysiology according to traditional Chinese medical theory. For this patient, I used several different needling methods, filiform needle with xiefa or bufa, clearing or tonifying techniques on different needles according to the pathophysiology. Also, at one stage, I used triangular needle and cupping. The patient's illness, according to traditional Chinese medicine, is the main guide to the type of therapy to be employed in the setting of use of acupuncture. I will treat different patients with hypertension with different medicines accordingly. There is not a formula. The guide is a traditional Chinese medical diagnosis, bianzeng. There are a number of traditional Chinese medical syndromes that may be recognized as being involved in some hypertensive patients. The best guide to the treatment of actual patients in clinic requires a thorough understanding of traditional Chinese medical diagnosis, pathophysiology, treatment strategies, and Zhenzhou acupuncture treatment techniques. Real patients have complex pathophysiology, and it is not possible to just simply apply modern science protocols. The modern science is helpful. It demonstrates some fundamental principles, but the knowledge and skill to help real patients with complex problems in clinic comes through deep and thorough study of traditional Chinese medical theory and principles. It is not something that can be simply learned from the scientific papers. With this training, acupuncture is extremely helpful in the clinical treatment of hypertension, as the case I showed you illustrates. So for the reasons I have been explaining, I am very grateful to all of my teachers and professors who have shared their knowledge and hard work with me so that I'm able to help my patients so much with acupuncture. This is Dr. Anita Cinolini of Milano, Italy. To the right is Dr. Chen Chinong, who was Dr. Cinolini's teacher. I am also deeply indebted and extremely grateful to my professors from New York College of Traditional Chinese Medicine, especially Dr. Yiming Chen and Dr. Li Banzang, both trained originally at Shanghai University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. And we feel very fortunate to have them living and practicing and teaching in the United States. Finally, I want to say thank you for your attention. I hope this has been interesting and helpful. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. It's an honor for me to be here with you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bergen, for your excellent presentation. I am the second host of this session. My name is Tiejun Tang from London, United Kingdom. Now, I'm very pleased to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Yuning Hu from Canada. She is the Secretary General, International Association of the Precious Acupuncture. Her topic is flathead needle acupuncture, decompression for peripheral neuropathic pain. Welcome, Dr. Hu.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you for Dr. Chen Yimeng and President Dr. Dong Zhilin for inviting me to come to this meeting and for the presentation. And my presentation today is using flathead acupuncture needle decompression peripheral neuropathic pain. So as an acupuncturist, as a clinician, every day we facing the most common complaints is pain. And pain is become epidemic at this time. Actually, this epidemic is going to getting bigger and bigger as long as the human life is getting longer and longer. So even when the COVID-19 is finishing, the pain pandemic is not going to finishing and settle down very soon, and it's going to be continuing. And so the pain is such a big deal in our daily life and then in our practice. And so what is it? Is there's we try to understand what is pain. So they categorize with different in different categories. So when we see the patient, we like to know in different things, the durations at different times and the locations, and different location in the body, and then what kind of tissue involve these pains, and the cause of the pain. So that's normally we like to ask patients, and like so many background of this main complaints. It's not one single simple condition. And today we will more pay attention to this pain is neuropathic pain, which is very common, and then there's no real solution or no good solution for in the medical world, and especially with peripheral nerve. The peripheral nerve pain is very challenging. And so what is it? What is peripheral neuropathic pain? So peripheral nerve pain come with all different kind of symptoms. Depends on where they've been damaged, where being hurt, and can be the nerve control the muscle, and so they can cause the movement problem. It can be damage to the the nerve sensors, which can cause the sensation change, either pain, on cold, on burning, and if they even can affecting autonomic nerve, autonomic neuropath. So then affecting internal organs, can be the heart, can be intestine, bladder, and blood vessel. And the cause of peripheral nerve pain is a complex too, and can be injury, can be diabetic, can be exposed to the toxic, and can be the nerve compression. And the most common ones in the daily base, when the people come to the clinic, and then probably we have the attention on it, is a polyneuropathy. So polyneuropathy, which is multiple of the peripheral nerve being affected. Normally people came in with a diagnosis from their doctors, their specialists, their GP. And so this multiple peripheral nerve being malfunction at the same time. So normally they have the typical one that is symmetrical, which is both sides, the hands and arms and legs have pain and tingling and the burning sensation, the whole complex. But there's another one, which is we're going to pay a little bit more attention today, which is I'm going to introduce today, is the mononeuropathy, which is a single nerve, and it can be two separate single nerve called multiple mononeuropathy. But they are similar. It is not a bunch of nerve. It's one on one another. So they come from this can be related to the competitive injury, and like people using mouse in a computer, and that can be a real injury. The most common one is most known is like carpal tunnel syndrome on some other nerve being pinched, which is like lunar nerve, radial nerve. healthy, so you can use your hands, use a finger, but they're all belonging to peripheral neuropathy family. And so what's happening if with, there's no motion, effect, which is people only with pain, but they still can use their arms and nerves. So what happened to those people, which is we see them a lot. And so which means if the damage only happened in the sensory nerve and there's no no motion nerve being affected. So then there's a question about that. So they caught some doctors' attention, which is they find that this bunch of patients have this typical thing, which is the nerve and just pain without like a movement problems, which is Dr. Dongfu Hui. He's the one paying attention to this. And then he named as cutaneous nerve entrapment syndrome. And they spent the last 30 years being, study and research and, lab test and animal testing and clinical trials. And then they named this condition as cutaneous nerve entrapment syndrome, which is the mechanism is nerve ending tension pain. And they're funded by different departments in China, and the one biggest step up in research was funded by National Natural Science Foundation of China. So what's the solution besides we're trying to understand this condition? So the solution they've been using clinically is called flathead acupuncture needle. And the technique with this needle, the practice is called decompression, and which is treating this nerve ending tension, and which is the clinical name is called cutaneous nerve entrapment syndrome. Some of them call them subcutaneous nerve entrapment syndrome, which is getting popular in the last decades because the work started about 30 plus years ago. And so what we can see in the clinic, setting, and which is, people coming with the pain for a long time, chronic pain, and not besides pain, they have combined, with the body response to pains like emotional changing, anxiety, depression, and other body, changing, and with the pain, and it's localized pain, but it's not just pain. Sometimes can feel burning, tingling, and cold and hot, and sensation changes that typical come with the pressure into the sensory nerve. And this tension in the muscle, if you palpate, you do see the change, the tenderness, the stiffness, swollenness, but they don't, as we're saying, because it's a nerve sensor, the sensation sensors being impressed. That's but the motion nerve and things, and then they didn't get affected, so there's no motion change. And normally the location of the change in the damaging is in the very superficial. So that's probably why, most doctors and practitioners didn't pay attention to it, because we were more pay attention to the deeper tissue, seems like. And so here we go. We get this name, I have get a concept on it. So the cutaneous nerve entrapment, what is it? It's the functional disorder caused by the cutaneous nerve being entrapped. And this nerve is damaged on the nerve sensors, and then damage the sensations of sensations being damaged. And they may cause autonomic nerve malfunction as well. And sometimes if you can see the nutritional obstacle, and the muscle, sometimes it can be the atrophy. And some of the physical functions can be a certain degree being damaged. but most of the time is the pain, just complain all the time with pain. As Dr. Dong always saying when we, talking about this, he's saying, the people can complain pain 24/7, but if there's a fire comes up, they can run as fast as other people, and it's not going to stay there waiting for the fire come to them. That's just a joke. And so what's the cost of this peripheral neuropath, which is, the small category underneath cutaneous nerve entrapment? So most time, which is 30% of the time, we don't really know where the cause is. And idiopathic, which is we have no idea why they come, how they goes. And but most time is acquired from the pressure on the nerve, which is the first cause Dr. Dong's attention is the cast. So because he's an orthopedic surgeon, when he was practicing a long time ago, and then he did find a lot of patients after surgery, they have this pain. It wasn't really related to the original fractures, but they can last for a long time. And that's where he's really start his study on this cutaneous nerve entrapment syndrome. And another one's the most common one these days. If you see the patient these days come with pain, you can think about it, the cause, repetitive motions. It's like using the mouse and play the phones and your head on the phone all the time, and then watching computers, which is every day we're doing it. Like today, like a normal time will be standing from the audience. Now we're all standing from the computers, so you're now changing your motions, and for a long time that's where it can cause the body cells regrow over necessary overstretch, and that's probably the most cause we can see today. And then of course other things, alcoholism, and some nutrition deficiency and the infection disease, and they all can be part of cost. So it's a variety of reasons, and some of the hereditary disease could cause the peripheral neuropathic pain as well. So what's the solution? What the Dr. Dong has been doing the last 30 years to try to find a solution for this condition. So there is a very special kind of acupuncture needle. So I named it a flathead acupuncture needle, in Chinese language named P needle, P-Gen. And so they are really the same thing. And if you just look outside on the right side, the left-hand side pictures, there's no difference between this needle and compare regular acupuncture needle we use on a daily basis with Haogen. And but if you pay attention to the tip of the needle, you can see the difference. The tip of the needle has a little blade, so they can do the job, which is decompression, which is Haogen cannot do it. And so this needle is made in China. It's getting more popular in the last 30, 40 years. But if you go to the history, you maybe can see some of the picture in the ancient time, the our ancestor, they've been used all different kind of variety of needles, which is called 9 the 9 different needles. It doesn't really mean 9, it's more than that. It means more than one kind, but everything lost in the history. But with the China opening, reform, everything changed. All the smart people come up, and then they figure out something different. And so why this flathead needle can do decompression and the other needle can't? So there's some mechanism inside, which is Dr. Dong and his team been working on in the last 30 plus years. So there's some concept. I have a very short introduction for this. Is such a big topic based on the time I have. So the one concept is called like a nociceptor, which is the sensory neurons and hiding in many different layers of the body. They can be in the skin, can be in the muscle, can be in the bone, can be in the blood vessel. And the nociceptor, which the one can feel the damage on the damage is coming, and then they passing this information to the spinal cord and then to the brain. And then because nociceptor is hiding in different tissues, which the boundary of the nociceptor, which is the one this flathead needle working on. So if the surrounding tissue, the boundary, have a lot of attention, which is we mentioned in before, saying the competitive injury, which is caused stress concentration. This is another concept. Can talk to more other time too. Stress concentration causes the tissue overgrowth. So the boundary area has a lot of pressure physically, and beside the physically pressure going high, and the chemical in this boundary has been changed as well, like a serotonin, histamine, which is I think it's a few years ago, one of the report from Dr. Zhong's team has been reported about serotonin change. And then, so with this kind of change will cause the pressure to the sensory nociceptor, the nerve being pinched, being interrupted, cause the pain. And based on this mechanism, the flathead will get insert into the skin and change the stress of the muscle, tendon, fascia, surface of bone, and can change the the sensation of the neurons, the sensory neurons, the sensations and the pressures around it, and so we name it non-surgical cutaneous nerve decompression. So this is the technique I'm really trying to introduce to everyone today. But what is really the cutaneous nerve? I have some picture can show everyone. The left-hand side is the Dr. Dong's team. Indeed, on the cadaver have the examples here. The right side is a common one, just a chart of a cutaneous nerve on the head and the neck. And so we know this existing of the cutaneous nerve. It just hasn't been pay attention on the clinical side, and this is the back of the cutaneous nerve, and this the chest, and we can see more on the arms, and this arms and the hands, and here this is on the legs, which is the one we see. When we have the pain on the legs, especially some of the patient, like knee problems, it may relate to the degenerative change and the injury, but may sometimes just the one of the typical one knee pain with the nerve pinch, the cutaneous nerve being pinched. Yes. So this is my presentation. Thank you for Dr. Dong and his team, and been working very hard for 3 decades finding the solution for the pain management for the peripheral neuropathic pain, finding solution for it because there's so far no best solution. And thank you for everyone attending my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Wu, for the excellent presentation and idea. Now, I'm very pleased to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Xiaoqing Wu, tutor, clinical supervisor at the University of Technology, Sydney, who will speak on investigate the effect of needling the acupuncture small intestine 3 in healthy people. Welcome.
Hi everyone, my name is Margaret. I'm an academic staff at University of Technology, Sydney. I'm also a registered Chinese medicine practitioner, both in Australia and in China. Nowadays, science is helping moving acupuncture to mainstream. I'm going to be talking about today is about investigate the effect of needling the acupoint ISI-3 in healthy people, which is my PhD research project. And for me, it's been a really nice journey to be in this field during the past 4 years. That's the content today. During the past decades, there have been a surge in prescribing opioids for pain-related conditions. The opioid epidemic, it is critical for researchers and clinicians to explore other non-pharmacological approaches to manage pain instead of relying on opioid analgesics. Acupuncture could be an effective tool to modulate pain. The effects of the acupuncture point IY4 Hehu on regional pressure pain threshold PPT, strength and quality of needling sensation DeQi, and the strength of needling pain have been investigated by researchers from the University of Technology, Sydney during the past 2 decades. However, the effects of another acupoint, small intestine 3, ISI-3 Houxi, a commonly used acupuncture point for the treatment for various pain-related conditions, has not been explored for its effect on PPT and DeQi. ISI-3 was recorded first in the Ling Shu, the classical textbooks, and that's the location record in the modern textbooks of ISI-3. That's the WHO's location record. That's the neuroanatomical and stratified anatomical catalog of the Houxi ISI-3. The application of ISI-3 was recorded in the 针灸甲乙经百黄普密 and 脉经百王书和. In modern textbooks, ISI-3 can be single-used or combined with other acupuncture points. ISI-3 is a commonly used acupuncture point for the treatment of various pain-related conditions, including headache, neck pain, lower back pain, and shoulder pain. That's the ISI-3 for pain relief from a Chinese medicine perspectives. The primary aim of this study is to investigate the effect of the acupuncture point ISI-3 on regional pressure pain threshold PPT at 10 regional sites. HT7, SI11, GB21, BL60, and GV4 and the GV14 under 3 different interventions, and the strength and quality of needling sensation, DeQi, reported the strength of pain associated with the intervention at the needling site. That's my research questions. Are there any significant different effects on PPT measured at 10 regional sites produced by 3 different interventions? ISI-3 needling with manipulation and without manipulation and with sham laser. Are there any statistically significant different effects on DeQi by 3 different interventions? And are there any significant different effects on needling pain by 3 different interventions? That's the significance of the project. Nowadays, it is vital for researchers to explore potential complementary and alternative approaches to pain management instead of relying on opioid analgesics. Acupuncture could be an effective management strategy for pain relief according to present study. However, there are currently limited evidence support its use. This study evaluates the effects of needling the acupuncture point SI3 on PPT, needling sensation, and needling pain. It will provide human experimental study to examine Chinese theory and explore the pain relief indications for the needling of SI3. This study will provide evidence concerning the pain modulating effects following acupuncture, which include measuring the pain threshold changes at acupoints on the traditional Chinese acupuncture channels that have theoretical relationship with the small intestine channel, such as the governor vessel, bladder channel, heart channel, and the small intestine channel. For example, the SI3 points is the confluence point, 八脉交汇穴, for the governing vessel. The bladder channel is the partner channel from a 6 channel, 六经 perspective. The heart channel is its partner channel from a 5 phrase perspective, 脏腑表里. The small intestine 11 is on the same channel as SI3, while the gallbladder channel, GB21, has no specific relationship to the small intestine channel. That's why I choose that different rational point to measure the PPT. Prior to commencing the study, 2 systematic reviews were undertaken on the clinical use of acupoint SI3 on PPT on acupuncture clinical studies. Following the reviews, this prospective study was designed as a randomized double-blind 3-arm and crossover experimental study to investigate the effects of needling SI3 on regional PPT, 得气, and needling pain. That's the first systematic review. I got 57 RCTs. All the 57 studies use SI3 in combination with other acupoints. Therefore, it is difficult to determine the specific efforts of SI3 for the range of conditions treated. Based on this systematic review, we believe further investigation should be made of the specific efforts of SI3 as a sole acupoint. As most classical and modern textbooks mentioned, the use of SI3 for a range of musculoskeletal conditions such as all the pain syndromes. So future RCTs could investigate the effects of SI3 with some certain parameters such as PPT. Furthermore, none of the studies measures 得气. In the future studies, 得气 should be measured both quantitatively and qualitatively. That's the second systematic review about PPT. I got 25 RCTs. The majority of the RCTs in this review were conducted using small sample size. So PPT is a commonly used approach in manual therapies and other research areas. However, it has not been employed in acupuncture studies comprehensively. In addition, the relationship between PPT and some relevant parameters in acupuncture study on pain has only been explored occasionally. So more high-quality studies that utilize PPT measures are needed for acupuncture randomized controlled trials. That's my methods. I think the current study is a prospective crossover design with repeat measures. I got the HSREC approval by UTS. My study size is at UTS Chinese Medicine Clinic. That's our inclusive criteria for participants. That's the exclusion criteria. The study involved 3 different interventions, needling SI3 with manipulation and needling SI3 without manipulation and sham laser. All participants received all 3 interventions in randomly ordered sequence for a random number table using an envelope method that was stratified by gender to match as closely as possible the sequence. Each sequence was printed on a slip of paper and sealed into an individual envelope marked female or male. Prior to commence the first session, the subjects choose one of the available envelopes, and this determines their unique sequence of interventions. Each subject completed the 3 intervention sessions with a duration of at least a 1-week washout period between each intervention session. The 3 interventions were renamed for the individual session recording sheets, which is Rose, Tulip, and Daisy, so that only the acupuncturist administering the interventions knew the actual intervention the subject received. This allowed the blinding, the researcher taking the PPT measures and the person analyzing the data at the completion of the study. Sample size was calculated using G-Power, which is a free download software. The significance level was fixed at 0.05 by convention, and the power was 0.8 by convention. For this crossover trial, it has been determined the perspective that alpha is 0.05 and 1 minus beta is 0.8, and one tail test according to the previous studies. Thus, 28 participants were required to compensate for a potential of 20% dropout. It was planned to enroll 33 participants in the study, but actually when we recruit 31 participants, we already finished we've already reached the aim. Over 27 participants finish the whole trials. That's the original points I measured the PPT, and that's the position of the patient, the participants. As we measure the PPT, that's the equipment I used for PPT measurement. That's the PPT mean calculation formula. That's what I use for needling pain, the VS. And DIRTI, we use 3 different measurements, VS, mass, and some questionnaire. That's the mass scale. That's the mass index calculation formula. That's the sequence allocation. That's the flow chart of the whole trial. That's the needle I used. That's the patient without manipulation. That's the participants, not patient. They are healthy people. Yeah, that's for with manipulation. That's the laser, sham laser, not a real laser. Just the participants feel that's the laser because there's still flash and the BB sound, but actually it doesn't work. It didn't work. That's a study period. That's we use ANOVA and some other statistical analysis. Let's have a look with the result. The data of one subject, the subject's ID was 10, was excluded from the analysis as he only attended the first session. we need all the participants attend 3 sessions with the 3 different interventions. We can see the significant increases in mean percentage PPT were observed for 2 of the 3 interventions, the p-value less than 0.001 for both these needling interventions, while no significant increase was observed for the sham laser. The p-value is 0.3. For the 3 interventions, mean PPT changes range from 23.7 to 0.2%. That's the 3 different interventions PPT changing. You can see that's the between intervention comparison changings in the mean percentage PPT. So that means the needling all increase the PPT significantly compared to sham laser, and between the different manipulation and without manipulation, they have the significant difference as well on PPT. That's in the different channels, so we can see the different channel. They still have the increased PPT significantly. Can see the different three different interventions. That's the mean percentage change in PPT from pre-intervention for the 10 regional sites by needling ICI3 without manipulation. That's the with manipulation, 10 different sites. That's a sham laser in different sites. You can see not much, nearly no changing of the PPT, but you can see they all different a lot, significant increase the PPT. That's the between intervention comparisons by 10 regional sites. So not much different between the different manipulation, but needling all increased compared to sham laser, increased the PPT. Only in ICI 11, that's very significant difference between the with manipulation and without manipulation. That's the to examine the influence of the 3 different interventions on needling pain. You can see the any difference. That's the data. Yeah, that's some different compared to the sham laser. You can see that's the needling pain with in the different intervention. They increase the pain, but for the different gender, they have some different to some extent. As the blue is male participants and the red females. That's the De Qi. We can see they have significant difference on De Qi as well. Because we don't have enough time to talk all of that, so we just say De Qi has a significant difference, and our conclusion is both intervention and sites were found to be independent contributors to the effects of regional PPT in healthy participants. That's the future research. That's the significance of my research. Okay, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wu, for your excellent presentation. Now, I'm very pleased to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Guanhu Yang from the United States. Dr. Yang is the clinical assistant professor at Ohio University. His topic is treatment of Meniere's syndrome with traditional Chinese medicine. Welcome, Dr. Yang.
Hi, everyone. Today I will share about treatment of Meniere's syndrome with TCM. And Meniere's syndrome is an idiopathic disease of the inner ear, previously known as Meniere disease, firstly proposed by French doctor Prosper Meniere in 1861. And the clinical manifestations are recurrent attacks of vertigo, fluctuating hearing loss, tinnitus, and oral phoniness. And why cause Meniere's disease? So now we know maybe the endolymphatic hydropathy, various infection including bacteria or virus, or injuries, and or autosclerosis, or is from allergy, tumor, or autoimmune disease. So this disease, the clinical manifestations, number 1 is vertigo, number 2 is hearing loss, number 3 is ringing in ears, number 4 is oral phoniness. And how to diagnose this disease? So I have 7 different key points. Number 1 is middle age, after fatigue, emotional changes, and lack of sleep. Number 2 is proximal vertigo, rotatory or up and down, accompanied by spontaneous nystagmus, nausea, vomiting, pale face, cold sweat, lasted for several minutes to several hours, and conscious during the attack. Number 3 is persistent tinnitus, which is aggravated before the attack. Number 4 is hearing loss, which fluctuated before and after attack. Number 5 is heed, oral phoniness. Number 6, examination, normal tympanic membranes, horizontal or slightly rotatory nystagmus, sensoriness, hearing loss with recruitment, vestibular function test shows decreased function during attack. Number 7 is Grosselow test is positive. So before we diagnosis for Meniere's disease, need to make sure is differential diagnosis. So special be careful. So is this disease similar like central nervous system disease and peripheral disease, metabolic disease? So we need to make sure is not other disease. And for Western medicine treatment, for maybe they use surgery or infusion or drugs, and but the result is not too good, because the drug or infusion works, but it cannot last for a long time. And for Chinese medicine about the mania disease, so summary maybe have these 5 words. One is wind, one is flame, one is fire, one is stasis, deficiency. So we talk is all wind with vertigo and shaking is ascribed to the liver. So the 内经 they tell 珠峰吊悬皆属于肝. So flames, vertigo cannot occur without flames. So that is from famous Dr. Zhu Danxi, and he talks this flame associated with vertigo. Also is fire. Vertigo cannot occur without a flame, and the flame is activated by fire. Also is stasis. Vertigo can also be formed by the block of orifice made of flame and stasis. And deficiency. Vertigo cannot occur without deficiency. So number 1 type is ascendant hyperactive of liver yang and flame fire combination. And this vertigo will have with mood swaying, accompanied by tinnitus with a loud noise, possible diminished hearing, irritability, easy anger, distending headache, stuffy ears, red eye, bite taste in the mouth and dry throat, red tongue with yellow coating, wiry and rapid pulse. So treatment for this type is liver pacifying and wind extinguish, enrich yin and subdue yang. So formula is 天麻钩藤饮, 天麻钩藤饮. And for the acupuncture points, usually use GB34, liver 3, 三焦 5, GB8, GB43. Also, we use is one good group points name is 关人穴, 关人穴, we will introduce later. Also, stomach 36, PC6. So where is the 关人穴? This is 4 points. This is around 3 to 4 fin under the edge of right side subcostal. And each point about an inch. And so this we name is, this is 安人, 疏肝, 解郁, and 胆降. So these 4 points not only could use this vertigo type, also we can use abdominal pain after gallbladder surgery. And the second type is spleen, stomach disharmony, flame, tubility, obstructing the middle jaw. So the syndrome will show vertigo with a heavy headedness, as if bound by the clothes, worsening with movement, tinnitus with a low sound, decreased hearing, swallow complexion, chest operation, sluggish lung, lethargy, profuse phlegm, nausea and vomiting, poor appetite, loose stool and diarrhea, white and glassy coating, wiry and slippery pores. So this type of treatment strengthens the spleen and harmonize the middle jaw, transform phlegm and settle the vertigo. So famous formula is 半夏白术天麻汤, 半夏白术天麻汤. So acupuncture points use stomach 36, stomach 40, PC 6, and spleen 6, liver 3. And the third one is deficiency with phlegm, deficiency in spleen and stomach. So recurrent vertigo worsen by standing and lessen by lying flat, triggered by exertion, accompanied by tinnitus with the low sound, like a scissored chip, pale complexion, lassitude, shortness of breathing, close for speech, soreness and weakness in low back and knees, and forgetfulness and dream disputed sleep, frequent urination at night, pale and puffy tongue with thin white and moist coating, deep, sludgy and weak pulse. Sorry, here is not a stomach, is kidney. So deficiency with phlegm, deficiency in spleen and kidney. So this treatment to augment spleen qi, raise yang, warm the kidney, promote urination and stop vertigo, and 补中益气汤 and 真武汤, 补中益气汤 plus 真武汤. Acupuncture points use stomach 36, 润 6, 润 4, PC 6, kidney 3, stomach 40. And next type is mixture of blood stasis and phlegm accumulation block clear offices. And this will show chronic recurrent vertigo accompanied by tinnitus with earache, stabbing headache, insomnia, palpitation, dark eyelid, dusky tongue with ecchymosis and passage and ingurgite veins underneath, wiry and choppy pulse. It's due to lymphatic channel inflammation and blood congestion finally lead to blockage, resulting the Lebesgue edema. So this treatment need invigorate blood, remove stasis, resolve flames, and unlock channels to open orifice. And use this one will use 通窍活血汤, 通窍活血汤. We often use stomach 36 and UB 17, spleen 10, stomach 40, and do 20. And for clinical experience, we need to know couple issues. Number one is acupoints consisting of fen and as like fen fu, fen ci, yi fen. So these points are closely connected with the liver and the gallbladder meridian. So that's is need first need to pick up some points name have fen and fen fu, fen ci, yi fen. So number 2 is, so neck blood and lymph circulation touch neck, sternocleidomastoid muscles, and feels tenderness. So along the neck muscle, if you feel tenderness, so untie nodule in the 天仓 and 浮分, 天仓 and 浮分. Number 3 is keep a smooth conception vessel, 润脉, and govern the vessel, 督脉, by relaxing 大中, 中脘, 关元, 气海, which are located on the conception vessel, and 百会 on the governed vessel, to balance the longitudinal line. Also is number 4 is maintaining the 3 transverse line, like a 大中 line between the nipple, and the 中脘 line, and the 人阙, the 人阙 line. 人阙 is the belly. So in the body to balance. So we not only keep the not only want to keep the longitudinal line, also need to keep the transverse line, the balance. Also is herbals and tranquilizing and calming the heart are used in the whole course of the disease, as well as like 内观 and 人门. So like PC6, HARD7 often needed to use. And also we have to maintain the smooth flow of the large and intestine, small intestine. The large intestine governs flu disease, and the small intestine governs thickness, so in from 内经. So we often will use the 合谷 large intestine 4 and 后溪 small intestine 3 to put a treatment together. Also, you know, the 后溪 also connected to govern the vessel as well. And nursing. So the patient should switch to low salt, light diet, sugar, and milk product should be avoided. A daily intake of salt less than 1 gram is recommended. The water intake should be properly controlled. Number 2, patients should avoid fatigue and irregular life, keep a good mood, avoid negative emotions such as depression, and guarantee enough sleep. 3, during attack, the patient should be rested in bed and avoid light and strong sound as far as possible. Number 4, during intermission, it is recommended that the patient should take more exercise and strengthen physical. Cigarette, wine, strong tea, and coffee should be avoided. Patients should be avoid contact with allergens, control systematic allergy disease, and active treat systematic concomitant disease. Thank you very much.
I'm very pleased to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Inge Brodier for the Belgium. She is the lecturer of the cosmetic acupuncture at the Shenzhou Open University of TCM in Amsterdam. Her topic is cosmetic acupuncture. Welcome, Dr. Brodier.
Good morning, evening, and afternoon to everyone who is participating in this video congress. Before I start my presentation, I want to thank Master Dong for giving me the opportunity to speak on this forum. I'm talking about cosmetic acupuncture, and this is a very small subspecialty in TCM. We all want to look like this when we are growing old and aging, but unfortunately, life is doing this to us. The cosmetic acupuncture finds the signs of aging within the skin and the body. It's holistic and based on TCM. By needling the skin itself, we get changes in the skin. By adding cosmetic treatments such as moxa, gua sha, massage and a mask, we treat the skin as well, but by adding body acupuncture points, we slow down the aging process. Signs of aging are, besides wrinkles, sagging face, eye bags, and dark circles on the eyes, for example. The eye bags, sagging face, dark circles can be treated with the cosmetic part in cosmetic acupuncture, but we have to support the body system from within, and that's why cosmetic acupuncture is holistic and based on TCM and using the healing possibilities of the body itself. The benefits of cosmetic acupuncture are increase in collagen production, and we achieve this by needling the skin. By adding body points, it helps to eliminate and reduce bags under the eyes, diminishing fine lines. It has a diminishing effect on our wrinkles. By adding the cosmetic steps in the treatment, it improves the facial color by increase of circulation, and it slows the aging process from within. Being busy with outer beauty is not something of modern times. Even 2,000 years ago, in older societies, there were specialized doctors who were busy with beauty impairing diseases of the skin. In the Shannon Classics Materia Medica, we find description of 360 herbs, from which 160 were used for impairing beauty. In the 80s, the TCM cosmetology became modern, was used in the Western world as well. And it's a very good alternative for Botox and fillers because it doesn't only treat the skin in your face, but it even supports the whole body system, and it makes you look 8 or 10 years younger, and it doesn't change your looks. You look younger, but it still stays your face. To cosmetic acupuncture, it's the use of acupuncture on the face and body, and it's still based on TCM. The basic concept of ancient cosmetology is still in use, and that includes, besides acupuncture, advice on herbs and lifestyle as a key part of the treatment. To understand how cosmetic acupuncture works, we have to take a closer look at the skin. And the skin is built up in 3 layers. The outer layer is the epidermis. That is in fact a layer with dead cells. It contains keratin, which makes our skin waterproof, and it forms a barrier against bacteria, viruses and fungi. Another layer in the skin is the dermis. The dermis contains collagen and elastic fibers, lots of small blood vessels, and the content of collagen makes it possible to bind water that gives the elasticity to young skin. Young skin only has mimic lines because the skin relaxes after muscle tension, muscle contraction, and because of the content of water, it just pops back into its original state. Next to the collagen, we find lots of blood vessels in the dermis and also melanocytes, the pigment-containing cells. The lowest layer in the skin is subcutaneous tissue. That's a fatty tissue with bigger blood vessels and connective tissue, and it helps to regulate the temperature of our body. And with aging, the outer layer of the skin thins, even though the number of cell layers stays unchanged. The number of pigment cells, the melanocytes, decreases, and the permeability of the corneal layer increases, so that the moisture content decreases, which makes the skin dry. The reduction and degeneration of collagen and elastic fibers make the skin lose its elasticity, leaving flax skin. The blood vessels in the dermis decline and microcirculation in the skin weakens, which results in bad nutritional supply in the skin. Aging skin looks thinner, paler and translucent. Large pigmented spots can appear in some exposed areas, and changes in the connective tissue reduce the skin's elasticity, and the blood vessels in the dermis diminish, become more fragile, so that bruises and bleeding under the skin can occur. Aging skin repairs more slowly than younger skin. Wound healing is a complicated process where tissues repair themselves after injury. In this case, we are injuring the dermis with needling it with our intradermal needles for about 5 or 7 millimeters. Within the first few minutes after damage, after injury, platelets in the blood begin to stick to the injured site, clotting of the blood starts, fibrin is activated, which forms a glue to bind the platelets to each other. Within 1 hour after damage, damaged cells and dead cells are cleared out, growth factors are released into the wound, and the next phase starts. The growth of new tissue. New blood vessels are formed and fibroblasts are attracted. Fibroblasts produce collagen, and this process starts somewhere between 10 hours and 3 days after wounding. And this is why cosmetic acupuncture works. By wounding the dermis and starting a healing cascade, we get a production of collagen in the skin, so that the skin gains back its elasticity and wrinkles diminish, get less, or disappear. The same process finds place if you treat wrinkles with laser. Instead of damaging the dermis with needles, with laser therapy light is used. But with laser therapy you can get burns, discolorations, scars. This will never occur with cosmetic acupuncture. Cosmetic acupuncture has no side effect except bruises now and then. After the short introduction of the theory of cosmetic acupuncture, I want to talk about the facial rejuvenation protocol itself. Before the start of cosmetic acupuncture, I will see every woman personally. I want to see the face, and I want to give realistic expectations about what can be done. After a complete TCM intake, I will inform the patients about the risk of bruising. If patients bruise easily, I advise them to take Arnica 30K, it's homeopathic, prior to the first treatment until the last one. The treatment starts with 10 sessions within 7 weeks. 2 sessions a week for 3 weeks, that makes 6 treatments in 3 weeks. Then once a week during 4 more weeks. After that, 1 treatment a month is sufficient because the turnover of the cell takes 35 to 42 days, so 1 treatment a month keeps the process of producing collagen going. The first step in the protocol is the mask. We make our mask ourselves in my clinic, and it's based on an organic day cream with essential oils added. And the essential oils have an effect on the skin itself. Frankincense, for example, has a lifting effect. Geranium oil fights cuperosis. Then we add a relaxation mix and pearl powder, and the mask helps the skin, prepares the skin for the treatment, and it's time as well for the patient to get a little bit of rest. Most patients who are coming in are in their 40s, busy with work, their household, children, and so on, and they need some time to relax because stress leaves its mark on the body itself and in the face. The mask will stay on the face for about 10 to 15 minutes. With the acupuncture part, we are fighting the signs of aging within the skin itself and in the body, because this kind of acupuncture, cosmetic acupuncture, is based on TCM. The skin benefits are explained from our scientific research. We are combining ear and body points. We are starting with the ear points. Those 3 points in the ear are lifting the lower jawline. You can add Shenmen as well. About the body points, depends on the underlying diseases, which points we include in our treatment. If there are no special underlying diseases, no specialties, I mostly needle lung points, for example, kidney 6 and lung 7 in combination. I'm supporting kidney, I'm supporting stomach, I'm supporting spleen, and stomach 36 needled against the direction of the meridian has a lifting effect on the face itself. We start the body points at the feet. We are not needling acupuncture points in the face, but anyway, there's lots of young energy coming towards the head, and that might cause a headache. That's why we start with point on the feet. Point on feet, body, hands, arms, and then we are lifting the neck. The neck itself is lifted by inserting an acupuncture needle just around stomach 9, not into stomach 9, but just to give you an idea, around the region of stomach 9, intradermal, against the direction of the meridian. The next step is lifting the jawline and lifting the facial skin. To lift the facial skin, we pull the skin from stomach 4 towards gallbladder 2 and from Bitong to Sanjiao 22 and fix it over there. After that, all fine lines and wrinkles are needled with intradermal needles. The needles have to be inserted about 5 to 7 millimeters. After that, the needles have to remain in the skin for about 20 minutes. Next step, after having removed the needles, is the gua sha treatment of the face. And gua sha is improving the circulation in the face and has a peeling effect as well. With the gua sha, we can work on the neck, the jawline, the face, the area under the eyes to remove eye bags. We can lift the eyebrows, the forehead, and we get an effect of lymphatic drainage and peeling as well. You have to be very careful with gua sha in the face. You want to get a nice pinkish color. Be careful not to bruise. With Tiger Moxa, we are using the smoke of the Moxa to unblock the channels, to warm the channels, and to remove qi in the face. Moxa, Tiger Moxa, promotes the blood flow in the face as well. And the Tiger Moxa stick is moved over all wrinkles, start in the neck, following the jawline, going up to the mouth, the crow's feet's forehead. Cover the face with the warmth and smoke of the Moxa, and repeat this for 3 or 4 times. We end the session with a massage, starting in the neck with the core method 21. Massage the neck, including all acupuncture points of the face and the head. It's relaxing, it's moving qi and blood, and that's what's important, getting qi and blood to the face to help the cells in the dermis in their production of collagen. I hope that you enjoyed this very brief introduction in cosmetic acupuncture, and I hope that I gave you an idea why cosmetic acupuncture works, and that it is more than just being superficially busy without a beauty. Cosmetic acupuncture is based on TCM, and that's the big opportunity, the big possibility in TCM to slow down aging from within. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Dr. Bodo, for a fascinating talk. Now I have a great pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Yu Wu, former president of CMASA, who will speak on TCM treatment of diabetic foot and case report. Please welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thanks to the organizing committee for inviting me to attend this conference. And I'm really honored to have the opportunity to share my experience with colleagues from all over the world. The topic of my presentation is TCM treatment of diabetic foot and the case report. First, I would like to briefly cover the content of my presentation. We'll talk about the definition of diabetic foot, in short, DF, and the epidemiology of DF, the TCM understanding of DF, and the TCM treatment of DF. And at last, I will share a DF case I treated early this year, and we'll have some discussion as well. DF is a pathological condition that results directly from peripheral arterial disease or sensory neuropathy affecting the feet in diabetic patients. It is a long-term complication of diabetes. The typical symptoms of DF are infection, diabetic foot ulcer, and neuropathic osteoarthropathy. The global diabetic foot ulcer prevalence was 6.3%. Consider there are approximately 537 million adults aged between 20 to 79 are living with diabetes. The total DF cases will be around 34 million worldwide. The DF prevalence was higher in male, 4.5%, than in female, 3.5%, and higher in type 2 diabetic patients, 6.4%, than in type 1 diabetic, 5.5%. North America had the highest prevalence, 13%, and Oceania has the lowest, 3%. And the prevalence in Africa, Asia, and Europe was 7.2, 5.5, and 5.1, respectively. At the bottom of the chart, you can see Australia has the lowest prevalence of DF, only 1.5%. And Belgium has the highest prevalence, 16.6, followed by Canada, 14.8, and USA, 13%. The patient with diabetic foot ulcer were older, had a lower body mass index, a longer diabetic duration, and had more hypertension, diabetic retinopathy, and smoking history than patients without diabetic foot ulceration. DF is one of the main causes of disability and death of diabetic patients. If in the early stage it cannot be treated or controlled properly, it will develop into diabetic foot gangrene, which is non-heal lesion, ulceration, pus, necrosis, and other symptoms. Because most of the diabetic foot patients are old, the surgical trauma could be catastrophic, and the wound is difficult to heal. It is easy to infect and recur. Over half of the amputated patients died within 2 years after the surgery. To be precise, the mortality rate is 51%. The TCM understanding of DF. In Chinese medicine, we believe that the cause of DF is qi and yang deficiency and cold stagnation. Qi deficiency cannot lead the blood through the vessels. Yang deficiency cannot warm up the body. Cold stagnation will lead to blood stasis, and over time, the limb necrosis will develop into gangrene. The TCM pattern differentiation of DF. There are totally 4 types of TCM patterns. The first one is called the qi and blood deficiency type. The symptoms are pain of the affected limb is mild, the skin color of the affected area is pale, and the pus is thin. The lesion is pale and the healing process is very slow, accompanied by fatigue, pale face, short of breath, palpitation, and insomnia. The tongue is pale, the coating is thin and white, and the pulse is weak. Treatment strategy: tonify qi and blood, nourishing muscle and relieve the pain. And the recommended formula is Bajin Tang. The second type is called the yang deficiency and cold stagnation. Symptoms are numbness and chills of the affected limb, swelling and pain. The pain can be aggravated by cold limbs, and warmth can relieve the cold pain. Pale or purple color of the limbs, cold pain in the waist and knee area. The tongue is pale, white and slippery coating. Pulse is deep and slow or deep and thin. Treatment strategy is warm up yang and dispel the cold, nourishing blood and remove blockage in meridian. Recommended formula is Danggui Si Ni Tang. The third type is phlegm obstruction in meridian. The symptoms are swelling of the affected limb, stubborn numbness and pain, pins and needles, limping, dark red or purple black skin color of the affected area, accompanied by fullness in chest and bloating, lack of appetite, coughing with mucus. Tongue is big and dark or with bruises, white and greasy coating. The pulse is deep and tense and slippery. Treatment strategy is dissolve phlegm, vigorize blood, and remove stasis. Recommended formula is 二陈汤 and 桃红四物汤. The fourth type is called the excessive heat damaging yin. Symptoms are dry necrosis of the affected limbs, dry and black ulceration, smelly, severe pain, eased in daytime and worse at night, insomnia, depression, anxiety, irritability, dry mouth, constipation. The urine will be yellow or red. The tongue is red, yellow dry or yellow thick greasy coating. The pulse is thin and fast or wiry and thin and fast. Treatment strategies nourishing in and vigorize blood, dispel heat and detoxing. Recommended formula is 四妙永安汤. All right, and these are some basic introductions of the DF and TCM understandings. Now I'd like to share a DF case I treated early this year. It contains some pictures that might be disturbing for some of the audience. This is a male patient aged 69. The first consultation is on the 27th of September 2021. He has got diabetes for over 10 years. Due to lack of sensation on feet and leg, when he was washing feet 2 months ago, he got burned on the left foot. He got blister on the big and the second toe. Then they burst and the wound is not healing. Then it got infected, pus coming out from the wound. Luckily, due to the peripheral neuropathy, there isn't much pain on the foot. His GP referred him to a specialist, and the advice he got was amputation immediately. The patient did not want to have amputation, would like to try some alternative treatment. Current symptoms: stress, anxiety, insomnia, took 2 to 3 hours to fall asleep, bloated after eating, and belching, occasional shortness of breath, tinnitus, high blood pressure, restricted diet. The bowel movement is once or twice a day. His tongue is dark red with white thick coating. The pulse is irregular, weak, especially at the sinking position. He had been smoking 1 pack a day for over 40 years, and he stopped smoking about 10 years ago. But hypertension over 30 years, coronary heart disease over 6 years, and had 3 stents implanted 2 years ago. Physical examination: no pain on foot, loss of sensation from the ankle down, including hot and cold, pains and touch. A wet wound on the second toe, pus from wounds, and wound on the big toe is covered by scab. Laboratory examination: fast blood sugar level is 6.5. Blood sugar level after eating is 11.2. The HbA1c is 6.9. The pulse cultivation showed Staphylococcus aureus. The diagnosis is Qi deficiency and blood stasis. So I gave him the formula as below. 桂枝 15 grams, 肉桂 5 grams, 赤芍 20 grams, 白芍 20 grams, 生姜 30 grams, 黄芪 60 grams, 牛膝 30 grams, and denshan 15 grams for 7 days. The second visit on the 2nd of October, his sleep is improved. Took about 30 to 45 minutes to fall asleep recently. And when they were changing the dressing, you can see fresh blood coming out from the wound on the second toe, which never happened before. So the treatment is working. Just keep taking the previous formula for another 7 days. Third visit on the 9th of October. The scab on the big toe is loosened up. The wound on the second toe is healing. Discomfort in stomach, reflux, and heartburn. Treatment: so add 厚朴 15 grams, and 枳实 15 grams, 栀子 10 grams, 山药 30 grams to the previous formula for another 5 days. The fourth visit is on the 15th of October. The scab on the big toe fell off a couple of days ago, and the new scab formed, but much smaller than before. Wound on the second toe is shrinking too. Short of breath before go to bed. Eased after belching. Sometimes can feel pain on the toes at nighttime. The formula is as below, but I don't think I will read through all the formulas because of the time limit. So he had this formula for another 10 days. The fifth visit was on the 30th of October. He reported bloated, eased after belching, palpitation, hard to fall asleep, panic before go to bed. The pulse is tense and thin and weak. So changed to another formula for 5 days. The sixth visit is on the 6th of November. He felt quite comfortable with the last formula. The panic was gone and the scab on the second toe. Pulse was weak and thin. Basically, I just put him back to the very first formula, but half the dose for another 14 days. Seventh visit on the 27th of November. Part of the scab on the big toe fell off. Sometimes short of breath, sleep improved, lightheaded every morning for about 10 minutes. I gave him this formula for another 14 days. On the 8th visit is on the 11th of December. Most of the scab on big toe are gone. Have more strength in limbs. Sometimes feel pins and needles in toes. I'll just keep him on the previous formula for another 7 days. The 9th visit on the 18th of December, he felt numbness on both hands, weak in thumbs, pins and needles when touching cold water, sensitive to cold. Cold food can cause diarrhea. We forgot to take the picture on that day, actually. On the 10th visit is the 8th of January this year, 2022. The wound has basically healed, sleep a bit disturbed, bloated, want to belch the gas out. If can't belch out, will feel palpitation and a bit panic. Blood pressure could raise up to 160 over 100. I put him on this formula for another 10 days. And that's basically the course of the treatment. On the 12th of March, 2022, I got this picture. Wound on both toes were cured. Discussion. There are more than 4,400 amputations every year in Australia as a result of diabetes. Annually, more than 1,700 people with diabetes die as a direct result of foot ulcer and lower limb wounds. TCM treatment could be a very promising alternative treatment for DF patients. From the case above, we can see TCM treatment was quite effective to this Qi deficiency and blood stasis type of DF. But the efficacy rely on accurate differentiation of the type of TCM patterns, and pulse diagnosis perform a very important role in this process. This is my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Wu, for your excellent presentation. Now, I'm very pleased to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Haihe Tian from United States. Dr. Tian is the president of the American TCM Association. His topic is the role of Chinese medicine considering the neurologic factors in the gastrointestinal disease. Welcome, Dr. Tian.
Hello, everybody. This is Dr. Tian from Florida, United States. It's an honor to be invited to give the presentation for this wonderful conference. My topic is the role of Chinese medicine considering neurological modulation factors in the GI diseases. I was a GI doctor in China for quite a few years, and also practice acupuncture in the United States. So we are able to get a chance to combining Chinese medicine and Western medicine together, and to benefit for most of our patients. GI problem is very popular in clinic, and we also use acupuncture to treat many different kind of diseases, including the GI diseases. First one, we talk about all the functions of the GI system are controlled by the central nervous system, abbreviation called CNS. The CNS disorder will affect the GI system and show more corresponding symptoms, such as gastroneurosis and enteric neurosis. By adjusting CNS with acupuncture and herbs, will great benefit for most GI diseases recovery. In the meanwhile, there's a lot of peripheral neurological tissues and the cells are distributed in the GI tract, we call gut. Affecting its function and its CNS. Plus, the immune system, such as like an allergic reaction, insulin metabolism problem, memory, emotions, sleeping, and many other things are directly affected by the GI neurological factors. So GI sometimes they call the body's a second brain. So that's indicate how this connected closely between the brain and our gut. The GI diseases are often associated with neurological manifestations. Meanwhile, neurological diseases are often manifested as GI symptoms. That means they are affecting each other. Acupuncture, herbal medicine, and the proper diet can help relieve the GI problems. The neurological factors are often very important. We'll review the connections between the CNS and the GI peripheral neurological factors, the disease associated with these disorders, and how to adjust neurological factors to benefit the recovery of the disease and healthy maintenance. Our brain and the gut is close connected. How? Our brain and the gut are connected by the extensive network of neurons and the highway of the chemical and hormone that constantly provide feedback about how hungry we are. That means when the lunchtime, dinner time, our body will tell us. Sometimes we may tell the body under some kind of stress. Sometimes we eat something contaminated food cause trouble. So those information we have a network, have the super highway we call the brain-gut axis. It provides constantly updates on the state of affairs in your two ends. It's the brain and the gut, they are communicate all the time. The enteric neural system are often referred to our body's second brain. For example, some people, you ask the question, how you make those kind of decisions? The person may say, oh, my gut told me. Sometimes it sounds like a little like a joke, but actually no, they do have physiology foundations. Because there's hundreds of millions of neurological neurons connected to the brain and the enteric nervous system. The part of the nervous system that's a task with controlling the GI system. That's the big web they connect with the gut and the brain. So from the very top, the esophagus, to the very end, the anus. Those are systems and could be operated by himself and without the central nervous system input, but actually they are actually controlling by both, either by itself and by the central nervous system. About the GI functions, because when we talk about the GI, we have to know their functions. So such as like a movement function. We also has a peristalsis function and a digestive function Okay, when we eat some food, we need to make smaller digestive and absorb the nutritions called absorption function. Secretion, such as we have a saliva, we have acid, we have other gland, and produce some juice, have enzymes, okay, to have to absorb and those kind of nutrients. And the secretion means we have a different kind of enzymes and stomach acid we talk about. So absorption and secretion, they are connected. About excretion, after the body absorb the nutrition, that's a lot of waste material. Our body have this special system, can get all the things come out, such as the bowel movement in the GI system. Other system like urination, sweating, and other mucus, and all the body's way to get the toxins out, we call excretion. So in order to keep the body healthy, our GI system need to keep these 5 functions in the normal condition. So any of this function disorder will cause the GI problems. So how we can control those functions in the normal status? We need the neurological system to working, okay? Either by himself or by the central and the peripheral nervous system. We need them in the normal function. About the GI disorders, we have a functional problem, we have a structural problem. So generally we say any kind of conditions in the beginning stage normally is like a functional problem, just like we just mentioned about the 5 functions cause a disorder, like a movement problem, like a people either move too fast or too slow. Too fast cause like a barbarigams, like hungry easily, and slow down like a constipation, cramp, spasm. Those are movement problem, as long as other kind of problems. So, and functional problem could any kind of disease beginning stage. Eventually, they could develop to a structural problem, such as people may have a ulcer, they may have a polyps, they have even cancer, tumor, those kind of stuff. So generally speaking, structural problem is worse, more severe than the functional problem. But those things can factor each other. That means the functional problem could be the beginning stage of the structural problem. And any kind of structural problem, they will also affect its function. So that means based on the structural problem, when the people have the gastritis and have the ulcer, they all definitely affect stomach's function, GI's function. So that means connections. You know, the GI and neurological system, they're affecting each other. That means GI problem usually show the GI symptoms. Neurological problem, they usually show neurological disorders symptoms, but they do have a crossover. That means some neurological problem at the beginning stage, they may show some GI manifestations. So that means when they come to see you, you say, oh, that is the GI problem. Actually, it's not. It's neurological disorder showed in the GI system, such as the people who has like a encephalitis. That means the people get a virus and bacteria infected in the brain, stimulates the brain memory and cause the symptoms, such as the people like a projective and vomiting. So this one sounds like the people vomiting like a GI problem. It's not really GI problem. It's actually the brain problem. Another example like epilepsy. You know, the people have epilepsies, usually they are convulsion, those kind of make a noisy. But some people in atypical epilepsy, they don't have those kind of symptoms. They just show abdominal pain. So, but when people say like when they test the EEG stuff, okay, so the people show the epilepsy, and other people like shingles, they're not before the skin lesion showed up. The people may have like an internal or surface problem, and then after a couple of days, you can see the skin coming. Other people like a concussion, okay, by any kind of accident or something happened, that the people show the symptoms beside the headache, that may have a nausea, those kind of symptoms. Other kind of things, migraines, they also have them beside the headache, but also has a nausea, vomiting. This possible, okay. Other kind of the cervical nerve damage also can show nausea, vomiting, and other things. So that means when the people come to see you for the GI symptoms, you have to think about beyond the GI system also could be other systems such as neurological diseases showed in the GI symptoms. You have to rule out this is not a pure GI problem. It's come from other system. Okay, so some kind of GI system is especially the functional problem, such like gastroneurosis. So that means pure functional problem. When they perform any kind of like a scope, X-ray, ultrasound, they do not find any structural problem, and only is a functional problem, such as the peristalsis is supposed to move down with rhythm, but sometimes it stopped, slowed down, or too fast, or go upward. Means rebels can cause a problem, such as people like nausea, vomiting, belching, hiccup, and anorexia. Those kind of symptoms, long term could cause like a malnutrition, weight loss, those kind of things. Usually they are combining the fatigue, insomnia, and those kind of symptoms. So it's just like a functional problem. And the lower part, enteric neurosis, that means common things we are seeing mostly is like an ABS, means a functional, irritable, stimulated by the nerve, by food, by the temperature, and it causes the irregular bowel movement, sometimes a constipation, sometimes a diarrhea with a cramp, and those kind of symptoms. Mostly this is by the neurological controlling the peristalsis disorder. So definitely it's show that problem. Not only functional problem, structural problem also could affect by the neurological system, such as any like a acid reflux disease, gastritis, peptic ulcer, diverticulitis, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis. All those kind of diseases, besides there are GI symptoms, and also the people accompanied by nervous, anxiety, depression, anger, insomnia, restless. Those kind of common symptoms too. Those neurological and psychological change can be the GI symptoms manifestation. Also could be the etiological factor or the trigger reason. So that means those kind of negative emotion can trigger the problem or can make things worse. So that means when we treat the disease, we need to work on the root. So that means we found the root for that. Okay, so that's the central nervous system and a certain part and control our GI system. Here is the spinal nerve and directly affect our GI system from the esophagus, stomach, liver, pancreas, and the bowel, everything. About the CNS and peripheral nervous system, they're affecting each other because the central nervous system gave the order to the peripheral nervous system, and in the meanwhile, the peripheral nervous system and gave the feedback. They're working together. So the very famous theory is HPA theory. That means hypothalamic and pituitary and adrenal axis. So that's one is the brain communicates the gut all the time, any single seconds. Okay. About the nervous system, the function, two categories. One is outbound, mainly to send the signal and control the movement. Another one is inbound, that means send the feeling and to the brain, so the brain can make adjustment to like the feedback and system can make adjusting. For example, we'll give you some example like gastric neurosis. So that's one definitely is no structural problem, only functional problem, and including the stomach ache, bloating, belching, nausea, vomiting, hiccup, even anorexia. Regarding in the neurological symptoms, the people usually show nervous, tension, anxiety, restless, sadness, fearness. So in Chinese medicine, we mainly belong to liver qi stagnation and also had a heart shen, restless, and spleen qi deficiency. And could be have many different patterns, but we are summarized in this main category. So the main treatment principle could be the soothe liver, calm shen, tonify spleen. the very famous formula we use like Sunisan, Xiaoyuan, and Gui Pi Tang. Those common formulas we can use. Definitely, you can choose other formulas you like to. Acupuncture, because we stimulate the point in Western medicine, sometimes we so-called stimulate the nerve ending and adjust the system, the nervous system directly. We usually use LI4, liver 3, and 17, 12 to 20, Shenmen, heart 7, P6, PC6, stomach 36, spin 6, UB 15, 17. We also suggest people combining with psychotherapy, ask some psychologists to involve, have the people have them work on this nervous system. Another one is the enteric nervous system. That means for the bowel, large, small intestine. So common problem is the irritable bowel syndrome, and we call IBS. So the IBS, this one is a pretty tricky question. We could not diagnose the IBS directly because if you misdiagnose, the consequence will be severe. So we need to use rule out principle to rule out other similar diseases. Because all the GI problem, many different diseases can show same or similar symptoms. But you could not just say, oh, you have a diarrhea and a cramp, you say you have IBS. No, because other kind of diverticulitis, Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis also can show the similar symptoms. So emotional symptoms are very obviously can trigger this problem and make things worse. Some food sensitivity also can trigger the problem. And the Chinese medicine, we blame on liver tisnation or act on the spleen, and we soothe the liver and tonify spleen. Herbal formula is Tongxie Yao Fang. Acupuncture point, stomach 25, stomach 36, liver 4, liver 3. LI4, liver 3, UB 25, spleen 6, spleen 9, heart 7. So when we apply this herbal formula and the acupuncture point, people usually got some good benefit. Regarding the GI system, in another while, also can affect the CN system. Because we just mentioned earlier, CNS system affect the GI, but actually, sometimes the GI system can be in charge, affect that. Because in the small intestine has a million cells, and there's a kind of cells like a nerve ending, tiny nerve ending, and give the feedback to affect the brain. So what's called the second brain. Okay, so that's why psychological and psychiatric problem often occurred. So that means that some kind of drugs not only work in the brain, sometimes by adjusting, balance our lower GI, the bacteria, can make their emotional and psychological problem better. So another example, such as like we can unblock the bowel organs to open the clear orifice to treat some kind of like a manic disorder, high fever, even stroke, coma. So those things, you open the bowel, get a toxin out, the people can wake up, the fever, and it can go down. So, and the patient and with other healthy problem, such as lower back pain, soreness and pain, sometimes it's not the lower back, the muscular skeleton problem. Actually, it's some kind of the internal organs of GI problem are manufactured to the back. So that means we're not only get some massage to the back, so we need like a work on the GI and make the GI functions good. And then the back pain is still go away. Okay, so when the GI disorder get take care of other problem and can be resolved completely, at least can get to some kind of relief. So that's why connected. The GI disorder also can affect other systems, such as an emotional problem. And most GI condition patients, they do have an emotional problem. Okay, that's the kind of research support that. And that could be a trigger reason. We talk about the emotion, like mostly it's like a negative emotion, like a sad, depressed, anger, those kind of things. But the happy, positive, and emotion will help the things getting better. Okay, so sometimes the relapse rate are affected by the emotion too, and because we said the peptic ulcer is a 95%, the relapse rate and with 5 years. So that means either by healed one time or relapse also important. So that's why we suggest people has like a positive emotion will help the disease to recover. Okay. And other people who have a sleeping problem, in our Chinese medicine, we say sleeping will be disturbed if the stomach is upset. So eating disorder could be like overeating, eat too much, too late, or some alcohol, those kind of things. When the people have an underlying disease and could cause a sleeping problem. So not only have the people taking the sleeping pill to address the problem, such as we are address a GI issue, the people can turn to sleeping pretty sound by themselves. Okay. Thank you so much. We use 20 minutes where briefly talk about the relationship between the GI and the neurological system, and many examples we can give. And today we just stop here, and thank you for listening. Thank you for your participation. Thank you so much, and see you next time.
This session is finished now. Thanks again for every guest speakers and the listeners. Next session, we will have the other two hosts. My friend, Dr. Yongping Chen from United States, and Dr. Qiming Zheng from Philippines. Welcome, Dr. Chen and Dr. Zheng.
Let's move to the third part of the symposium, TCM in treating long COVID. This part of the symposium has Dr. Qiming Zheng and I, Dr. Yongping Chen, will be the hosts. Let's welcome the first speaker, Dr. Dongji from USA. Dr. Dongji is a doctor of Chinese medicine at the UC San Diego Neurology Institute. Dr. Ji's topic is long COVID and acupuncture, a case report. Dr. Ji, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. First, I welcome you come to the 4th World Traditional Medicine Forum. This is Dr. Dongji, broadcasting from San Diego, California. And I hope you have a good time in this conference. First, I'm going to share my slide. Today, I'm going to share a case report with you regarding a long COVID patient and the treatment with acupuncture in UCSD Neurology Clinic. With more and more patients get confirmed positive with COVID-19, and more patients get recovered from the acute stage, we do see some patients had some post-COVID symptoms. I think the symptoms should be related to COVID-19 and may also be aggravated by COVID-19 if the patient had some previous base conditions. So this patient actually is similar with this situation. She has some base conditions previously, but she got COVID and she recovered or tested negative, and then she developed something after that. And according to the patient, this is definitely related to the COVID infection. And if you look at this slide, this is the first message UCSD healthcare system received from the patient after she found she got positive test. 30 minutes after she get the positive test, she reported this, and she was trying to get some medical assistance or help from this. And you can see she reported her previous conditions, especially with some problem, long-term problem. So she would like to get some medications also cover her previous base conditions. So this message described her situation with her roommate. So first her roommate was contracted, and then she was contracted, but they want to stay in their apartment instead of going to the isolation house. Then she was scheduled appointment with UCSD clinic. So this is the first visit after she recovered or tested negative after positive to UCSD clinic. So this patient is a 26-year-old female and had shoulder pain for 10 days after she recovered from the COVID-19. And she had some chest pain and difficulty breathing, but now this seems better. After 10 days, it seems better. And all the symptoms actually could be manageable instead of this severe sharp stabbing shoulder pain, and she couldn't bear it. So that's the chief complaint of her visit for that day. She also reported she had some dizziness when she was doing yoga, still after the COVID test become negative, and also she feel weakness. And then she wants to have other medications for her previous conditions. To review her systems, they found for the musculoskeletal part, she has myalgia, and she also has dizziness, weakness, and lightheadedness. So those looks like not very severe compared to her shoulder pain. That's her current medications. At the first visit, she was found the heart beating or pulse is 113. That is abnormal for her, but other than that, she seems okay. And the later visits, her heartbeat back to the normal range. So she was diagnosed with long COVID and scheduled with X-ray for the chest for the future. And at the same time, she is referred to acupuncture treatment and for the long COVID. And also her left shoulder pain is also referred to acupuncture to treat. And she also has some dizziness. She mentioned when she was doing yoga, when she changed position, she felt dizziness. So this is diagnosed as orthostatic hypotension. And here are some medications prescribed for her several issues. And then give her some advices to keep when she was, for her daily life. There are also some other instructions, including refer to acupuncture and also other guidance for her daily life. So when she saw me for the first time, she was treated directly for her left shoulder pain. At that time, I knew she was positive and then negative and then developed shoulder pain. So because she also was active in the gym for yoga, we just decided to treat her with some local and orthopedics treatment for the shoulder pain without checking her pulse and tongue, because the UCSD clinic is not very typical Chinese medicine clinic. The patients are scheduled one by one in very short period of time, so we need to treat and see patients at the same time in the multiple rooms. So in that case, we decided to give her orthopedics treatment to address the painful area and shoulder area, and also to support some baseline. So that's the treatment given to her first. And the next week she came back, she had some results. So this is the second visit. She mentioned the shoulder pain was reduced for 1 day after the acupuncture treatment. But then she had more sensations after that. So based on that, we continuously give her treatment, and the stimulation manually actually was increased. So given she had 1 day good results, you can see this time, since this is the upper left shoulder blade area pain, and also some ash points along the small intestine channel. At that time, I realized this might be related to some heart conditions. She has, heart conditions, like her heart beating could be very fast. She had anxiety, palpitations before. Then to have a conservatively speaking, we didn't give the treatment for the heart channel directly. Instead of giving a PC point, try to release some either pressure or stagnation in the PC level. Hopefully this can help the heart qi circulating better. And we do give her PC6 and other local points to the shoulder, and also because she complained she felt tightness also and pain, then we think this might have some ligaments, tendon, sinew issue. Then we stimulate the gallbladder related points. So this is the second time treatment. So the third time she came to the acupuncture clinic at the UCSD, she has additional chief complaint as IBS. So she had IBS before, but she mentioned her IBS got worse after COVID, from 5 out of 10 to 8 out of 10. And now she has multiple diarrheas every day. The left shoulder pain actually continuously improved, but the tightness seems more than the pain for this time. She still has some pain at the original location, but now she has IBS. So because her symptoms is not very successfully controlled, although some improvements, but also she complained, the worst condition about her IBS Then I decided to check her pulse for this time to see if there are more internal organs involved with this current situation. Although she's only 26, but she might have some other profound issues affecting her recovery from this left shoulder pain. Then we found her pulse rhythm is knotted. So there's some heart beating issue, heart issue, heart qi issue. And the twin position on the left side is floating and without good force, and also feels wiry tight. So that, actually specifically to emphasize her heart condition could be with at least the qi stagnation and also the yin or blood deficiency, and also the heart qi may not be anchored well, so that's why it's superficial. Also this indicate, okay, the wiry pulse actually also feels tight. This also indicate her small intestine level may be having some stagnated situation, or even could be the Taiyang stage, the small intestine Taiyang stage still have some external code not really expelled. So that's the left twin position, heart and small intestine. To me, that seems the most important pulse information from this time. And then the other positions, the guan is also weak, lack of blood, indicates her liver blood is deficient, and also the chip position is wiry and strong, indicates she has some lower jaw or kidney related or urinary bladder UB related evil. And she did have the UTI infections at that time. And the right, okay, the right pulse also indicates her you can see the twin position indicates the large intestine, and the lung seems also stagnated with evil, and the stomach spleen pulse is weak. Indicates her resource of the qi and blood not good enough, and the right chip position is also wiry, indicates some stagnation there. Okay, but among all this pulse information, still the left twin position is significant. Oops. Sorry. So the tongue condition, tongue is slightly purple, dusky, but red. So that indicates she has some circulation issue. I do believe this is related to her heart condition. So from that, third visit, I think we need to really consider her heart-related issue. Then this could be a root problem, root condition for her left shoulder pain, because we know for many patients with heart stagnation, patient could have the left shoulder pain or some other heart conditions or heart diseases. And from the manifestations and from the pulse and history, I diagnosed her as heart qi stagnation with blood stagnation. Then 太阳 code indicates her small intestine and the UB channel pulse are tight or excess. She's supposed to still have some external attack, not totally dissolved. I think this is from the COVID. And also backgroundly, she has liver blood deficiency. And she also mentioned her menstrual cycle is usually a very short amount, also not that much, but also could have some clots. And for this time, we give this group of the treatment. You can see we emphasized on small intestine and the UB channel, channel, and also tonifying the liver blood. We're still not giving the heart-related points because I think the heart qi stagnation may cause the small intestine also having the problem, and these two pulses actually are all on the left twin position. The small intestine is responsible for the channel related pain on her left shoulder area. So actually her tender spots are all related to the SI channel. So after this time, we focused on small intestine more, stimulating to the small intestine points, and also support with the other baseline issue. And after the third treatment, patients came back like 4 weeks later. Okay, after the third treatment, there's a whole 4-week window she didn't come, and then she scheduled the fourth visit after 4 weeks. So she mentioned her shoulder pain was much reduced for a few weeks, but maybe starting from the 3rd or 4th week, she feel the shoulder pain came back. Then she, scheduled another appointment a month later. For this time, her bowel movement IBS is still pretty significant. But she mentioned recently she just had a 7-day menstrual cycle with more clots than usual. And also this time the blood amount also seemed more than usual. Probably her, after treatment, her body is dealing with the leftover cold and try to expel the cold from the menstrual cycle from the Taiyang channels. And with the pulse and the tongue condition, quickly checked. The new diagnosis for the first visit is heart yin-xu with heat. Seems like she has more yin deficiency with the pulse is more thin than before. And also there's a kidney yang deficiency with spleen yang deficiency too, responsible for her IBS. And she still have liver blood deficiency though. So I think the patient is treated mainly for the left shoulder pain, but I think the first two treatment had some results, but not satisfying because we didn't really pay attention to the baseline problems. And starting from treatment, third treatment, then we pay more attention to the baseline conditions, and the patient's results actually showed much better. So we're still, keep seeing this patient, but if the patient, she does not feel very strong pain on the left shoulder, she may not schedule for the next time with UCSD. But also the other reason is the UCSD clinic for acupuncture is very, very fully booked every time. Some patients of mine mentioned they don't really can be booked for the rest of few weeks. Then they need to wait until 3-4 weeks to be booked. I guess the patient may also have that situation happen to her, but I hope the best treatment is supposed to be at least once weekly for such a situation. And then the fourth time visit, patient was needled with these points. And we emphasize on the heart, back shoe points also. And to support her kidney yang and spleen yang. So regarding the post-COVID-19 developed symptoms, or now called long COVID, in some research published paper mentioned numerous internal organs can be affected, and to this specific patient, I do believe she felt she developed the left shoulder pain first, and then she mentioned her IBS got worse. I do believe the patient's these two systems, okay, heart and the small intestine system, is more affected by this COVID as a long-term effects. Although the myocarditis is not that much among the post COVID patient, there's only 1% population having myocarditis. However, if we read the literature, we found this probably more related to the certain age, like young people. And for the digestive disorders, okay, like IBS, this is much more than, myocarditis. 12% population of the post-COVID patient could develop digestive disorders. Of course, IBS is only one of them, but because this patient had IBS previously, I think that's when this system getting more affected, so her previous condition came back or got worse. Regarding this, I think for this specific patient, she has a heart and the small intestine, this pair related conditions got worse. Given she had anxiety palpitations before, also she had IBS diagnosed before. This implies the COVID as external evil invaded into the human body and will even first probably in the Taiyang stage, but will dwell into the weaker part of the body to make the previous condition worse. So, I mean, nowadays we have more and more patients with such, situation, got COVID and recovered. But if they have previous conditions, I think we should pay much more attention to see if this previous conditions got worse or not. So this is my suggestion and concerns for the patients with previous conditions after catching COVID. Since this patient is a relatively young patient, only 26-year-old, and I remember, during the earlier few months when the adolescent population receiving COVID vaccine in the US, the research found some adolescent, especially young boys, they developed myocarditis. Some could have very severe situation, and then this might, reduce the vaccination among the young kids, and then they adjusted the I think they adjusted dosage or did some changes, and then this situation get reduced. But again, this reminds me, this patient, my case, like she's young, even she's a female, but still, like among the young population, and she received vaccine before, and she had previous conditions before, and this might be all the challenges to her previous condition, heart condition, and small intestine conditions. So I just want to use this research from JAMA to show you the mRNA-based vaccine could cause some certain population patients with myocarditis. And the conclusion of this research showed this, diseases was increased in the multiple age and the sex groups after second vaccination dose, especially among the young men and the adolescent boys. This is the risk of having the COVID vaccination. And this might be related to my patient's situation. So this is my report from my clinic. Recently, I, saw and treated patients post COVID. Like she started having shoulder pain, a week after she got COVID, and her IBS got much worse after she got COVID-19. And these are related to the heart, small intestine system. In Chinese medicine, we do believe this, are related. All right, thank you for listening. And this is Dr. Ji, reported from San Diego UCSD Neurology Clinic. All right, have a good time, everyone. Bye-bye.
Now let's hear from another extraordinary TCM clinician, Dr. Ming Jin from USA, the president of American Association of TCM, who will bring us a very interesting topic: TCM care for cardiopulmonary function of the post-COVID-19 and the long haulers. Welcome, Dr. Jane.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ming Jing. I graduated from Shanghai University of TCM. I'm a licensed acupuncturist in New York for 32 years already. I'm so happy today have a chance to share some information with you about how the Chinese herbs formula help the post COVID-19 patient. It has been 2 years since COVID-19 attacked the world during the 2020, especially in the March and April. We have so many patients because of they don't have enough room in the hospital. So many people cannot get the treatment. So they're looking for the Chinese medicine treatment. And then also it's because the acupuncture won't be able to apply in the clinic. So the major work we are doing is online herb, like a prescription, and then send the herb by the UPS. The herb formula which I want to spend the time with you is called the Xinfei Kang. That herb is especially can regulate the cardiopulmonary function in the post-COVID-19 patient. So in the clinic, it's the most useful herb formula we are doing now. So during 2 years before, and then we also have a lot of case for that. So I want to get a little bit information to share with you how that formula designed and how it work, and then some like a case they use. Here, I would like to share some information with you about the pathology study for the COVID-19. We will know this COVID-19 viral attacked the body, and there was two things very important. One is the receptor related with the ACE2. Another one is when the viral can go through the body and then reach the receptor, like the host. It's very important protein there. It's called the TMPRSS2. That part of like the protein is just like the guider, or we can say that they will carry or they will help the viral attack the body and then to find the whole like a host. So when we designed the herbs, we have to find that kind of herbal formula can really work to like the block this kind of like the receptor. Post COVID-19, the major symptom we will see is in the lung area, in the lung dysfunction, we can see the cough, difficult breathing, okay, and heaviness breathing, and then we can also see the digestive system, the nausea, vomiting, and then we also can see like the patient will complain about the brain fog, and then the difficult focusing, and then sleeping disorder. Also, they will complain a lot about the mental disorder like depression, anxiety, stress, something like that. So the Xinfei Kang is the major herb designed for treat the like a post COVID-19 long hauler patient. So totally, we collected the case like 47 in the last year, and then for the 152 from July 2021 to March 2022. So there was like over 200 cases Now let's take a look what kind of herb will be included in the formula 心肺康. It is 柴胡、桂枝、姜黄、黄芩、瓜蒌根、人参、芍药、半夏、石菖蒲、枳实、茯苓、贝母. That 贝母 is 象贝母. It's not like 川贝母. 橙皮、炙甘草、细辛、连翘、穿心莲、红景天. Here is that formula sources, like it's all from the most of the that herbs formula is from the classical, like the herb formula, like 金匮 from the 伤寒论 金匮要略 伤寒论 from that. The first one is 柴胡桂枝干姜汤. Okay, they include the 心肺康. We choose the 柴胡桂枝干姜汤 as the major formula. This is because 柴胡桂枝干姜汤 it's used for the syndrome. It's we call the it's called the deficiency and the cold of Shaoyang and the interior. Okay, so this is the major group of the herbs who work for the post COVID-19 patient. The major clinical, you will see that patient that always have a dry, bitter feeling in the mouth, diarrhea, abdomen pain. Okay, this is most common like a syndrome when the post-COVID-19 patient to have. Okay, this is one formula. Another three formula. Okay, 瓜蒌贝母散、茯苓、杏仁甘草汤、居治姜汤. Okay, 瓜蒌贝母散 is from the 医学新物, not from the 伤寒论. Okay, so this is the special herb we usually always use for the patient. They have mucus, difficult to like a cough out. Especially when the patient, when they have a regular flu or regular cold, and then in the clinic you will see they use the antibiotic or whatever antiviral treatment. Okay, so after that they just like developing the dry cough. Seems like have a like the mucus, but cannot cough out. So 瓜蒌贝母散 work very well for that kind of patient. So for COVID-19, we also have this kind of patient, the mucus. I can hear they have a wheezing and a mucus, but it's difficult to coming out. So another herb group is 茯苓、杏仁, like a 甘草汤, and then 橘治姜汤. Ju is 橘红 or 橘皮. It's like the 橙皮. Okay. 治 is 治咳, 治实, like when you have a difficult cough, chest pain, and then that will help. 姜 is 干姜. Okay, you can use either 干姜 or 生姜. I will change a little bit because when the patient, mostly it's in the lung system have issue, we use 生姜 more than 干姜. But if the patient, besides they have a cough, everything, they still have they also have a diarrhea, and then we may use the 干姜. Okay, we will see. And then also we will see the patient's tongue and then the pulse. This group of herbs we always use for the cough patient. Actually, I formulated this kind of herb, make like the bottle of the herbs, whatever the patient, they do have a cough syndrome, and then we just give the one bottle for that. And then as a regular use, for daily use, to help them to recover for the chronic cough. 低胆汤 here it's very important to use. Okay, actually 低胆汤 is very very good. They can work for antiviral and it can work for for the cough, difficult to bring the mucus out. Also very important since ditantang is help emotional change, the brain fog very well. And also help the patient that they have a fear feeling, like always, depression, anxious, and then every day feel like something will be happened. Okay, because there was a lot happened for the patient. They go through like a difficult time to get the mucus out. Okay. Why ditantang have this kind of function? And then the study will show they have the all, if you go on the Google, and then you also can see this is the study for the ditantang. Okay, they help the like a cardio pulmonary dysfunction, can help a mental disorder, the PTSD, and then anxiety, depression, insomnia. Okay, can help us lost the smell. Okay, and the brain fog. Why it will help for that? It's a major herb. We did 3 different herb. The major herb is a shichangpu, because shichangpu is a major herb can work for that. Okay, so we just give the brief information here because of time. Okay, and maybe we can share information and go further study to see shichangpu is so good. Put it into the formula, and we almost sometimes we add if the patient have a more like a difficult to sleeping, anxiety, or sometimes very angry something, and then we use shichangpu a lot. And the patient if lose the sense of the smell, shichangpu help a lot also. So there was another herb, it's called Hongjingtian. We use also a lot for the patient. Hongjingtian is the study is from Shanghai University of TCM. They 30 years ago they get the very like a formal study. Okay, like over 5 years. When you go to the Tibetan for the travel, or some people go to Himalaya, also in the bottom of the mountain, and then a lot of people will sell the Hongjingtian liquid to help the people to prevent the oxygen deficiency. Okay, so Hongjingtian is a very good herb for that. So we use for the Xinfei also is to try to help the the heart, help the lung, dysfunction. There was another herb, it's called the Shegan Ma Huang Tang. Shegan Ma Huang Tang also we use in the Xinfei Kang also. The only thing is Shegan Ma Huang Tang because they have a Ma Huang there. So in America, we cannot use the Ma Huang. We use like a Jiang Huang instead. Okay, we use a Jiang Huang instead of that, but it worked very well. Jiang Huang not not only work very good for antiviral, and also Jiang Huang is a very good herbs to help the anti-inflammation. And the Jiang Huang as the food supplement, they will be sold on the Amazon and then the health food store. You can buy it, so people know it very well, and the doctor know it very well. So that's why when we use for that, it's very easy to go through with the all Western doctor. They will know what's going on with the Jiang Huang. Okay, so it helps a lot. From the Delta change patient, they have a severe case. They are long getting the the fibrosis change. So we will use like the Xiaocai Gu Tang, and then like a Chuanxiong, Huangqing, okay, Jinyinghua, Lianqiao. We use this group of herb to help the prevent or treat the fibrosis, and that's how we gathering this herb group to the Xinfei Kang to make the formula. Now I want to introduce one like a clinical application case. Okay, this is the male doctor. Okay, she's the MD radiologist, like 55 years old. Okay, he was hospitalized in NYU ICU for 69 days. Okay, the case is very severe. When he discharged from the hospital, like no medicine really can help. That's why he's from Hong Kong. And then I think our patient tell him, you know, maybe you can try the herbs. And then when he come to the office, we just start to hear the wheezing. Okay, we call it just like Chinese medicine call it like the frog, like a song. Okay. Very, very loud. And then our office is getting so shocked, like, okay, this is a very typical, like a song we never forget. So it's when he come up, it's really the dark face and very bad. So we give the Xinbei Kang as a treatment. So and that add on the like the Lianhua Qingwen capsule. Lianhua Qingwen Jianang we use so well. Okay, help the patient. Number one is because we cannot use Ma Huang, but Lianhua Qingwen Jianang have a Ma Huang there. So if we can combine with our herbal formula, it's work very well. Okay, and then another one is Lianhua Qingwen Jianang patient can buy from the regular herbal store. So you know, just for the for protection, for our protection, so the patient can get outside. So it's good, you know. So it helps us so much to during the treatment. And then there was another herb I add on is called the Sheng Huang powder. Okay, so he takes like 3 grams each time, twice a day. Okay, so that formula he used for like 2 weeks, and then the shortness breath slightly improve. Okay, and the sounds of the wheezing is still very bad. Okay, so we don't let them come to the office because the patient will complain. They are getting very scared, like a fear. So we didn't let him come to the office. So he just take a herb. That herb we change a little bit, and he constantly non-stop for 6 months, 26 weeks, and then he's getting better. The major improve is the X-ray shows the inflammation, and then it's getting a lot of better. Okay, so he said that the fibrosis is absorbing for almost 80%. So he's a very, you know, after half a year, more than half a year, he's getting much better. And then the follow up, the patient will still use this formula for another several months, and then until he really can start to walk by himself, until he can go to work. So after this 6 months, he got another 14 weeks. After that, he started, you know, he started changing the herb for we call the tonified lung. She changed it a little bit, and then for maintenance. And then he go to the workers. He said, okay, now I really don't need take a specific the herbs for that. So, and then he finished. This case is very typical, only use the herbs, no acupuncture, no Western medicine, because he said to me, oh, as a doctor, I will know maybe some herb maybe interrupt with the medicine. So I don't want to get wrong. So he just take the herb, you know. So I feel like this is one very typical case, and then also in our group, we use this case a lot because he is MD. And then also in the NYU, he, gathering a lot of doctors involved, and then send us a lot of patients. Okay, this is like the brief information about the Xinbeikang we were using in the clinic. Okay, so I would like to get I would like to really share the information with all doctors, and then also will learn from your practice, and then maybe get more information and help each other, and then we can help the patient. Fighting the epidemic is still have a long way to go. Okay, so I feel like as a TCM practitioner, we really need to trust our profession, and then also work hard for our profession. I think our profession value will be approved in our contribution, and then we can win the world. Here is just like some information, like our clinic work for during the pandemic. We opened the like online service every day, 12 hours, accepted the patient online consultation, and then give the lecture, and then teach them how to cook, and teach them how to do the acupressure at home. And I hope this all will help developing the Chinese herbs, get more and more people trusted, and then get our profession more respect by the American patient, and by the public, and also by the the mainstream medical profession. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Elena Chen from Spain. Thank you, Dr. Mingjing, for sharing your successes in TCM care for post-COVID-19 and long haulers. Dear friends and all the attendees, now we are going to move on to the closing ceremony. Let's invite Dr. Zhang Qi to give the closing ceremony speech. Dr. Zhang Qi is the unit head and responsible for traditional and complementary medicine at the World Health Organization headquarters in Geneva. He led the integration of traditional Chinese medicine into the national health system for the government of China. Welcome, Dr. Zhang Qi.
Honorable Dr. Dong Zilin, distinguished guests and experts, colleagues and friends, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. This is the second time for WHO to co-sponsor this forum. The theme and goals of the forum are in line with the goals and objectives of WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2019 to 2023. In the opening ceremony, the Deputy Director General of WHO, Dr. Zsuzsanna Jakab, the Commissioner of the National Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine in China, Dr. Wenming Yu, and Dr. Arman Zagarian from Iran delivered the opening speeches. Throughout the forum, there were rich technical presentations and information exchanges on a well-designed agenda and in different focused symposiums, including clinical application and skills, clinical practice of acupuncture and moxibustion, TCM in treating long COVID. More than 5,000 participants from 50 countries joined the forum. The 38 keynote speakers from 10 countries across the WHO regions represented several different forms or fields of traditional and complementary medicine and made
the forum a significant progress in terms of coverage of different forms and fields of traditional and complementary medicine. I'm very happy to congratulate the success of this 4th World Traditional Medicine Forum and would extend my sincere thanks to all the participants, particularly the co-chairs and the speakers, for your very valuable contributions. I would also give special thanks to the Secretariat of this forum for their hard and excellent job in preparing this forum and serving for participants in the last several months. Without their efforts, the forum cannot be successful. Distinguished participants, as you know, a progress report provided by the Director General of WHO on the implementation of WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014 to 2023 has been discussed in the 75th World Health Assembly last week here in Geneva. Many countries' representatives of health authorities actively expressed congratulations to the achievements in implementation of the strategy and strong support to traditional medicine and the report through their speeches. The World Health Assembly adopted a decision to request the Director General of WHO to submit a final report on progress made in the implementation of the World Health Assembly resolution adopted in 2014 to the 76th World Health Assembly in 2023 to make decision on whether to extend or adjust the current strategy for the years ahead from 2014. The report this year shows significant achievements, including WHO's most recent publications of 8 benchmarks for training and for practices of acupuncture, Ayurveda, Tuina, Unani medicine, M-Yoga mobile application, and the WHO International Standard Terminologies on Traditional Chinese Medicine. Development of additional technical documents and tools, such as the WHO International Herbal Pharmacopoeia, is underway. Several technical documents are expected to be published within the biennium 2022 to 23, including additional benchmarks for training and for practice and standard terminologies of different modalities in traditional complementary and integrative medicine. A package of tools and guidance for ensuring the safety and quality of acupuncture, and a project on integration of traditional complementary medicine into health systems with related concepts and assessment tools. Traditional complementary and integrative medicine rehabilitative care, classification and qualification of traditional complementary and integrative medicine workforce, and regulatory requirements for herbal medicines. WHO will enhance the work of research and evidence generation and publish the guidance document on traditional medicine clinical research soon. Ladies and gentlemen, through the collaboration in the past years and through the organization of this two-day conference, we are happy to see that World Traditional Medicine Forum has made progress towards providing a comprehensive and high-quality platform for engaging as wider as possible the professional organizations, healthcare providers, and partners in the area of traditional and complementary medicine to represent the truly diversity of traditional and complementary medicine globally. WHO will strengthen the successful collaboration with the World Traditional Medicine Forum. We are expecting that the World Traditional Medicine Forum could provide stronger support and more inputs to WHO's policies, action plans, norms and standards, and technical products on traditional and complementary medicine to contribute to people's health and well-being. Thank you again, and best wishes to everyone.
Distinguished guests, experts, and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as the first World Traditional Medicine Forum is about to come to the end, we sincerely thank WHO for its care, support, and cooperation for this forum, and express our deepest gratitude to Director Zhang Qi of the Department of Traditional Medicine of WHO for his efforts in convening this forum. Now, I would like to invite the Vice Chairman of the World Traditional Medicine Forum, Ramon Maria Carduch, to give us a closing speech. Please.
Thank you, President Chumpia Wu. Greetings also to my friend Sanchi, who is participating in this closing session. Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are on the planet. It's an honor for me to be here with you, participating in the closing session of this important forum. I am pleased to inform you that we have had a very successful attendance, exceeding 5,000 attendees from more than 50 countries and reflected in the statistics on the different platforms like Zoom, Chihuahua Healthcare, and others. I would also like to inform you that 38 speakers from 10 countries participated in the different areas of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine, like acupuncture and traditional Chinese medicine, osteopathy, Ayurvedic medicine, Unani medicine, naturopathy, etc. This makes this 4th World Traditional Medicine Forum one of the most important that have been held on this subject, and it is also evidence of the interest and importance of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine at the present time. I would like to thank Dr. Yemeng Chen for his welcome speech at this forum, and Dr. Susanna Jacob from World Health Organization, Wenming Yu from State Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine, and Dr. Harman Zargaran from Tehran University of Medical Sciences for their important words at the opening ceremony. Special thanks to World Health Organization for its strong support to this conference. Thanks to government representatives from different countries for their support and cooperation. And thanks to the strong support from traditional medicine organizations in various countries. Also, to all the speakers who have participated and who, with their contribution, have made this forum an effective instrument for the change and dissemination of scientific knowledge. The conference secretariat and the staff of the organizing committee have prepared this online conference over several months. Your hard work is greatly appreciated, especially for those who are behind the scenes. In a very special way, I would like to thank President Dong Zhiling for all his hard work and leadership in our association, the World Traditional Medicine Forum. I would also like to thank my colleagues on the board, in the Secretariat, and in all the different specialized forums and chats of our institution for their dedication and the work they are doing on a daily basis. After Buenos Aires in Argentina in 2019, Washington in USA in 2020, and last year's virtual forum, which this Forum Traditional Medicine Forum online conference is coming to an end. And the 2 days of online academic exchanges were successful and remarkable. We complete all the scheduled agendas of the academic conference, and this is a complete success. This conference is coming to an end, but promoting traditional medicine is a mission we have to work very hard and taking a long time. Let us join hands and work together to continuously respect tradition and innovation, so that traditional medicine can better benefit the people of the world. The title of the forum we have just held, Human Health Needs Traditional Medicine, reflects the message we want to convey in a year like 2022, in which an ICD-11 has come into the force and includes traditional medicine for the first time. A year too, in which the World Health Organization and the government of China have established the World Health Organization Global Center for Traditional Medicine in Jamnagar, Gujarat. A year in which a General Assembly of the ISO TC 249, Traditional Chinese Medicine, will be held next June, reflecting the important work that has been done. A year in which Evidence Map provided an easy visualization of value information on traditional complementary and integrative medicine for policymakers, health professionals, and patients in order to promote evidence-based complementary therapies in line with the World Health Organization Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014-2023. As my friend Sanchi has just told us, a strategy on which 2 days ago, the 70th World Health Assembly decided to ask the Director General to present a final progress report to the global strategy or action plans that are due to expire in 1 year's time. A year too, in which the launch of the Traditional Complementary and Integrative Health Declaration, to which the most important organization in the sector have adhered, is announced for the next 14th of June, next month. Finally, I wish that my colleagues all over the world take good care of themselves together with their families, with safe and healthy. We will meet again, hopefully this time in person next year. Thank you all.
I would like to thank Vice President Ramon Maria Cartuch for his closing speech, which brought warmth and emotion to this forum. At the end of this forum, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the representative of WHO, the experts who gave the medical lectures, and the colleagues from all over the world who participated in this forum, and especially to the behind-the-scenes who are responsible for the rebroadcast of this forum. Thanks to the technical team. Now I announce the closing of the first World Traditional Medicine Forum. We look forward to meeting again in May next year. I wish all of you healthy, lucky, and working smoothly. Goodbye.